can I tell you a little story?
Please.
When I came here, one journalist said, anybody dumb enough to accept the job is too dumb to do it. He got a great laugh from people because it's a kind of a funny line, let's face it. But God, I said to myself, how sad for our country when we're facing some tough opposition in this world to take such a cynical view of intelligence in the 1976 time. He got his laugh, and I got my little hurt inside from it, but it made me determined that I'm going to approach this job with pride, and they can have all the jokes they want on television about the CIA. It's vital to the national security of the United States. And I feel so dedicated and strongly about it that I just wanted to wedge that in, apropos of no question you've asked.
Hello, friends. It's Chapo. We're back again. It's me, Matt, and Felix coming at you this rainy Thursday afternoon here in New York. And, I got to say, either the election is over or it will never be over. I think we are caught in between just this sort of purgatory in between those two possible outcomes.
We're in the quantum realm.
Yeah. We're Schrodinger's cat right now when it comes to the election. And the fact of the matter is the election is never going to be over. Even if Trump leaves the White House, I fully suspect him to basically, as I said before, become the anti-president or just start running for re-election in 2024 immediately. So no real satisfactory resolution to that. Outside of that, COVID is ravaging the country worse than it has ever before. Literally every state in America is now a hotspot, not just New York City or LA or elsewhere. It's fucking everywhere. And it's worse than it's ever been. And, New York is on the verge of going back into curfew after trying to reopen the last couple months. That's not going to work. Nothing is going to work. We're stuck with this. So I think now would be a good time for us to not focus on the present, but take a trip into the past, into the annals of American history. And for you guys, begin part one of our long-anticipated history of the life and career of another one-term president. That's right, folks. I'm talking about George Herbert Walker Bush. This has been sort of percolating in the Chapo ether for quite some time now, and we're going to give a go at narrating for you basically the sort of background of the Bush family and the life and career of George H.W. Bush. I think up until about the Kennedy assassination, there is so much to talk about here. There are so many different threads that run through his life and connect it to these truly grand and secret parts of American history that we will not have time in this episode to get into Watergate or Iran-Contra or any of the things he did as director of the CIA or his how he got to be director of the CIA in the first place or his presidency. So this will I think part one, we're going to do our best here to lay out the early life and career of George H.W. Bush, going from being in the U.S. Navy pilot, to a Yale skull and bones guy, to a Texas oil guy, to a senator, to director of the CIA, and just how all of these threads in his family and life do seem to coalesce in Dallas, November 22nd, 1963. I've done my best to sort of summarize and outline a lot of this information, but hopefully my co-hosts Felix and Matt will be able to fill in some of the gaps, and we'll just see where this takes us. I should say off the bat that a lot of the information I'm going off here comes courtesy of journalist Russ Baker's book, Family of Secrets, and I think it should be noted before we go much further that the book Family of Secrets was excoriated by his fellow journalists and people at the Washington Post and Los Angeles Times and their book reviews, and his fellow journalists when it came out. I just want to read one clip here. Tim Rutan, former media critic for the Los Angeles Times, described the book as an example of the paranoid style of literature as described by Richard Hofstadter. He says here, what makes Baker's book singularly offensive is the way it recklessly impugns, in the most disgusting possible way, the reputations not simply of men and women now dead, but of the living. So guys, let's do it. I mean, if there's one thing we're good at, it is calumny directed against.
Oh my
the
God,
living and the
defaming
dead.
folks is a key core competency over here.
I mean, like a lot of the criticisms of the book is that it relies heavily on sort of innuendo, guilt by association, and just sort of seeming to suggest a uniting thread to disparate events and people that may not warrant it. But when you do assemble all those disparate events and people, as it relates to the life of George H.W. Bush, a certain outline does begin to take shape. And I think like a good comparison to this book would be Tom O'Neill's Chaos, in that there is sort of one inciting fact or incident that put Baker on this fucking lifelong fucking trip down this endless rabbit hole of like basically the secret history of power in America in the last like latter half of the 20th century. And it's such that there's an astonishing amount of information is gathered and marshaled to point towards the outlines of something that suggests something sinister. But there is never, of course, going to be anything close to a capital T journalistic truth standard of like a definitive answer to anything. But that has never stopped us in the past.
Reading Family of Secrets, I've been reading it at the same time as I've been reading NATO's Secret Armies. And one thing I was wishing during all of this is that I do think Robert Cara's book about Robert Moses, The Power Broker, is an essential book for understanding America and specifically understanding New York and why one of the reasons why American cities are the way they are. But I wish he had undertaken this effort about George H.W. Bush. Because, okay, comparing him to Trump, comparing one-term presidents, at the end of the day, all Trump has done his entire life and all he did in the presidency was ride a wave. And then just do the bare minimum once he got in there. H.W. created the wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His entire life, he's always been everywhere. We aren't going to give you any definitive theories of what we 100% think happened. You should go back to our JFK episode. You know, we have theories. But in every theory we could present with the information we have, in the same way that Robert Moses built the modern New York, George H.W. Bush did build the modern America and the modern American empire.
And then he got turfed out of office after one term because the GDP did a whoopsie for 3 months.
That's the way she goes.
After an entire life spent like playing the American political economy like a Stradivarius, eating a mile of shit and being condescended to by certified Alzheimer's patient Ronald Reagan, so that he could have a chance to finally, and cleaning up Iran-Contra for him, and then grabbing the brass ring, setting up a war to happen so that you can be like the fucking, the Charlemagne of the post-Cold War era. And then this hillbilly with a saxophone says you're not sad enough that like it costs a lot of money to buy milk now, and you don't know what a cash register looks like.
All it took was him not knowing how a checkout works with the laser scanning of the barcode.
A lifetime of service to Moloch and the deep state, and the guy who just gets in under the wire, gets in there, young upstart, to take over the position as Moloch's general secretary on Earth.
Yep.
Is, I'm just a small town pedophile from Arkansas. That's the guy. That's the way she goes, man. That's the way she goes in life.
It's the law of the road, Bubs. It's the law of the road. And then also, I mean, it should also be noted that the real culmination and fulfillment of the Bush family legacy, the two-term champion, George W. Bush, his eldest son, destroyed all of it. Just destroyed all of it. And now the Bush name is forever associated with basically incompetence, failure, and the death of the American empire, and not its golden age. This is the golden age arc of the American deep state as seen through the life of George H.W. Bush. So before we get into that, I think it bears just going through briefly here as quickly as possible the lineage of the entire Bush family in the United States of America. And Chris, our producer, was nice enough to put together this abridged version of the legacy of the Bush family in America, starting with H.W.'s great grandfather, Timothy Bush Sr., who lived from 1735 to 1815, who was a Revolutionary War militia captain. And that is about as much as is important to know about him. Then we have his great-great-great-grandfather, Timothy Bush Jr., who lived from 1776 to 1850, who was a blacksmith. His great-great-grandfather, Obadiah Bush, was a schoolmaster in Rochester, New York, an abolitionist, and in fact, vice president of the American Anti-Slavery Society, and then eventually struck out for California in the 1849 Gold Rush. Wanted to move his family out there, but died on a boat returning to the East Coast to wrap up his affairs, and was in fact buried at sea off Cape Horn in South America. Then you've got his great-grandfather, James Smith Bush, who lived from 1825 to 1889. And this is where we begin to see the outlines of what we know of and think of as the Bush dynasty.
So this guy, or one of his direct antecedents, are the Bushes who met a man at a crossroads late at night who had a vicious dog in a completely white suit and had him sign his name in a book. This is where the deal got made for the Bushes.
And what evidence do we have of this? Of course, James Smith Bush was the first Bush to attend Yale. He was in the Yale class of 1844.
That's where they have it. All the professors are demons, and they all have a deal to make with you.
They've all got a lot to offer you in this world and the next. James Bush Sr. was also an Episcopal priest. He had a stint at Grace Church in San Francisco, as well as Church of the Ascension in West Brighton, Staten Island, actually, but left in scandal after a church raffle for a gold watch was considered gambling. So he had to leave the church after a church raffle gambling scandal. Of course, then he became a Unitarian in 1888 and died suddenly while raking leaves in 1889. It's known as the Unitarian's curse, folks.
Yeah, those leaves, they'll get you.
Okay, then we got grandfather Samuel Prescott Bush, 1863 to 1948. Samuel Prescott Bush was the general manager of the Buckeye Steel Casting Company, which was a firm run by Frank Rockefeller, brother of John D. Clients of Buckeye Steel Casting included railroads controlled by E.H. Harriman, and of course the Bush and Harriman families became closely associated for 2 generations. And the Harriman clan definitely shows up in H.W.'s life, and basically everything swirling around oil, the CIA, and money.
If the Bushes are the Soprano family, and Zapata / Dresser, that's Barone Sanitation, I would call the Harrimans the Aprils.
Yes.
Definitely. Let's see. We got here. In 1908, Frank Rockefeller retires, and Samuel Prescott Bush becomes president of Buckeye Castings and basically becomes one of the top industrialists of the early 20th century. He then became chief of ordnance, small arms, and ammunitions on the War Industries Board during World War I. He served on the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland and was appointed to President Herbert Hoover's Committee for Unemployment Relief in 1931. I'm sure he did a great job at ending unemployment and the Depression, so much so that FDR became president shortly thereafter. Okay, then we get to George H.W. Bush's father, the great Prescott Sheldon Bush, who was another Yaley and another Skull and Bones member who was rumored to be among the bonesmen who supposedly dug up and removed the skull of Apache leader Geronimo. And apparently that skull still is used in Skull and Bones. That is basically the skull in the name Skull and Bones, refers to Geronimo's skull, one of the great, fighters against the American state that has ever lived. They dug up his skull and have been jacking off into it like a fucking sock for the last few generations of
that is the definition of a sore winner.
Yeah,
it's like you got the entire continent to wreak your dark arts upon. Why you got to do this awful end zone dance?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, they're desecrating the mortal remains of one of the great, heroes of history, really, one of the great figures of resistance to the American state that's ever lived. They are still desecrating his corpse to this day as part of their, fruity rituals, which induct each successive new generation of the ruling class.
The most of Prescott's life is very sordid, and most of his activities at Yale are repulsive. Most of his activities later in life are even more repulsive. A thoroughly awful American who did awful things his entire life. But, little bit of fun trivia, he was the first member of the Bush family to be a member of the Yale cheerleading squad.
Yes.
A tradition followed by his son and grandson.
Yes. He was a male cheerleader at Yale. He would then go on to be a field artillery captain in the American Expeditionary Force of World War I, during which he received intelligence training and served with the French Officer Corps. So basically that he received intelligence training from the guys in Paths of Glory that directed an artillery barrage at their own troops. That's who he was associating with during World War I. It was then sort of a sort of jack of all trades businessman. He worked for the hardware, rubber, and rubber companies, as well as merchant banks, and then also was accused of being a conspirator in the 1934 business plot.
Yes,
familiar with this? The business plot was a conspiracy and basically a near coup that was organized by American business leaders to overthrow FDR as president, and because he was, going to turn America Bolshevik. This was, of course, the one that Smedley Butler famously blew the whistle on.
Yeah, just some guys being dudes.
And then he, of course, and then after his involvement in the business plot, he became a senator from 1952 to 1963. He was one of the 7 founding directors of the Union Banking Company, which was an investment bank that operated as a clearinghouse for the German interest of Fritz Thyssen, one of the primary early bankrollers of the Nazi movement, and of course the Thyssen-Krupp Company, known for their good or bad elevators, depending on what kind of brain damage you have.
You judge which part of his legacy is darker. It's up to you.
By the way, the Krupps in ThyssenKrupp, they're also Nazi collaborators. They were the arms manufacturer. So that's all, like, ThyssenKrupp is Nazis all the way down.
Yeah.
Check this out.
Mr. Otis never called me kike.
The Union Banking Corporation held gold on behalf of German banking interests during World War II through the Dutch bank, Bank voor Handel. In 1942, the bank was seized under the Trading with the Enemy Act after it was discovered to be holding and trading funds on behalf of the Thyssen family.
What? No.
Up to 8 months after the U.S. declared war on Germany.
Oh, dip. Sorry.
Well, sometimes you just don't get around to things.
Exactly. It was on the list for a long time, but other stuff kept coming up.
Yeah, they didn't have email chains back then.
It's true. The workflow was dog shit.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about the war. My bad.
Prescott Bush was also involved with the Consolidated Silesian Steel Company, or CSSC, which split ownership between Frederick Flick and Brown Brothers Harriman. There's that Harriman family again, where Bush worked under the Silesian American Corporation. Flick's plants in Poland made heavy use of concentration camp slave labor in the 30s and was later found guilty of war crimes at Nuremberg.
A few mistakes.
Prescott Bush, of course, actively intervened in Germany during the 30s to manage BBH interests. That was Brown Brothers Harriman, including dispatching John Foster Dulles, then of the law firm Sullivan and Cromwell, to manage liability to American directors. His evidence of ownership of SAC over the German CSSC mysteriously vanishes post-1935. However, according to journalist John Joftis, quote, at various times the Bush family has tried to spin it, saying they were owned by a Dutch bank, and it wasn't until Nazis took over Holland that they realized how the Nazis had controlled their apparently controlled their company, and this is why Bush supporters claim when the war was over, they got their money back. Both the American Treasury investigations and the intelligence investigations in Europe completely belie that. It's absolute horseshit. They always knew who the ultimate beneficiaries were. Prescott is also long rumored to have taken $1.5 million, that's $24.8 million in 2020 currency, a payout from his father-in-law, George Herbert Walker of BBH for this, though no conclusive paper trail has ever been found. So he took a huge cash settlement to cover up the Harriman's family's collaboration with the Nazis during World War II. So yeah, that is but just a few of the highlights of grandfather Prescott Bush's career. Which is one, that is marked by being like one of the titans of industry in America in the early 20th century, and then tried to overthrow FDR's government in a military coup, and then basically profited from concentration camp slave labor and covered and just laundered just God knows how much money for the Nazis.
And created how many jobs? Yeah, you didn't even say because you don't care.
So here's where I think we should begin our story with George H.W. Bush. And it all begins when basically Russ Baker says he would like this was the premier magazine 50th anniversary of the Manson killings or whatever, like the 25th anniversary of the Manson killings. What was it? When did Tom O'Neill start with that? I forget.
It was 98 or 99.
So the little factoid that led him down this rabbit hole is when he discovered a mention in a report that George H.W. Bush claimed that he could not remember where he was on November 22nd, 1963, which is a astonishingly odd thing to say for any adult alive in America on that day. It is
weird. That's like the one thing. It's like 9/11. Like everyone knows exactly where they were when they heard that happened.
It's the thing that's always fucked with me about this is why couldn't he come up with a lie?
Yeah.
Like, out of all people to not lie about it, why not him?
Yeah, and he was there. He had a cover. He was there to meet a bunch of Texas oil men. Well, nothing suspicious about
that. Nothing.
I think H.W. Bush has said in other places that he was, quote, somewhere in Texas on that day, but he of course
I don't know. It might have been grassy. It might have been rocky. It was a knoll of some kind. Is all I'll stipulate.
But we should begin here with one of the first keys that unlocked this whole saga is that I forget when, but it was sometime in the 1980s. The entertainment journalist Joseph McBride, who worked for the Daily Variety at the time, came across a memo in the archives of the University of San Bernardino while researching a book about the life of Frank Capra. And he got off on a tangent in the microfiche section about the JFK assassination. McBride had been a volunteer for the Kennedy campaign, and of course, like most Americans, has always remained interested in the unanswered questions about Dallas. He found this memo from J. Edgar Hoover, which was dated November 29th, 1963, that was titled Assassination of President John F. Kennedy. It reported that the day after the assassination, the Bureau gave a briefing to two men in Dallas. One, a Captain William Edwards of the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and a Mr. George Bush of the Central Intelligence Agency. It briefed these men on the activity of anti-Castro Cubans. And McBride, while reading this, thought, Mr. George Bush of the Central Intelligence Agency, surely this wasn't the same person as the current vice president of the United States. Now, keep in mind here, Bush had been the director of the CIA for about a year and came to, during the late 70s, he was appointed director of the CIA. And he came in during a time of intense pressure on the agency related to the previous decade's worth of fuck-ups and embarrassment. There was, of course, the Kennedy assassination and the Warren Commission. And then there are all the revelations of how the CIA had used private foundations to channel funds to organizations inside the United States, such as the National Student Organization. Then, of course, there was Watergate, and then the whole fucking just the number of CIA operatives such as E. Howard Hunt that were all associated with it. And this whole, like the Church Commission. And H.W. Bush was chosen at the time seemingly because he had no connections to the CIA or any of its bad shit over the last decade or so, and was considered something of a lightweight. He was named by Gerald Ford, and I'm quoting from Russ Baker here, he seemed wholly unqualified for the position, especially at a time when the agency was under maximum scrutiny. He had been UN ambassador, Republican National Committee chairman, and U.S. envoy to Beijing, where both Nixon and Henry Kissinger had regarded him as a lightweight and worked around him. What experience did he have in the world of intelligence and spying? Or how would he restore public confidence in a tarnished spy agency? No one seemed to know. Or did Gerald Ford realize something that most others didn't? And that is, as this memo would seem to imply, George H.W. Bush has had a much longer association with the CIA than one that began with him being appointed director of the agency in 1976.
Yeah, the CIA also, the cover for this memo is very interesting, that they get into in Family of Secrets. The initial response to it was that there was another George Bush who worked for the CIA.
Yeah, right. The guy who worked in fucking mailroom or something.
Yeah, he was basically, whatever Lloyd does for Ari and Entourage, that was his job at the CIA. He just got mail and probably just got yelled at by Mormons and alcoholics.
or alcoholic Mormons. Those are the best CIA agents, the Mormons who drink.
The best.
It's the craziest CIA agents are the Mormons who drink and the Irish who don't.
Awesome.
But so the failed George Bush, this guy who didn't really have a clearance, was a clerk, like a glorified intern, who only worked nights, which is the 50s and 60s were awesome. You could get a night job at the CIA if you were white. If you were a white Protestant, people would be go ahead, work the night shift on the CIA and make, a $2 an hour, which is enough to buy a 9-bedroom house in Silver Springs. But I digress. He had no clearance. Why would they send George Bush, the night desk worker, a memo about threats on President Kennedy's life?
An interagency memo, which you have to have very high clearance to be debriefed on. And it was a memo that was specifically related to the activities of anti-Castro Cubans. And this idea that they might use the confusion or implications of a Kennedy assassination to launch like a second wave of attacks against Cuba. And they wanted to keep these guys in pocket. So yeah, like the memo was all related to the connections to anti-Castro Cubans, which is of course a huge part of the Kennedy assassination. Now, McBride followed up about this memo and contacted the White House. He never talked to George H.W. Bush directly, but did talk to Stephen Hart, who was a member of the administration and I think part of the national security team, who responded to him by quoting Bush directly, who says, quote, "I was in Houston, Texas at the time and involved in an independent oil drilling business, and I was running for Senate in late 1963. I don't have any idea of what he was talking about. Must be another George Bush," is how it concluded. Now, and then McBride went on to publish a piece about this memo in The Nation. And after that piece came out, and no one made much of a deal of it, it was, barely noticed. But following up on that, the CIA told him, and that in response to this article, that it was indeed another George Bush, the one that Felix referred to, a man named George William Bush, who that they was, on their payroll at the time, but now apparently the CIA, one of the most powerful government agencies in the world with billions of dollars at their disposal, could not find George William Bush. However, Joseph McBride did track him down. And in 1988, he was working as a claims representative for the Social Security Administration. And as Felix laid out earlier, he explained that he had been worked only briefly at the CIA as a probationary civil servant and only in Langley, Virginia. He was in the CIA headquarters in November 1963 and never in his career received any briefings and certainly not any interagency briefings during his career. Now, if we jump ahead in time now to 2006, there is another declassified document that comes to light. This one dates to 1975, right before George H.W. Bush became CIA director, that flatly states that the man soon to be in charge of the agency had a relationship with the agency that dates back all the way into 1953. It says here, quote, "He became aware of this project through Mr. Thomas J. Devine, a former CIA staff employee and later oil wildcatting associate of Mr. Bush. Their joint activities culminated in the establishment of Zapata Oil in 1953, which they eventually sold. After the sale of Zapata Oil, Mr. Bush went into politics, and Mr. Devine became a member of the investment firm Train, Cabot, and Associates, New York. They attached a memorandum describes the close relationship between Messrs. Devine and Bush in 1967 to 1968, which, according to Mr. Allen, continued while Mr. Bush was our ambassador to the United Nations." Now, keep in mind here, so this figure Thomas Devine, who was the guy who founded Zapata Petroleum, Zapata Oil, and Zapata Offshore with Mr. Bush, with George H.W. Bush when he broke into the oil industry in Texas, was a CIA agent. However, Thomas Devine resigned from the agency at the age of 27, which is highly unusual considering all the training he would have had to, all the training, time, and money that would have been invested in someone like Thomas Devine being part of the agency. However, it's not so strange when you consider the CIA has a long history of people, quote unquote, resigning to go on to work in the private sector. And of course, Zapata Petroleum was established in 1953. So here we get into Zapata Oil and the entire oil business, which is, of course, from its inception in America, always been joined at the hip with like the sort of national security state, the deep state, even before those were a thing. Long before the OSS existed or the CIA existed, basically oil companies and the attorneys at the law firms that represented them basically were well versed in sort of proto-espionage. And indeed, many of the early recruits to the OSS, which would then become the CIA, were from the oil industry precisely because they had experience with international spying on competitors and industrial espionage. H.W. and Devine found Zapata Oil in 1953, and it basically becomes the perfect cover for both international travel and the recruitment of assets and operatives for the CIA. But however, H.W.'s history with intelligence goes back to even before his World War I experience. And, that is when he joined the Navy at 18 in 1942. And he, in Norfolk, Virginia, received training as both a torpedo pilot, but also as an aerial photographer as part of something called Operation Snapshot, which was a highly secret, it was directed at the Japanese, but it was like using spy planes and what would become the same technology of like the U-2 spy planes. This was a very, very early version of using intelligence gathering through aerial photography. Operation Snapshot was so secret that you could be court-martialed for even saying the name Operation Snapshot while it was in operation. According to a book by Robert Stinnett, who was also a Navy pilot during World War II, Admiral Mark Mitscher hit the bulkhead, quote, when he saw that the Bush's team had filed a report in which they actually referred by name to this top secret project. The three people above Bush and his command were made to take razor blades to the pages of the report and remove the forbidden language. Now, according to Baker, this is the first time Bush had been stung by the disclosure of information. And he learned the lesson very well throughout the rest of his life in terms of excising information about people, places, and things that you did that were agency or sort of covert related, that you just don't talk about them, or you use PR and obfuscation to manage those facts in your biography and resume. But from there, after World War II, of course, H.W. goes to Yale, which was by then a farm team for the CIA. I mean, that's the equivalent.
We've basically replaced covert rule in our empire with just overt military rule now. Like the CIA is just another arm of JSOC. So the modern day equivalent would be like a BUDS training or like the SEAL program.
Yeah, SEAL teams. It's nothing really shows American cultural degeneration more than replacing, as Will said, the Mormon alcoholics and the Irish teetotalers. Interesting characters. Your hard-drinking Eagletons. Edwin P. Wilson always in his bag. All our guys.
Oh God, Frank Wisner just skitzing out at every dinner party.
They were.
They had a good time.
They had some dudes.
They had some dudes.
Sidney Gottlieb just pranking Frank Olson with the old acid in the drink.
Yeah. There's a quote here.
They've been replaced by SEALs. I think it was something crazy like 3 or 4 of Trump's initial cabinet appointees were former Navy SEALs.
Yeah, that zinky asshole who was just stealing the fucking. He was just taking the toilet paper out of the bathrooms at the Department of the Interior
and created his own challenge coins for the Department of the Interior.
Yeah. Navy SEALs, they love stealing, but they're sort of the perfect. Their role at the forefront of the American empire now, as the public face of it, it reminds me of what Patrick Wyman said about how the late stage of Empire always signals the death of the country because the frontier comes home.
Yes.
The Navy SEAL is the ideal frontiersman because he has no affections, is a completely heartless killer.
Hard, desolate, and a killer, like D.H. Lawrence said. Yeah.
Yeah. But almost, actually not even just like heartless. They have like a lust for killing.
I love it.
That is like unmatched by even some of their predecessors. And their main thing is their aesthetic, their frontier aesthetic, the long beards, the fucking cool knives,
The Kifa.
The tactical clothing that we resell to suburban fatzos. And it is, I mean, it was awful when the CIA ran things. It was awful when, we ran things through just a battery of NATO bureaucracy. It was awful when it was, the free trade troika under Clinton. But this really fucking sucks. This really sucks dick. I hate this.
Yeah.
I hate the Navy SEALs.
Some asshole. It's like, look, James Angleton would like sit in the dark drinking and staring at a wall. And you guys are like doing fucking TikToks where you're lip syncing while shooting watermelons with BLM written on them.
Yeah.
So you can sell fucking coffee to rubes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Edwin, yeah. At least they had bigger imaginations back then. Wilson made what, like 400 million selling shit to Libya?
Yeah.
It's like these fucking hicks are just doing doing Anavar ass injection parties and then doing somersaults to commemorate people who died in an experimental helicopter crash.
Felix. I was in my reading for this. I didn't write it down. I forget who said it, but there was a quote from one of these early CIA guys from like a memoir or a statement that someone reported about him about those years, and he just said, "Man, the fun we had." And I think that sums it up. These were like, sort of like preppy college boys who were, they were given the world to run, and like they did it through, just imbibing quarts of scotch, wife swapping, and wearing smart ties and tweed jackets and shit.
Riding Kim Philby around your solarium like a dog.
You know what?
And then today it's the Black Rifle Coffee guys.
Yeah.
Just yelling at you on a TikTok video, as Matt said, about like what a pussy you are for drinking Starbucks.
Yeah. It used to be all these alcoholics sitting around completely naked in a really hot office, totally wet, and reciting poetry in Greek, even though they were wasted beyond repair. And now it's like these guys, making TikToks to Aaron Lewis songs and crying. Like, it
makes
sucks,
me sick
man.
how far we done fell.
Yeah.
But just to return to Yale and like the era of George H.W. Bush's graduating class, I don't know if it was his graduating class or the one before it, but like just to give you like an idea of what a farm team it was for the CIA, 35 men from one of the graduating classes would go on to work for the agency. 35 guys went to the same fucking place, and that's just of we know of. And here comes H.W., his father Prescott. He's got Yale fucking pedigree going back 2 generations. He already has experience in Navy intelligence under his belt because of World War II. And of course he joins Skull and Bones at Yale.
Oh,
just like
where
his father.
Where he jacks off in a coffin next to Geronimo's skull.
Just
a real
like
thing
his
that
father.
he really did. Not a joke.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He was also, as a bonesman, he was nicknamed Mammon. And Mammon was a nickname that every class had, and it was for the horniest guy in the class. So one thing we know about Poppy is that he was laying pipe of some kind or another.
Well, if I can get into phrenology a little bit, Poppy does have the skull and build of a guy with a dick that's too wide for his body.
But
I have a good friend who had about Poppy's build, and he was just like, we lived in an attic together when we lived in St. Paul, Minnesota. We were both very broke, and he would just walk around naked, and it was just like 9 inches flat. It was the most insane thing I've ever seen, and that's what I think Poppy was like. Probably
he was hanging dong.
Well, here's the thing about Skull and Bones, right? It's that it is the oldest secret society of the American Ivies, But what does it really do, right? I mean, on the surface, it is like Bohemian Grove, this kind of like fruity theater kid thing. Where it's like these preppies have their little dinner clubs and they dress in costumes and they sing songs and they have these like weird rituals, like you said, where you jack off in a coffin with Geronimo's fucking skull, and that you do like you have to confess all of your deepest secrets in like a group of men who are like nude from the waist up or from the waist down. I forget how the ritual goes, but it's all this kind of like like I said, like Bohemian Grove. It's a lot of this theater kid shit. Yeah. That is just like it has like a tinge of the
for these rich fancy Fauntleroy.
It has a tinge of the sinister, but when you really get down to it, I mean it's pretty stupid. But here's the thing: what is it really all about? Like these secret societies and their secret rituals and their secret code words and their secret fucking handshakes and all that bullshit. What is it really all about? It's about proving that you can keep secrets.
Mm-hmm.
That's
exactly
how. That's what it. That is its function, and that is why Skull and Bones and Yale and Princeton and places like that minted this entire generation of like business, intelligence, news, and military leaders who. I mean, again, it's not a conspiracy. All of these people were friends. All of these people went to the same schools. All their dads were friends. All these people were literally in the same secret societies with each other.
Going back to criticisms of Family of Secrets, I mean, yes, I do think there is probably some journalistic malpractice in the book. But in the end, if you intend to make a full accounting of this family, and specifically of H.W., you have to work on innuendos and circumstantial evidence because so much of this is undocumented. You only see the result because so much of this is a result of these people first meeting each other when they were 18 and fucking jerking off in a coffin. All of this is said without record, without anyone writing it down, without anyone seeing it, and then it just happens.
Yeah,
that is what you have to work with.
Yeah, and Felix, like, I mean, to this point, it's like you're also left with only innuendo because these people are very, very adept at making sure that is all that you have to go off of based on their fucking resume and life story. I mean, like as per the example about Operation Snapshot and him getting reamed out for just even saying the word in an official memo. I mean, this is why. George H.W. Bush in his memoirs has nothing about Dallas 1963. It has nothing about where he was or what he was doing or even any recollection of the assassination itself or mention of it. In fact, the only sources we have to go off that are Barbara Bush's book, where she like lets slide, some cover for what they were up to or what they were doing in Dallas and Houston at the time.
Yeah, it's all things that if you talk about them, it's just designed to make you sound like a crank. But it's like he can't say what he was doing because whether these are all possibilities that he did nothing, that he had a tad of involvement, that he hid the real killer's gun, that he personally did it, which I think is the most ridiculous.
That's the least credible one.
Yeah, right. But no matter which one it is, if he says anything, you can start pulling at the yarn and unravel some of it. And the point is to never unravel any of it. To even the thing that looks off, that is off. Things like, the boats in the Bay of Pigs assassinations being codenamed Houston and Barbara. Things like that to make you sound like an asshole when you just point to the fringes of it. That we all know are there. We all know it's there. We all know there's something there, but there's not enough written down for you to definitively say, yeah, he fucking killed JFK.
Yeah.
It's funny to say. I like saying it, but, yeah.
Well,
yeah, because these people all communicate by, like, WASP telepathy, just a collection of hand gestures and winks and translucent vein in the temple throbbing.
Yeah. H.W. is so interesting to me, and his life is so interesting to me, especially in the wake of Donald Trump. I think this is the perfect time to record this and look into this, because we're going to talk about this in part 2, H.W. the politician. But did you guys ever watch that 60 Minutes interview with H.W. in 1980 I posted?
No,
Yeah.
no, I haven't.
It's very interesting because the questions they ask him are, "Hey, are you too nice to be the president?"
Yep. Are you a wimp? What's
Yeah.
with the wimp factor?
And the whole wimp thing it ended up being kind of his undoing. But
That was,
it was
that was
by
on the
his
cover of
own
Newsweek,
design,
right?
Yeah,
Wimp
it was.
president?
It was by his own design. It's like, okay, my choices are people see me as the heartless killer who snuffed out American Camelot and a lifelong spook and God knows what else. Or I'm like a bit of a fuddy-duddy.
Yeah. Oh,
What
yeah.
do I want?
Oh,
What do I
don't like
want?
Brussels sprouts.
Yeah. And I think it's so interesting in the wake of Trump, who is a fucking pussy, but goes the opposite direction. Like, everyone goes the opposite direction of HW now, where they are these evil fucking people, but also wusses, also never would have been able to, fly naval combat missions in the Pacifics in the 40s or pull the trigger on an American president. They make a big showing with, Black Rifle Coffee Company or open carrying in Starbucks, when really they're as pig-bellied and resentful and bitter and queenish as Trump is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything degenerates over time.
Indeed.
Before I get into Poppy's career after college, Matt, what was the thing about the circumstances surrounding the medal he received for valor during World War II, where like he bailed out of his plane before his crew could?
Yeah, that's the deal. Is that he was a bomber pilot, and the plane got shot down, and there was controversy for years that he basically let the guys go down. That he got out at just like, see you guys later. And
he was their officer, right? Like he was the commanding officer, and he was first out of the door, right?
First out the door, yes.
Hope you guys got an inner tube.
Yeah.
And then famously at the age of 90, he went skydiving as in sort of a reenactment of having to bail out of his plane after it getting blown up. And
If I Did It by O.J. Simpson.
All right, so let's move on to his post collegiate life. Once he graduated Yale, Poppy, aka HW, was immediately hired by a company called Dresser Industries, the SR Dresser Manufacturing Company. It was the SR Dresser Manufacturing Company was a small but largely unexceptional firm, but that found eager buyers in Prescott Bush's Yale friends, Roland and W. Averill Harriman, the sons of the railroad tycoon E.H. Harriman, a.k.a. the April family, and that they had recently set up a merchant bank to assist wealthy families in such endeavors. Dresser basically made its money because it held the patents on two very valuable pieces of oil extraction technology. And their whole business model was not based on the idea that they would own or extract the oil themselves, but they would have the copyright on the technology that you would need to extract the oil, and that they would have a monopoly on that.
You don't get rich in the gold rush by getting gold. You get it by selling shovels. But I have a little section to read on Dresser. It involves a little Uncle Magic.
Hell yes.
Uncle Neil, baby. Hiring decisions by the bonesmen at the Harriman firm were presented as jolly and distinctly informal, with club and family being prime qualifications. The one Harriman partner, Knight Woolley, a Yale and Bones confrere
Knight Woolley.
Night William,
of Prescott Bush's, tells it Mallon simply wandered into their offices at the precise moment they were deciding who would run the newly acquired Dresser. Mallon was flush from a recent 6-month mountaineering holiday, which helped
God damn.
when he stopped in for a visit. Roland Harriman turned and pointed at Mallon, then uttered the words, "Dresser! Dresser!" Upon which Mallon was escorted into the office of Prescott's father-in-law, George Herbert Walker, then president of Harriman and Company, for a pro forma job interview. Walker promptly installed Mallon as president.
Yeah, Neil Mallon, who was known to HW as Uncle Neil, hired him in 1948, and after Prescott installed Neil Mallon at the helm of Dresser Industries. And as Felix said, Mallon's primary credential was that he was, quote, one of them. He was a Yaley
Uncle Magic
and a Scully.
No, yeah, that is. I want everyone to, like, we've got some people in the professional class who listen. You know, there's so much you probably have to go through for your job, right? Like, you probably have to go through 10 rounds of interviews, 2 stages of group interviews. You had to, like, I don't know, go hitchhiking with your supervisor to prove that you can solve problems. I don't know what you have to do. I haven't worked an actual job in like 10 years. But imagine if you could just go on vacation for 6 months just because, and then you wander in to visit your dumbass friends and they're like, hey, do you want to make like $1 million a year? And you're like, yeah, I guess. Cool life.
Now,
Yeah, it really did rule.
Now, here's the deal, though. I mean, like, this is all around, like, the American oil industry, which is, of course, a very strategic business for, quote, national security. You need oil to have a Navy, Army, and Air Force, and American oil had driven the American war machine during World War II, and, like, basically is one of the reasons, America was able to win in World War II is its productive capacity and like its endless supply of oil. However, by the end of World War II, America had basically, like, we still had plenty of petroleum, but we had exhausted like most of the oil fields in America. We had involved, like, I mean, not tapping it out completely, but like it involved a huge expenditure of America's own oil resources. And so much so that Roosevelt's Secretary of the Interior and later his petroleum administrator for the war warned in 1943 that, quote, if there should be a World War III, it would have to be fought with someone else's petroleum because the United States wouldn't have it. Who does have the petroleum? Saudi Arabia. And this, of course, goes into the whole deal that FDR made with the Saudis. The Bitter Lake Adam Curtis documentary goes into all of this after World War II, which was, that set in place like the dominant American foreign policy towards the Middle East for basically from then up until now, which is that we provide cover to let the Saudis do basically whatever they want in exchange for that we are the primary buyers for the Saudi crude reserves, like Saudi crude, like that we would have untrammeled access to Saudi crude in perpetuity, and it would be on it would be a deal on our terms, but like basically we would always provide cover for like the Saudi royal family, and they could do whatever they want, i.e., proselytize fundamentalist Islam to the rest of the fucking Muslim world.
Yeah, the different forms this deal has taken on is very interesting, and I hope one day someone writes a book just about the military hardware purchases. I mean, John Dolan, the war nerd, has written very extensively about how Saudis, we get a little bit of a rebate for our weapon sales because the Saudis will buy highly expensive state-of-the-art American military technology with the fundamental understanding that the Saudi military alone could not hold it in an uprising. That would have to be the Americans. It's an insurance policy. It's an expensive insurance policy. Hey, you don't want this falling into the hands of Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula or ISIS, do you? Okay, well, you're always going to be at the ready. One of the more formative events for the modern relationship between the West and the Saudis' understanding of their own kingdom was in the 70s when an uprising took the Grand Mosque in Mecca, and Saudi troops were completely unable to retake it just from a ragtag group of assholes who thought their cousin was the Mahdi.
They had to use French mercenaries, right?
They had to use former French GIGN commandos. There is an urban legend that because non-Muslims cannot enter the Grand Mosque, that they forced the French to convert to Islam before going, and then they went back being Catholics after. But that's never been confirmed. I like to believe it. It's funny, but I don't know that happened. But there was also sort of a deal where Saudis were buying unusually high volumes of T-bills during times of extensive American deficit spending. So there are, again, this is one of those things that isn't, no one's going to outright say it. Like no one who works at DOD or state is going to go, hey, they're buying they're buying a bunch of fucking missiles that they have no intention of using and cannot defend. Just so it's an insurance policy, but hey, we're making out ahead. Or hey, they're buying our T-bills because we buy their oil. It's a rebate deal that we have.
Yeah.
But it's something. You notice something's going on.
And I mean, like just to bring it into the present moment, for example, I mean, like if you've ever wondered why America would back to the hilt Saudi Arabia's genocidal war against Yemen over the Obama, Trump, and now potentially Biden administrations. I mean, I think it all goes back to essentially this deal that was made after World War II, where like in order for America to be a global military hegemon and to stand as a bulwark against communism and prosecute the Cold War, our empire needed unfettered access to Saudi oil. And that continues to this day. And that's why they can do things like carry out the worst ongoing war crime in the world with the full cooperation of the U.S. military and government. So back to Dresser here. Dresser Industries was also known for providing covers for CIA agents and assets. And H.W. goes to work for Dresser in 1948, but things get interesting when the Cold War really heats up in 1950, when North Korea invades the South. Now, this is important because it caught the U.S. intelligence community completely off guard, and heads had to roll because it was a huge embarrassment for them. So who steps in? Well, a man named Allen Dulles. We've already heard about his brother, John Foster, and his relationship to this story. But Allen Dulles becomes the deputy director of clandestine activities. And wouldn't you know it, he just happens to have had a decades-long relationship with the Bush family prior to that. Even as far back as World War I, when Dulles' uncle was serving as Secretary of State, Prescott's father, Samuel Bush, oversaw small arms manufacturing for the War Industries Board, and a young Allen Dulles played a crucial role in the fledgling intelligence services operations in Europe. Later, the families interacted regularly as the Bush clan plied their trade in investment banking and the Dulleses in the law. So, basically, the Bushes were the bankers and the Dulleses were the lawyers. And those two were their relationship united those two sectors of American power, and they were the ones who knew how to get things done. They were the ones they controlled the money, and they had the keys to all the doors through banking and the law. So Dulles, at the same time as Dulles is taking over all clandestine operations for the U.S. intelligence state and national security state, Dresser Industries relocates to Dallas, which was rapidly becoming the center of both the defense industry, but also new oil capital. This was the West Texas oil boom. It was minting these new titans of industry. And of course, Neil Mallon was at the center of all of it, bringing together sort of these politically conservative, the elites of Dallas society, together with what was then a nonprofit group called the Council on World Affairs. And Mallon had been active in the Cleveland branch of that. It had been started in 1918. Basically, it was a localized equivalent of the Rockefeller-backed Council on Foreign Relations, the presidency of which Allen Dulles had just resigned to take his post at the CIA. So in September 1951, there was an organizing meeting at Mallon's home, which featured a group of people in that meeting, which included Fred Florence, who was the founder of the Republic National Bank, whose Dallas office tower was a covert repository for CIA-connected ventures. There was a guy named T.E. Braniff, who was a pioneer of the airline industry and a member of the Knights of Malta. Then there was Fred Wooten, who was an official at the First National Bank of Dallas, which would then later go on to employ H.W. Bush in the years between his tenure as CIA director and vice president. And then a guy named Colonel Robert G. Story, who was later named as a liaison between Texas law enforcement and the Warren Commission investigating the assassination of President Kennedy. This group backs Eisenhower for president, and George H.W. Bush is made Midland County chairman on the Eisen-Nixon-Howard campaigns in both 1952 and 1956. So young George H.W. Bush finds himself sitting at the nexus of basically the Eastern establishment, the incoming administration, and this huge new wealth created in West Texas oil. Ike becomes president, and the Dulles brothers cement their control over all of U.S. foreign policy. John Foster Dulles becomes Ike's Secretary of State, and Allen Dulles becomes head of the CIA. And guess what? Ike's Treasury Secretary, Robert B. Anderson, was a longtime member of the Dresser Industries Board of Directors. Now, here's the thing. Eisenhower was a general. He was the top general of American forces in the European theater for World War II. I mean, Operation Overlord, D-Day, that was all Eisenhower. And the thing is about generals is that they like delegating authority. He did not want to be involved in the day-to-day grind of politics. So he was happy to sort of farm out a lot of the sort of functions of state to guys like the Dulles brothers. And it sort of like the daily tasks of being president were kind of boring to him. And like it was not seen as like his role as an executive to oversee every aspect of them. So what did they do with this authority being delegated to them? Guatemala and Iran. And of course, it's Mellon's Council of World Affairs that was involved in a lot of this. Basically, at the beginning of his administration, they sent 15 members on a 3-month world tour for meetings with what the group characterized as, quote, responsible political and business leaders. After the group returned, Dulles came to visit with the Dallas Council chapter, and at the same time, the CIA was in the process of creating plausible deniability for what would eventually become its efforts to topple unfriendly regimes like Arbenz in Guatemala and Mossadegh in Iran. Here's the problem, though. The CIA's charter explicitly prohibits any kind of domestic covert operations. So the way around that is you have to create an entire environment, like an entire ecosystem of middlemen to support rebels in countries that are targeted for regime change. And during the early days of Dresser in Dallas, and then eventually Zapata Petroleum, Dulles was beginning to experiment with running these off-the-books operations. And companies like Dresser and then Zapata Petroleum were like the perfect covers to not just run off-the-books operations, but to fund them as well. Zapata Petroleum is founded in 1953 with investment money from his uncle Herbie Bush, also Yale Skull and Bones, class of 1927. And just a quick note here about Uncle Herbie. He was instrumental in bringing others, including Eugene Meyer, a Yale graduate and owner of the Washington Post. Meyer was one of a number of media titans who were friends with Prescott and fellow Skull and Bones member Henry Luce, founder of Time magazine, and William Paley, who was head of CBS at the time. So like I said here, like this is bringing together like all these people went to the same schools and were part of the same secret society in it, and then would go on to be the heads of basically banking, like the legal profession, the media, and the intelligence community. And
Staten Island, Brooklyn, Manhattan, the Bronx.
So, Felix, you want to talk about Zapata Offshore and how that worked?
Zapata Offshore, also pending on audience interesting, hats coming soon. I've been informed I cannot be sued by the Bush crime family or Zapata's successor corporations for my Zapata oil hats that I have made for my friends and family. So we'll see, but no, I think I may sell those soon. But Zapata Offshoring, it was an interesting group of guys. It was founded in conjunction, George H.W. and Thomas Devine, who we had mentioned earlier as the 27-year-old CIA wonderkind who had retired.
Yeah, he got all the intelligence. He just did it very quickly.
Yeah, some guys are just like, they just breeze through it, right?
Yeah.
Zapata offshoring was formed as a subsidiary of Zapata Oil. George H.W. was the president of Zapata Offshoring.
Well, I mean, okay, so like offshore drilling was a relatively it was a newer technology, and Zapata Offshore had a drilling rig called Scorpion that was they were able to move from the Gulf of Mexico to Cay Sal Bank, which was a very remote island in the Bahamas that was crucially 54 miles north of Cuba. And the Cay Sal Island had also recently been leased to Howard Hughes, who had his own longstanding CIA ties, as well as what was known as his own private CIA. And these offshore platforms, basically, here's how they worked. George Bush would be given a list of the names of Cuban oil workers who wanted jobs. And wouldn't you know it, all of those Cubans who got placed in jobs working for Zapata offshore were connected to Operation Mongoose, which is the CIA program to overthrow Castro. Basically, the oil platforms were the perfect training. They were like, they gave them jobs, covers, but also basically were like training camps for these Cubans to do raids on the Cuban homeland during, like, you know, right after Castro had come to power.
They called it
Operation Mongoose.
The other thing that Zapata did, and it was in the perfect business for this, like if you run an offshoring business, you could obscure a lot of like transportation of goods, transportation of arms, transportation of people. It can look like anything.
Logistics.
Offshoring business. Yeah. They were a purchasing agent for the CIA, oftentimes. That it makes me think of, the boats in Bay of Pigs being named Barbara in Houston. Yeah. Again, like fucking weird coincidence, right?
The thing is, like, the connection to Operation Mongoose here takes us back to that original J. Edgar Hoover memo that mentions a Mr. George Bush of the Central Intelligence Agency. What was that memo about? It was briefing them, the DIA and the CIA, on the FBI's concerns about these anti-Castro Cubans and like the chance that they may, I don't know, go off books again and do something crazy, like, I don't know, kill the president of the United States. And like, that's the thing. It was like, this is all connected to these off the books operations in the Caribbean and Cuba in particular. Now, of course, Fidel takes power in the Cuban Revolution in 1959. And what does he do? He declares himself a communist not long after that. But even before that, he begins expropriating the property of several large American firms, specifically agricultural and mineral. And like, this gets into the idea of like the sort of psychology of a lot of these guys too. Because like when we talk about national security, what does that really mean? And for these guys, it means, particularly anything in the Western Hemisphere, is ours. If you have a country that has resources or anything that we want or need, it's ours. It is America's. We control it, not you. And anything like what Castro did, they take it, like these guys, they take it as a personal insult to them. It's like there's an emotional, psychological connection here to revolutions like Castro or governments like Arbenz or Mossadegh in Iran that attempt to use the natural resources of their own countries for their own benefit, that nationalize them or run them in the way that America would if we had those companies, for the benefit of their own people and their own government. That's why they have to go. And like these guys in the early CIA, the people who like these skull and bonesy guys who fucking did all of these assassinations and coups, there is an emotional fucking part to this where they really regard it as kind of like an insult to them personally, like an attack not just on America, but on like their very conception of them, like of themselves, their own sort of self-identity, the idea that these countries could take what is rightfully ours from us just because it happens to be within their borders.
It all goes back to jerking off in Geronimo's skull. It's the same act. It's the same thought behind it. It is the wasp as the rightful inheritor of the earth.
Yep.
And all its corners.
The earth tells me there is no sin.
And so just like as Felix, what you're saying earlier about them being basically a paymaster for the CIA. This is quoting here from John Sherwood, who was chief of the CIA's anti-Castro operations in the early 60s, has said, quote, Bush's company was used as a conduit for these funds under the guise of oil business contracts. The major breakthrough was when we were able to, through Bush, to place people in Pemex, the big Mexican national oil corporations. And of course, Zapata's operations were just a pure continuation of the model created by Dresser Industries. It was like a one-to-one thing. They were basically, I mean, that's the thing. They're basically the same company. They're doing the same thing. It's just a different name. And in Zapata, George Bush was running it rather than working for it. Just quoting here, it says here, like they were innovative in borrowing from the in-house history of Dresser, which he was basically one of the first companies to do this bold move of this innovative tax strategy that involved creating a separate company in the country, the Principality of Liechtenstein. The benefit here was that no American taxes had to be paid on international earnings until the money was returned to the United States, if it was returned to the United States at all. And basically, like, the funds became such that they were not repatriated, or they were out of sight of federal authorities, and basically there was no effective way of knowing where that money went or for what purposes. And Zapata, as like an umbrella corporation, which just consisted of a number of foreign corporations that were incorporated in each country where these drilling rigs operated. And it was basically created by the tax department at Arthur Andersen and the tax lawyers at Baker and Botts. Arthur Andersen, another longtime player in American evil. I mean, even going up to Enron in the fucking late 90s. I mean, like, these are the accounting firms that create ways for American firms to not just hide profits from taxation, but to create these vast flows of capital that are essentially exist in a black box and are unknown to anyone but the people involved. And lo and behold, who's involved? Yeah, people are getting rich off of it, but it's really just, it's all the United States government and intelligence communities. Like that's what these corporations are at a certain level. They're allowed to make money, and like I said, a lot of people get rich off of them, but they are still basically fronts, especially in the oil business, for the CIA and what they want to do, which is fund illegal wars, assassinations, and fucking, coups wherever they want, because those countries have resources that we need and that we want. So, I mean, it's here where it sort of brings us up to 1963, and H.W. saying, quote, he was somewhere in Texas on that fateful day, unlike virtually every other adult who lived through it, who could probably tell you what fucking pants and shirt they were wearing when they fucking found it. At the time, he, of course, was campaigning for Senate, and this was like, at this time, Prescott Bush was a senator up until 1962. And then in sort of a surprising move, a lot of people thought that he would, hold that seat forever, but he announced that he would not seek re-election and was sort of getting out of politics at exactly the same time that his son, H.W. Bush, was making a hard shift from the oil industry to politics in America. And he was running for Senate in Texas at the time of the Kennedy assassination. Now, keep in mind, the Bay of Pigs fiasco, which is very much associated with John F. Kennedy and is one of the main reasons, or at least speculated as being one of the main reasons for the Kennedy assassination, is essentially blowback from the Bay of Pigs. The Bay of Pigs was an operation that was started under Eisenhower, and it was the brainchild of Allen Dulles. And it was basically given to Kennedy as he took office. And he initially, signed off on it because, like, the ball was already moving. When it failed, that really soured his relationship with the CIA and Allen Dulles in particular. He felt that he had been lied to by the CIA, who, like, up until the Bay of Pigs, was regarded as basically infallible and undefeated in American and sort of global history. And one of the big lies that Kennedy said that he was bought into, or that he had been sold by Allen Dulles, was that America would not have to intervene very heavily at all. We would just have to, like, provide a staging ground for these exiles, because as soon as they got there, of course, the Cuban people would rise up and join them and overthrow Castro and his government.
The natives rising up is a recurring theme in the career of George H.W. and George W. Bush. The uprising that never comes. We'll deal with this later, towards the twilight of the second episode. But, of course, George H.W. Bush instructed the Shia of Iraq to rise up against Saddam Hussein, saying that Americans would provide air cover. And then was just like, sorry, I had something to do that day.
Oh, dip.
And they got slaughtered by the thousands.
And after the Bay of Pigs, Allen Dulles had to launch this basically a full court press in the media to shore up the agency's credentials and reputation. I mean, at the time, Kennedy was furious and was quoted by advisors of saying that he wanted to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it into the winds within weeks of the Bay of Pigs disaster, and which left many people speculating about Allen Dulles' future. He eventually was fired by Kennedy. And one of the main reasons that is cited for this firing is that in this media full court press, he went on Meet the Press shortly after the Bay of Pigs invasion and basically blamed it on Kennedy for not backing up the exiles with like air support and military cover. He says that we weren't waiting for the people to rise up. On TV, he said we were waiting for, quote, something else that didn't materialize. So Kennedy felt deeply betrayed by these guys, and, you know, probably rightly so, is that, like, you know, they were leaving him holding the bag for an operation that they had started long before Kennedy was even in office, and then handed to him as a sure thing day one that he got into office. And now it became, like, you know, a signature disaster of his first term in office was this failed fucking invasion of Cuba, which, like, you know, was a hugely humiliating for America, because, you know, Cuba was a communist country less than 50 miles off America's border. And from here, like, you know, you go back to our JFK episode. I mean, like, it spins out from here. Our good friends Brendan and Noah will be diving even deeper into this in season 2 of Blowback, which is coming next year, which is going to be all about Cuba and the Kennedy assassination. Like, that is the blowback. If these guys and, you know, what happened after that, and like the CIA's attempt to reassert itself, and, you know, Kennedy's perhaps involvement in trying to clip their wings maybe is possibly a reason that his head was blown off in Dallas. I'll just say here, Prescott Bush has been quoted as saying of the Kennedys, I have, quote, never forgiven them for the Bay of Pigs fiasco. He's quoted that to many close friends. He wrote a letter to Allen Dulles' widow in 1969, which was discovered among Dulles' papers at Princeton University. That's where Prescott said, I've never forgiven them.
You know, that is really prickish of those guys, because they knew that the invasion would not work without air cover. That was all built into it. But they also didn't want to commit. They were worried that Nick Kennedy wouldn't commit if he knew that. So they went with the old ask for, just like go forward, and then just assume that once it started, he would take the next logical step to, like, you know, recognize that he was committed now and send in the air cover. And instead he said, no, we're not going to do that. And then they fucking hated him forever. It's like they were trying to trick the guy and give him some fucking credit for not falling for it. They were mad at him forever for not falling for the trick that the trap they set for him.
It is like posting Psy in the hospital today so a girl will DM you, and then calling the girl a cunt because she didn't DM you.
Yeah, and of course it's because they think, well, if he just got those bombs in there, we would have won. Which, okay, buddy, sure.
Yeah, not a foregone conclusion at all.
So, I mean, like, that brings us to, November 1963 in Dallas. George H.W. Bush is running for senator. And he's running for senator at, like, you know, at a time when, like, the Republican Party, like, as a whole, and of course, like, you know, like I said, he had been a chair on the Eisenhower-Nixon campaigns before that. But, you know, this was at a time when, like, the Republican Party knew that their political future was dependent on if they could break the South away from the Democrats, and particularly the states of Florida and Texas. And H.W. Bush running for Senate there was a crucial piece of that political effort. You know, JFK had been just elected in one of the, you know, thinnest margins of victory in American history, one that was, you know, election that was probably stolen by the Chicago Syndicate on behalf of his father, Joe Kennedy III. You know, you could see all that in Martin Scorsese's The Irishman. But, like, you know, the Republican Party understood that it was, like, their future depended on regaining the South and, like, sort of severing the South's tie from the Democratic Party, which was, like, historically, you know, the South, Dixie was the Democratic Party stronghold. And, like, that's what the New Deal relied on. And, like, that was, like, a source of their power. So, you know, he was campaigning all over Texas, possibly even in Dallas on the day of it. So the idea that he would be sort of unaware of the fact that Kennedy was in Dallas riding around in that car with a fucking open top in 1963 because he knew that he had to campaign hard in Texas to win re-election. And George H.W. Bush was, you know, forget any of the conspiracy aspects of it, just on the surface was a crucial part of the Republican effort to stop him from winning Texas and to regain the presidency and a control over the South. So again, the idea that he would be so reticent to share any memories about what he was doing there at that time, or seemingly be unaware of why he was there and why Kennedy was there at the time is another very weird thing. Another weird thing that came up was something that came out in 1988. And like this is another memo that surfaced from November 22nd, 1963, where, and like basically this came out because something called the JFK Records Act was being proposed in like late in George H.W. Bush's first term in his presidency because of things like, you know, a renewed American public's interest in the Kennedy assassination because of things like, you know, Oliver Stone's movie and, you know, like the expiration date on a lot of these sort of like classifications running out. And, you know, knowing how many people close to him were, you know, very involved in this, George H.W. Bush had to let this JFK Records Act pass or else risk looking like out of touch with the public while he was trying to win re-election. And because of that act, another memo was coughed up connecting George H.W. Bush and Zapata Oil to the Kennedy assassination. And that is that basically almost immediately after the Kennedy assassination, George H.W. Bush phoned the CIA to state that he wanted it to be kept confidential, but he wanted to basically let them know that he, in the weeks leading up to the Kennedy assassination, he had heard from another young Republican, a guy named James Parrott, that he was basically bragging about wanting to kill Kennedy and claiming that they were going to do it in either Houston or Dallas soon. So he was basically ratting on another guy for possibly being involved with the Kennedy assassination. But here's another person. And like this is like I really have to be brief here because, you know, we're running out of time and there is so much fucking more to discuss about this guy. But there is a guy named George de Mohrenschildt, who is a huge figure in the Kennedy assassination and has a very interesting connection to the George H.W. Bush and the Bush family. George de Mohrenschildt is a Russian emigre and, wouldn't you know it, a petroleum geologist. And in 1976, when George H.W. Bush was director of the CIA, the agency received a letter from George. I'm going to call him George de Moron shit from now on because, you know, I'm not going to
fucking roasted.
Yeah.
George doo-doo de shit.
He wrote a letter directly to George H.W. Bush, director of the CIA, pleading for his help. The letter says, maybe you will be able to bring a solution into the hopeless situation I find myself in. My wife and I find ourselves surrounded by some vigilantes, our phone bugged, and we are being followed everywhere. Either FBI is involved in this or they do not want to accept my complaints. We are driven to insanity by this situation. Tried to write stupidly and unsuccessfully about Lee H. Oswald and must have angered a lot of people. Could you do something to remove this net around us? This will be my last request for help and I will not annoy you anymore. His staff
and ends with a sideways frown.
His staff assumed that this guy was a crank and asked if he knew him. And then, wouldn't you know it, George H.W. Bush confirmed that he did. In an official response, said, "I do know this man, de Mohrenschildt. I first met him in the early 40s. He was an uncle to my Andover roommate, later surfaced in Dallas in the 50s, maybe, then surfaced when Oswald shot to prominence. He knew Oswald before the assassination of President Kennedy. I do not recall his role in all of this." Now, his connection to this guy is considerably more than the fact that he was an uncle to his old roommate at Andover. Basically, George de Mohrenschildt and the whole Mohrenschildt family is a family that basically is, like I said, they're Russian emigres who left Russia after the revolution and have been basically at this nexus of sort of a white Russian anti-communist, the oil industry, and the CIA in exactly the same way that the Bush family is. It's just they have threads everywhere. But basically, George himself is a character because him and his wife basically shepherded Oswald and his Russian wife into this community in Dallas that was sort of the white Russian community there. Like it was like a hub of white Russian anti-communists who had like left the Soviet Union and settled in America. And so, lo and behold, a lot of them ended up in Dallas. And this is a very weird thing. He's a character in Don DeLillo's Libra. He's a fairly big character in that book because like in the years from 1962 to 1963, he was probably the most influential person in Lee Harvey Oswald's life. Like I said, like he got him jobs. He was like socially, like intimately involved with him and his wife. Like he looked after their baby, and was like, after Oswald was killed, like they basically protected Oswald's wife from scrutiny, and like gave her like the script to say that, and like she was the one who was like, you know, other than the gun itself, was the smoking gun of saying like, yeah, Oswald did it because of X, Y, and Z. The weird thing about this is that, like, why would Oswald and his wife be shepherded into this like white Russian community after the fact that Oswald had defected to the Soviet Union as a Marxist and was like going around New Orleans handing out like hands off Cuba pamphlets?
It's pretty weird.
It's very odd.
His wife was the daughter of a KGB colonel. That seems like it'd be awkward dinner conversation with all those anti-communist Ruskies.
And of course, de Mohrenschildt and his wife testified to the Warren Commission, which spent more time with them than any other witnesses excepting Oswald's widow, Marina. They basically characterized him as a colorful and eccentric character, but steered away every time Mohrenschildt recounted another name from the staggering list of his influential friends and associates. In the end, the commission basically concluded that it was all coincidences and nothing more. By the way, who was a serving member on the Warren Commission? Allen Dulles, the guy Kennedy had just fired. Again, seems pretty strange. Whether you want to chalk these up to all coincidences or not, you could, but you know, we're not in that business. We're in the business of innuendo.
We are about slandering, and the beauty part is you cannot slander the dead. They can't sue you. It's awesome.
I mean, there's just too much more about just basically like, and like George de Mohrenschildt's whole family, like his father was involved in George H.W. Bush's grandfather, and like they were very influential in like lobbying the government of Woodrow Wilson to get America involved in World War II. They were very influential in reopening.
Get those bonds paid back.
They were very influential in reopening the oil fields in Azerbaijan and Baku back to like sort of like a American. Like even after, like, you know, the Soviets had taken power, like they just
talk about full circle there.
Yeah,
my God,
the Kochs did that too, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, like the Mohrenschildt family is like a perfect sort of international mirror to the Bush family, in that they are these sort of Zelig figures who just happen to be at the nexus of like these major world events and are like very influential in like the oil and intelligence community and the Cold War. Wait, there's just one thing here about George I need to share before we wrap it up. Okay, so yeah, before settling in Dallas, he was mainly known as, quote, an international businessman. But quoting from Baker here, the timing of his overseas ventures was remarkable. Invariably, when he was passing through town, a covert or even overt operation appeared to be unfolding. An invasion, a coup, that sort of thing. For example, in 1961, as exiled Cubans and their CIA support team prepared for the Bay of Pigs invasion in Guatemala, George de Mohrenschildt and his wife passed through Guatemala City on what they told friends was a month-long walking tour of the Central American isthmus. Then the de Mohrenschildts appeared in Mexico on oil business, just as a Soviet leader arrived on a similar mission, and even happened to meet with the communist official. In a third instance, they landed in Haiti shortly after before an unsuccessful coup against its president that the U.S. had its fingerprints all over. And just one more thing here. They also had a connection to William F. Buckley's family and the Venezuelan Pantepec oil firm, which was run by William F. Buckley's father, who, of course, the Buckley boys, just like the Bushes, had been in Skull and Bones. And then William Buckley, like H.W., was a pansy wannabe CIA agent in South America as well. And probably, like George H.W. Bush, William Buckley remained a CIA agent for his entire life.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, like I said here, like there's so many threads that lead the Bush family, the Mallons, the Harrimans, the Morgenschildts, just so many of these families and like the people in them and their business associates and their fucking school days and everyone. There are just so many threads that lead them into this like nexus of like the Cold War, oil, the CIA, anti-Castro exiles, and like the Bay of Pigs, and then ultimately a bullet ripping through Kennedy's head on Dallas in 1963. like my brain is pouring out of my ears just trying to keep all of them together in my head. But I think that takes us basically up until like the first major part of George H.W. Bush's career, which, like I said, culminates with John F. Kennedy getting his head blown off in Dallas in 1963. And, you know, to the extent that he was personally involved in it, I mean, just consider the fact that, like, the day of it happening, he took it upon himself to officially rat on someone else for potentially threatening to kill the president. And then when he became director of the CIA, got a personal letter from George himself saying, please help me. I foolishly talked about Oswald. Oh, by the way, a year after he sent that letter, George de Mohrenschildt committed suicide.
Well, Bill O'Reilly was trying to go interview him.
Oh, you're right.
Wow, I did not know that.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he told a lying story that he was knocking on the guy's door when he heard a shotgun go off and he blew his brains out. But he was like a young reporter, and he was set to interview him on the day he killed himself.
Well, maybe there was no foul play, and he just really didn't want to talk to Bill O'Reilly.
Totally fair.
Very fair. That would be funny if it just all got cleared up, like H.W. talked to Mammon and Moloch. They got it all straightened out, like no one's going to bother his family. And then, like, Bill O'Reilly just starts bothering him, and he's like, well, guess I got to kill myself.
Yeah, I don't want to have this conversation.
This guy's so annoying. I don't want to talk to this splotchy Irish Sasquatch.
Well, there you go. I mean, this is part one.
The last thing he saw was just like a big fucking gross finger pointing in his face, going, "You're being disingenuous. You're being disingenuous." Then he just painted his wall with his brains.
Yeah, blew his head off with a shotgun. That's it's probably because George H.W. Bush wouldn't write back. You're right. It's like,
Dear Mister, I'm too good to call or write my fans.
There is so much more, though, about the whole Morgan Schultz family that is just it broke my brain trying to follow all of these different connections. And like I hope I've done an okay job of summarizing this incredibly dense book and like all of the connections that Russ Baker seems to be intimating here. And again, like, you know, take them for what they are, the motivations for why someone or why these group of people might want to kill Kennedy. There's a number of them you can pick from. None of them add up to anything bulletproof or any totally satisfactory explanation for what happened on that day or like why Kennedy was killed. But I mean, it's interesting, and like I said, like it does all seem to come back to like oil, the CIA, and then also keep in mind the mafia as well and their whole the money that they had invested in Cuba. And how much Meyer Lansky himself was basically a point man for all American business in Cuba at the time. What they standed to lose from Castro taking power in that country, and what they stood to gain from it coming back under U.S. control, is also pretty compelling. And
Santo Trafficante Jr., who is sort of the boss of the Tampa mob, the most important mafioso in Florida. His last words were reputedly, "We never should have done Kennedy." Take that as you will. I mean, I assume mob guys, you just have to figure they lie all the fucking time, and that's the best lie to get out if you're on your way out. Like, oh yeah, I killed a president.
I absolutely. I mean,
but
it's.
I don't know.
Yeah, it raises an eyebrow, but at the same time, I totally could see Kennedy gets killed by Oswald, just like they said, and everyone in the mob is like, "Oh, holy frick, you see that?" And one guy is just like, Yeah, you know what happened. And they're like, what? And it's like, don't worry about it. And then they just all assume they did it because like somebody wants to be a badass.
That's the problem with the mafia connection to JFK is, like, I believe there's something there, but when someone is like, I did it, it's like, well, you're all lying.
Yeah, you just lie all day. Like, there's just these guys sitting around smelling like pastrami and lying.
And here's the thing, though. Like, the Kennedy assassination is always kind of a red herring, because it is this singular event, and people are obsessed with these unanswered questions about who did it and why, or how many shots are fired, and it's all sort of minutia. And you can like take or leave, any number of like theories or stories or explanations that one can tell about this. And we're telling a story about the Bush families, like if not their involvement in it, then there's certainly their proximity to a lot of the threads that led up to that event. And here's the thing, though. Like, it doesn't really matter whether you believe Russ Baker 100% or not, because what he lays out here, and which are, matters of factual record, it doesn't really matter whether they were, like, intimately involved with pulling the trigger on Kennedy or not, or whether or indeed, it may just be an astonishing array of coincidences and, like, names and people and associations that people are eager to read too much into. But even accepting that this is all just, drivel and just like, just vague intimations and guilt by association. I mean, the story about the Bush family from one generation to the next, and H.W.'s life in particular, is one that tells a very real story about like how power works in America and how America, like the American like military national security state, how it rules the world and how it governs itself in the years following World War II.
Yeah, he is there for all of it. He's the cigarette smoking man.
Well, there you go. I got it. We went long on this one. Should probably wrap it up here, but part 2, as soon as we can compile all of the documents, the research.
Got to get all the documents.
I think part 2 will have to deal with Watergate, Iran-Contra, and the Gulf War.
Yes.
So there we go, guys. George H.W. Bush, Poppy, A Life and Career, Part 1.
Not got that.
Poppy, bro.
Not got that.
Till next time, bye-bye.
What do you think when people make fun of your language? Like, I get the Dickens on Iran, or someone is in deep doo-doo. You see it coming back. What do you think?
I don't mind. You got to be what you are. Generationally, kids, you have to be what you are in life. You don't have to style it so you're into the latest fad or the latest thing. And I'm not going to change.
Michael Kramer of New York Magazine has called it the wimp factor.
You know Michael Kramer?
Yeah.
He'll never play linebacker for the Chicago Bears. Have you ever seen him?
George Will has said the silly, unpleasant sound Bush is emitting as he traipses from one conservative gathering to another is a thin, tinny arf, the sound of a lapdog.
Mm-hmm.
Anything you want to say to George Will?
Just that he'll never play linebacker for the Chicago Bears. Have you ever seen him? I'll put my record out there with anybody. You know that I was shot down 2 months after my 20th birthday fighting for my country? I didn't detect any wimp factor there. Do you know that we had to sit, my wife and I, and watch a child wrenched from our hearts in 6 months of cancer, knowing she was going to die? Little strength comes from that. Do you know that I've run agencies like the CIA and restored the morale out there by making tough decisions, moving people around, not jumping out trying to get credit? But if his complaint is that I'm loyal to this president, guilty as charged.
Mr. George Bush calling for president. Yes, and then there was also Don Hughes on the phone. I beg your pardon? There was a Don Hughes on the phone from Thailand via satellite, and George Bush is on the phone.
Hello? George, how are you? I'm fine, and I've heard that speech with great pride. I tried to call in there, but the switchboard's been lit up, I guess. I don't let anybody through, but I couldn't even get the operator there, but I've been on the phone, George, all night. I'll bet you have. But we watched it. I just attended a Republican leadership conference here, and I really was proud of you, and my golly, I know it was tough, and I just wanted to tell you that, because to me it came through clearly and forcefully, and it conveyed the deep depth of feeling that I know you must have had agonizing over John and Bob and stuff, and I just wanted to tell you that before I went to sleep. Well, good for you, George. Because but now, George, the main thing is you had nothing to do with this goddamn thing. No. We're going to go on. Is the May 8th dinner going on? Well, it's going, yeah, and it's no, this may help it. This may help it. And if it does, I'll come by, and they all got to cheer. You understand? There's no problem on that. They will. The people in the political thing have wanted something, but they really are with you. And I feel feel it strongly tonight, and I've been in many states in the last 10 days, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, Texas, New Jersey, George. And no, but it's when you tell them this and get it in focus is exactly.
I appreciate what you suggested. You do anything, and I may call on you, but I'm not sure about what you're doing. The most important thing you can do. But in any event, you and I are going to be very close. You understand that?
Well, best of luck, and holler on anything, tough ones, anything.
I know that, George.
You seem through great, and I sit here. Barbara and I were sitting listening to these guys.
Give Barbara my best. The commentators giving it hell?
Well, Rowan and there's an arrogant bastards that don't really, and they don't get the thing that burns me up is the feeling that you had and that came through. There's a little credit for that, but I think the people
the folks may understand it. You see, the folks didn't understand the checker speech, but the people did. I mean, the commentators didn't, and the commentators didn't understand Cambodia, but the people did, and the commentators didn't understand May 8th, but the people did.
Well,
the hell with the commentators.
Hell with them. This is going to come through good, and
okay, boy.
A lot of people.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's Chapo. It's me, Matt, and Felix coming at you today with the long-anticipated Part 2 of our epic series on the life and times of George H.W. Bush, the man known affectionately as Poppy. This is Poppy Part 2. And if you go back and listen to Poppy Part 1,
episode 471,
pause tape now to return to our Patreon archives to listen to Part 1. Part 1, we essentially narrated George H.W. Bush's life from being a young Yale, a young Ivy Leaguer and Skull and Bones guy to his involvement in the Navy and his rise to power in politics, culminating with his strange appearance in Dallas on November 22nd, 1963, and his rather odd public statements that he didn't know where he was on probably the single most remembered day in American history. In order to basically relate the big events of the life and times of George H.W. Bush, we now must consider another rather large figure in American history. And I'm talking, of course, about Richard Milhous Nixon. And
who was also in Dallas on
I will get
November
to that.
22nd.
I will get to that. It's another very weird confluence of people and events in Dallas on November 22nd, 1963. But basically, like where we last left off was George W. Bush, the events leading up to the assassination of JFK, all of the strange connections between George H.W. Bush, the Bush family, and many of the peripheral figures in the Kennedy assassination, and to Lee Harvey Oswald himself. I'd like to spend most of this episode talking about Watergate, which of that era was probably second only to the Kennedy assassination as like the single biggest news event in like the American presidency and like American politics and culture of that like 60s to 70s period. I mean, it still figures so largely in the American consciousness and particularly in our conception of the role of the media and our sort of valorization of journalists. And, basically it is a story that is just a shorthand for holding the powerful to account. Now, what we are going to suggest here in this episode is a contrarian reading of Watergate that makes a different case. And I'm not saying you have to accept it wholeheartedly. I mean, there are competing narratives out there, but with once again indebted to Russ Baker and his book Family of Secrets, I think it's worth delving into a case he advances as it regards the life of George H.W. Bush, his connection to Watergate, and basically what it really meant and what was really going on with Watergate and Nixon's resignation. So, but before we get there, Bush, he even basically used a White House jet on taxpayer dime to pick up George W. Bush from Moody Air Force Base in Georgia and fly him back to D.C. for an evening of courtship and fun with his daughter, Tricia. So, I mean, it points to something going on here, which is basically this basically relates to Nixon's attempts to smooth things over with the Bush family. And this is because 6 months earlier, when Nixon was the GOP presidential candidate, he had seriously considered Poppy, H.W. Bush, as a running mate and was under a great deal of pressure to name H.W. Bush, who was considered a sort of a young, exciting star in the Republican Party, as his running mate. And by bucking the sort of a lot of the people in his ear and a lot of his very powerful backers, including Prescott Bush, H.W. Bush's father, he chose Spiro Agnew, And there is in most biographies of Nixon, the name, the Bush family, like H.W. Bush or his family, are relatively absent from most major documentaries. But the thing is, these two political families are we're not close to each other personally, but we're deeply related in just sort of this mutually assured circle of supporting and ensuring one and the other's rise to power. Now, H.W. went from relative obscurity. I mean, you'll remember back in part one, basically he was working for the Texas Republican Party to support Republican candidates in Texas in the midterm elections of 1964. And like that was his purported reason for being in Texas at the time of the assassination. But it was with largely Nixon's help that H.W. went from relative obscurity to, in a not a very long period of time, the heights of power in the Republican Party. This is, of course, despite the facts that we have taped conversations between Nixon and Kissinger and others where they both say they regard H.W. as a lightweight, quote, weak, and unqualified for each of the positions that he was eventually given by the Nixon administration.
And this is a recurring theme with H.W. This is H.W., similar to his son and similar to many people after, his image of being weak, a nerd, a pushover. That's exactly what he wanted you to see him as. If you remember that 60 Minutes report that we referenced, that you can still find on YouTube, where they ask him, are you too nice to be president? Which is an amazing question to ask him. Yeah, this is what he wanted. Because if you don't see him as a pushover and a lightweight, you see him for what he actually is, which is, like, yeah, the fucking Goku of the NWO.
You know, like I said, like just like the relationship between the Bush and the Nixon family has like eluded most biographies of Nixon. And if you search the indexes in most of the major works, they only turn up a few references to the Bush family or H.W. personally. But if it were not for Nixon, both George H.W. Bush and certainly George W. Bush after them would probably never have become president. So why is that? And the thing is, the reason why, despite the fact that like they could not have been more different as people and were not socially or personally close at all, Nixon owed a great deal of his political career to Prescott Bush. And the thing is, like, it gets into this thing about Richard Nixon's like psychology and character and personal history. To read, I'm just going to quote here from Baker. Like, basically, Nixon's story as a character and a political figure is defined in large part by his feelings of paranoia and resentment towards the Eastern establishment, as he called them, who he sold his soul to for power. But the thing is, he had a lot of good reasons to be paranoid. And I'm going to quote from Baker here. Generally, Richard Nixon was known to be a wary and a suspicious man. It is commonly assumed that he was paranoid, but Nixon had good reasons to feel apprehensive. One was probably the worry that someone would unearth the extent to which this self-styled outsider from Whittier, California, had sold his soul to the same Eastern establishment that he publicly and even privately reviled. At the same time, he knew that those elites felt the same about him. They tolerated him as long as he was useful, which he was until he got to the top. Then trouble started. So going back to 1966, George H.W. Bush had an unsuccessful run for the Senate. Then, of course, he ultimately won election to the 7th Congressional District of Texas and arrived in D.C. Along with the Nixon administration. But he had lost that Senate run, so he was a freshman congressman from Texas. And then immediately was given a seat on the House Ways and Means Committee, which was highly irregular for a freshman congressman. It hadn't happened since 1904. And, well, okay, why? The House Ways and Means Committee was one of the most important committees in Congress. And for these people in the Bush family, it was important because House Ways and Means was the gatekeeper, or there was in control of something called the oil depletion allowance, which was of basically the highest importance to this new class of sort of Southwestern and Texas oil men and all the new wealth that they and the Bushes represented. And keeping that allowance, which was essentially a huge tax giveaway to the oil industry, was the single most important thing to them. So Poppy Bush, H.W., arrives in Washington as basically the oil men, the new wealth that like the sort of the Texas and Southwestern oil boom represented. And he was a conduit for their money, which would help Nixon win the nomination in 1968. But he's standing at the nexus between these Texas oil men, the Eastern establishment and bankers, which of course like his family comes from, and of course the intelligence community. So in return for that, Texas and like sort of Texans and Bush friends dominated the Nixon presidential campaign. In exchange for fundraising, Poppy Bush recruited all of his former friends and partner, including Zapata Petroleum guys, to become basically the all of the campaign chairmen, like the financial chairman of the Nixon campaign. So like the whole, like all of these parts were just sort of shuffled in there from Bush and his connections to the Nixon campaign to ensure their money, support, et cetera, et cetera. And like I said, this includes a lot of the same people or people who worked for people we talked in episode 1 as they relate to Zapata Petroleum and other various cutouts and outfits like that.
Yeah, George H.W. was the Eastern point man in the process of bringing that Western oil money into power, bringing them into the tent so that they were no longer like insurgents, because that was really what the Goldwater campaign had been this Western conservative revolt, basically, against the Eastern Republican Party. And guys like Bush, more than anybody, were there to manage their entry into power on the terms of Eastern money, which, of course, is what he always represented first and foremost.
Yeah, the story of the latter half of the 20th century, especially on the side of American empire and sides aligned with American empire, is being a middleman. If you remember Layer Cake.
One more thing, young man. Always remember, the art of good business is being a good middleman. Bye-bye.
All great business is being a good middleman. And the guys who sort of cemented their place in the latter half of imperial history in the second half of the 20th century were the great middlemen. George H.W. Bush, forget anything else, that was his talent. He was a connector piece, and he was the best connector piece there could be. Yeah. But his mirror image exists in a lot of other imperial periphery. I mean, Prince Turki Al-Faisal, the key piece in Operation Cyclone and the creation of the Taliban and, by extension, Al-Qaeda. He was the connecting piece between the CIA, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan's ISI, and then the nascent Taliban. That's if you wanted to establish a political dynasty from about 1970 on, that's what you were. Because this part of the Cold War and this part of imperial arc was all about consolidation.
Yeah, and you made your bones by finding out where the points had to be soldered together and being the necessary person in those negotiations.
Mm-hmm. And that's exactly who George H.W. Bush was. Hold on one second. Get down, you idiot. Get down. Asshole. Fucking dumb piece of shit. All right. So yeah, like as you were saying, like George H.W. Bush, Poppy, was like the perfect middleman for like all these various nexuses of power, which were coalescing to put Richard Nixon into the White House. And as soon as he got the nomination, both Poppy and his father, Prescott Bush, they worked and lobbied furiously to the Republican Party and to the Nixon campaign, urging him to choose H.W. as his running mate. And of course, these were backed by some of the names urging Nixon to give him this VP spot were, the type of people who would send a chill up his spine. You're talking about the CEOs of Chase Manhattan Bank, Tiffany and Company, J.P. Stevens and Company, and of course, executives at Pennzoil and Brown Brothers Harriman. All were lobbying on H.W.'s behalf to get the VP nod. So despite the fact that H.W. was being groomed for this spot, and like this was clearly the reason that they were like all these people were supporting Nixon, the closer he got to the promised land of finally being president, which is something Nixon had been working for half his life to achieve, the closer he got to that, the more independence that he asserted, and he did that by surprising everyone and choosing like the governor of Maryland, Spiro Agnew, as his running mate. And with Agnew, he was like the perfect guy for Nixon because Agnew was a brawler and a guy who could be an attack dog on the campaign trail and just sort of a political enforcer for him that would grant Nixon the freedom and distance to appear statesman-like. Because, Nixon began his career as precisely that kind of like blood-soaked bulldog, like political hatchet man. But even though he'd always sort of styled himself or viewed himself as this kind of grand statesman-like diplomatic figure. So Agnew gave him the freedom to pretend to be this sort of above it all, like higher, above politics and someone who is dedicated to like the craft of state and not political attacks. But also importantly, Agnew did not have the same network of astonishing wealth and power behind him. And with that didn't come any risk of Agnew potentially outshining him or replacing him or undermining him as VP. So, and then after Agnew was tapped by Nixon, Prescott Bush was furious. And Baker quotes him writing in a letter to his friend Tom Dewey. He writes here, "I fear that Nixon has made a serious error here. He had a chance to do something smart, to give the ticket a lift, and he cast it aside." And also, he was also seething over the fact that basically he felt betrayed by Nixon in a way that by not choosing his son as he did by John F. Kennedy firing his close friend Allen Dulles as head of the CIA. Keep that in mind. Think how that ended up for Kennedy, considering where Nixon and his presidency would eventually, the problems they would run into. So let's go back in time now to like the beginning of Richard Nixon's political career. And in Richard Nixon's telling of events, he entered politics in 1945 when an old family friend who was a banker from California, a guy named Herman Perry, asked he was just out of the Navy. He was a young Navy vet. He asked him to fly to Los Angeles and meet with a group of businessmen who were trying to recruit someone to run against a Democrat named Jerry Voorhees, who they considered to be too liberal and too close to unions. So he was like, he was recruited by them to stand and run for Congress. And now in Nixon's telling, the men who recruited him to do this, the people present at that meeting, were basically Chamber of Commerce types. They were small business owners, auto dealers, guys who ran furniture stores, shit like that. In reality, these people were fronts for far, far bigger and more powerful people, including among the biggest backers and people, who coordinated this meeting were the Chandler family, who were like a family of California oligarchs who owned the Los Angeles Times and whose money came from railroads. The Chandlers got a lot of money from railroads because they used their rail to ship oil. Who were they in business with in this regard? Yes, Dresser Industries, who you might remember from part 1. So also present at the meeting to recruit Nixon was a man named Willard Larson, who was a representative of Standard Oil. Now, here I'd like to reference a fictional account of Nixon's presidency, and that is, of course, Robert Altman's Secret Honor. And Secret Honor is like in Philip Baker Hall. It's like a one-man show that's just it's a filmed stage play that's a one-man show that is all Philip Baker Hall as Nixon, recording himself on like his like last night in the White House, like relating the story of his whole life. And in that movie, he talks about this meeting, and he refers to them as the Gang of 100. And throughout the show, like throughout the movie Secret Honor, it becomes more and more clear that like these are the people that Nixon lived his life in fear of, and why he ultimately resigned was his fear of this same cabal of oil executives, bankers, and like oligarch families starting basically a civil war or doing a military coup in America to replace, not to just replace him, but to like basically end democracy in America. And that this is a fictional account, so like it's offering a fictional explanation for the actions of Nixon, but it's one that's largely excluded from like our sort of pop cultural understanding of Watergate. This whole, like the fact that he knew how indebted he was to these powerful men who picked an outsider like him, who was, not of the elite. He was from Whittier, California. He was kind of like almost a farm boy at that time. And he was put in this position to undermine or just to get out of there this guy Voorhees, who, while no radical, was certainly a very prominent critic of monopolist power and someone who enforced and passed legislation, antitrust legislation, to attack things like, for instance, individuals who served on multiple boards of oil companies at the same time in what was clearly like an act of monopolist collusion on the behalf of like not just one oil company but the oil industry. Like these are who these people are. They're all in the same club and they're all on the boards of all of these fucking oil companies. So I mean, like these are the people backing Nixon, and like that fear, that paranoia about these people. I would recommend checking out Robert Altman's Secret Honor if you'd like anything further on that. Matt, do you remember that part of Secret Honor where he talks about the Gang of 100?
Oh yeah. That they owned him basically, and that and the movie it's an unreliable narrator, honestly, but it kind of pitches that in Nixon's mind at least, and the reason it's called Secret Honor is that he was willing to take the public soiling of resignation in order to save American democracy.
Now, in Voorhees's memoir about his time as a congressman, he was very well aware of this meeting, and he talks about how he refers to the representative of a New York financial house traveled to California to attend this meeting. Now, in the same month, Prescott Bush was also in California because Dresser Industries was attempting to buy an oil pump manufacturer located in Whittier, California, Nixon's hometown. So if you believe it was Prescott who was one of the most important man in that room and a representative of that New York financial house, in the man in the room who launched Nixon's career, his sense of indebtedness to these fucking creeps, these bankers and tycoons who represented everything he personally hated about the Eastern elite and the establishment, begins to make more sense. This feeling of, like I said, the fact that they owned him, and that one of the guys in that room recruiting him for this position very well may have been Prescott Bush. So in his congressional race against Voorhees, Nixon, he debuted all of the skills that he would make his name for, that he made his name for. I'm talking about, like, he red baited this guy hard and rode a wave of anti-communist fervor into Congress. And he served 2 terms in the House and then moved up steadily and became a senator from California in 1952. Became a senator from California. And then by 1952, he was being positioned on a reluctant Eisenhower as a running mate by the very same people in New York. So, and then of course he does become Eisenhower's running mate. And the thing is, I'm going to quote from Baker here. It says here, "The further Nixon rose, the more he resented the arrogance of his Eastern elite handlers. Though he would continue to serve them diligently throughout his career, his anger festered, perhaps over frustration with the extent to which he was beholden." Now, during Eisenhower's presidency, the Texas oil industry really took off. And at that time, H.W. Bush, as we talked about in part 1, was part of this crop of Ivy Leaguers who turned like Midland, Texas into a new financial capital. And crucial to their business was, as I mentioned, this oil depletion allowance, which greatly reduced taxes on the income derived from petroleum production. And like this gets into like the Bushes backed Nixon, like the Bush family backed Nixon against Kennedy in 1960. But at that moment, like they had their finger to the air and could sense the winds were changing direction in the Republican Party. And then it didn't take long until 1964 in which they backed Goldwater over Nelson Rockefeller, despite their long-time like ties, socially and otherwise, to the Rockefeller family. And they sensed that this new power was coalescing, not around sort of these Eastern liberal, sort of free trading business Republicans, but a new power based on the ultra conservative politics of the Southwest that were backed by new oil money and new wealth. And these are people. This is when Goldwater, like movement conservatism, began to become a thing. And these people were ultra-conservative in their beliefs, but also stridently anti-communist. And it was people like Rockefeller and these business Republicans who basically thought free trade was good, and they were in favor of it because, they knew the money it represented, but also what that basically meant was the beginning of thawing out tensions with the Soviet Union and China to sort of bring them into like a global free trade paradigm. And that the strident anti-communists and these oil guys that like were, the Bush family were beginning to sort of place their chips with, were hysterically anti-communist and insanely against not just any kind of rapprochement with the Soviet Union or in China, but basically wanted to start World War III with them.
And when Bush ran unsuccessfully for the Senate in '66, he ran as a Goldwaterite. He ran to the hard right. He's got a reputation as he got a reputation later as like the more moderate, as the face of the more moderate side of the party, and that's one of the reasons he was chosen to be Reagan's running mate. But that was only after eating shit by trying to be a red meat reactionary, because in part, I guess, that's the one problem with being Poppy, is that you can't pull that one off. No one's going to buy it.
Yeah. So how did Nixon look at a guy like H.W.? And like the answer is he viewed H.W. Bush, Poppy, as basically someone exactly like JFK. He was a handsome young Ivy League guy who never had to worry about money, and Nixon despised him for it. So, of course, he resented like all of the pressure he was under to name him as his running mate. And once he locked up the nomination, of course, then that's when he bucked Prescott and the Gang of 100 by naming Agnew as his guy. But in exchange for that, he knew he had to soothe these people. So he had to make amends with that gang. So in exchange for not choosing H.W. Bush, he ended up staffing his cabinet with their creatures. And I'm going down a list of former Zapata oil former Zapata petroleum guys, lawyers from Baker Botts, all Bush campaign guys, all close friends of Poppy, the Bush family. And wouldn't you know it, a lot of these guys, and there are too many to name, and I can't get into the details around all of them, but a lot of these same people would play covert to outright roles in the events that led to the downfall and resignation of Richard Nixon. One of the only guys in Nixon's White House who was not in this crew was Henry Kissinger, of course. And Kissinger was a longtime protege of the Rockefellers, and was known as an internationalist. He was suspect on both the left and right, but movement conservatives basically hated that the Rockefellers had this global design that included accommodation rather than confrontation with the Russians and the Chinese. And Nixon, as president, was always caught at the intersection of this power struggle within the right wing about vis-a-vis the Cold War, China, free trade, and things like that. And of course, he Nixon as a person was definitely more at ease with the kind of the hawks and the warriors and the right wingers, but he worked diligently to please both sides as much as he could. But the crucial thing that he did early on in his presidency is that he let Kissinger basically set up his own foreign policy outfit that bypassed, in Nixon's words, the striped pants faggots at Foggy Bottom. So, and it's hard to this is monumentally important here, because basically he cut out the defense, not just the State Department, but the defense and military establishment from foreign policy, and created all these back channels to run it out of the White House, and not the State Department, the DOD, Langley, and everything that entails. So what did they do? Well, they began to set up their own back channels and shadow governments within Nixon's own White House as he was doing that to them. Right?
Yeah. The secretaries of defense and state basically had nothing to do during the entirety of the Nixon administration. They were playing fucking pinochle with each other the whole time, because it was just him and Kissinger in a room, which is not how it's supposed to work. The presidency is only imbued with the power it is, with the expectation that power is going to be deliberated and delegated out through the network of people who can be trusted and who are part of these existing structures. Nixon just deciding to do it himself was incredibly alarming.
So, and then there was a second snub of H.W. Bush that Nixon did. In 1968, Poppy tried to run for the Senate again in Texas, but he was defeated when the conservative Democrat Lloyd Benson got in the race, and on the Democratic side ran and then defeated. He lost to him, but after losing that Senate bid, he asked Nixon if he could be Undersecretary of the Treasury. It's strange that he would ask for that job rather than full-on secretary, but keep in mind, as Baker points out, the Undersecretary of the Treasury Department was the job that specifically dealt with the oil industry, and once again, that oil depletion allowance. But Nixon dissed him again and appointed somebody else. And Bush was once again, H.W. was livid about this. What did all this loyalty to Nixon really get him if he can't even be Undersecretary of the Treasury? And he also basically suspected, and rightly so, that Nixon supported Lloyd Benson and was basically forming his own alliance with sort of very conservative Southern Democrats like Benson and Senator Eastland and guys like that, to be a block of support for Nixon and his policies that would be outside the realm of the gang, the cabal, the Bushes, and the oil industry and the Eastern elites. So this brings us to these are all the threads that are coalescing, which bring us to the Watergate burglary itself. Now, basically, in Baker's book, he advances a narrative that suggests that basically everything about the popular understanding of Watergate and Nixon's role in it is wrong. So let's examine that itself. So let's begin with the break-in itself. On June 17, 1972, a group of burglars carrying electronic surveillance equipment was arrested inside the Democratic National Committee offices at the Watergate building complex. The men were quickly identified as having ties to the Nixon re-election campaign and the White House. Baker writes here, almost no one has better expressed reasons to doubt Nixon's involvement than Nixon himself. In his memoir, Nixon described how he learned about the burglary while vacationing in Florida from the morning newspaper. He recalled his reaction at the time. It sounded preposterous. This is Nixon writing. Cubans in surgical gloves bugging the DNC. I dismissed it as some sort of prank. The whole thing made so little sense. Why, I wondered. Why then? Why in such a blundering way? Anyone who knew anything about politics would know that the National Committee headquarters was a useless place to go for inside information on the presidential campaign. The whole thing looked so senseless and bungled that it almost looked like it was some kind of setup. Now, and then just from the very beginning, Nixon suspected that not only was this a setup, but this was a setup of him. And then we have another from like the Nixon tapes. We have on the 23rd, which is very, very shortly thereafter the burglary. And on June 23rd, Alderman says to Nixon that he's been sort of coordinating with the FBI agents working on this case. And in his opinion, the whole thing, in the opinion of the FBI that he was talking to, the whole thing smelled of the CIA. That this was like they had basically stumbled upon unwittingly an ongoing CIA operation. To which Nixon, when told of this, says, "Of course, this is a E. Howard Hunt operation, and the exposure of it will uncover a lot of things. You open that scab, there's a hell of a lot of things that we just feel that it would be very detrimental to have this go any further. This involves the Cubans, Hunt, and a lot of hanky-panky that we have nothing to do with ourselves. This will open the whole Bay of Pigs thing." And it's that phrase, the Bay of Pigs thing, that comes up again and again and again in Nixon's own recordings of himself and in the literature on this. What did to Nixon the Bay of Pigs thing really represent? So Nixon felt immediately like he was being set up. And again, there are many good reasons why Nixon would be advancing a case that sought to exonerate himself about this. Like, you have to take this into account when considering, various competing versions of these events. But basically, the burglary itself seemed intentionally amateurish, even though it was carried out by absolute pros. And from his first day in office, Nixon knew that many of his supporters, or the people who had put him in the White House, were unhappy with him, particularly the right wing. And as I mentioned, this all concerns his attempts to thaw out the Cold War, using Kissinger to bypass the military, the defense establishment, the State Department, and basically his attempts to secure agreements with the Soviet Union and China without the consent of the military and the oil men who thought he wasn't delivering enough for them as it related to the depletion allowance or import quotas. So when Nixon says the Howard Hunt thing and talked about opening that scab, he meant the Bay of Pigs and the CIA. So one of the smoking guns that indicted Nixon in the public imagination and in Congress was the smoking gun tape on June 23rd. And it was a conversation between Haldeman and Nixon, where Haldeman says, "The way to handle this now is for us to have CIA Deputy Director Vernon Walters call the FBI Interim Director Pat Gray and just say, stay the hell out of this. This is a business here that we don't want you to go any further on it." Nixon says, mm-hmm.
The way to handle this now is for us to have Walters call Pat Gray and just say, stay the hell out of this. This is business here we don't want you going any further on. That's not an unusual development.
And an excerpt like that is damning, but in almost every account of the smoking gun tape, they don't play what happened immediately after that tape. And that was basically Alderman and Nixon saying that they had stumbled inadvertently into an ongoing open CIA operation.
They'll call them in and say, we've gotten the signal across the river to put the hold on this. And that'll fit rather well because the FBI agents who are working the case at this point feel that's what it is a CIA.
So what seems like they're indicting themselves is actually they're flabbergasted that they are going to have to take the blame for something that is being done to them rather than on their orders by the CIA. And this is crucial because it's not like Nixon was like a critic of the CIA in the sense that you or I would be. Like, he had his own reasons for this, and he was in collusion with all the same people. But the thing is, he knew them. He was their creature, and he had his own motivations, is like his own power to consider. And he was terrified of that Bay of Pigs things and what it really represented. And another fictional account of Nixon's presidency is Oliver Stone's Nixon. And in Stone's portrayal of it, similar to like the Robert Altman Gang of 100 thing, Nixon talks again and again about the Bay of Pigs thing, and he refers to it as the beast. This nexus of like shadow government and power that was created, of course, to assassinate Castro and to like overthrow the Cuban Revolution, but took on a life of its own that was something much darker than just a covert warfare against Cuba. It represented something much bigger in Nixon's mind than just a failed invasion of Cuba. Now, on June 23rd, 1972, this is the same day Nixon instructed Haldeman to tell the CIA director, Richard Helms, to rein in the FBI's Watergate investigation. Haldeman, in his own recollection of events, says this. In his meeting with Helms, he says, "I played Nixon's trump card. The president asked me to tell you this entire affair may be connected to the Bay of Pigs, and if it opens up, the Bay of Pigs might be blown." Turmoil in the room, Helms gripping the arms of his chair, leaning forward and shouting, "The Bay of Pigs had nothing to do with this. I have no concern about the Bay of Pigs." I was absolutely shocked by Helms' violent reaction. Again, I wondered what was such dynamite in the Bay of Pigs story. And, Nixon, throughout his entire presidency, was totally paranoid that the CIA had infiltrated his cabinet, like his White House. And, I think there are probably good reasons for him to believe that. Baker writes here that, in all likelihood, the practice of filling the White House with intelligence operatives was not limited to the Nixon administration, but was an ongoing effort. To the intelligence community, the White House was no different than other civil institutions it actively penetrated. In Baker's book, there's a long digression about how Nixon himself also ended up in Dallas on November 22nd, 1963. He was there to speak at Pepsi Cola's corporate meeting and convention. And there's a lot of like spook and agency connections as it relates to the cola industry and, of course, Cuban sugar. But I got to skip it all here. And I just need to note simply that LBJ, Nixon, and George H.W. Bush, three future presidents, were all in Dallas on that day. And then, of course, Gerald Ford was appointed to the Warren Commission 3 days later. So that's four future American presidents who all get a close-up look at one serving president getting his head blown off, all with varying degrees of incrimination in that murder and the people involved in it. So, like, just think about what that actually represents. That they, like, for some reason, they all those future American presidents were had a front row seat to see Kennedy get his fucking head blown off in Dallas. Do you think that might have led to Nixon's paranoia about the CIA and the Bay of Pigs thing, considering who was involved in the Bay of Pigs?
Yeah, it's highly likely. I mean, you don't even have to take his word for it about Watergate. The guys were fucking CIA operatives. They were Bay of Pigs veterans. And speaking of the incompetence of the Watergate burglary, the thing that always gets me is that the whole reason it got blown is because a security guard passed by a door that had a piece of tape over the lock, which is the classic way that you keep a door open. But the way you do it, if you don't want to get caught, is you do it so that the tape lies along the angle of the door vertically, so you don't see it from the side. But it was taped horizontally, so you could see it poking out on either side of the door. And the first thing that the security guard did, because he was probably getting paid minimum wage, was just take it off and walk away. But then he came back and someone had put it back exactly in the same spot, which I don't know how the hell you keep your job for 5 minutes if you keep doing that.
And here's the thing, like the guys who did the Watergate burglary, Like, and back to the actual event itself, like Matt brings up the obvious question, and Nixon himself was wondering about this. Why all the obvious fuck-ups in a job that's being carried out by agency pros? These guys like Howard Hunt and G. Gordon Liddy and like the Cubans they were working with were not just, they were veterans of the Bay of Pigs operation, but like many of them individually would go on to do Phoenix program shit in Vietnam. These people were professional killers who had done this very thing many times before, but then did the Watergate burglary in such a way that not only was the break-in discovered by a fucking minimum wage security guard, but that immediately there was an abundance of evidence linking the men involved, not just to the White House and the committee to re-elect the president, but the CIA, and not just the CIA, but parts of the agency who were behind the Bay of Pigs. And guess who else was in Dallas on that day in 1963? That's right, Howard Hunt, which was confirmed as such by CIA all-star James Jesus Angleton in 1978. Now, at the time of the Watergate breakdown, keep in mind that the guys like Hunt and McCord were, of course, resigned from the CIA. I mean, and if you believe that, go back and listen to part 1 about the way the agency uses resignations before putting guys into like active black ops situations.
Yeah, no, the one thing about the CIA, it's like the mafia. You always leave when you say you leave. Very easy to get out of.
Now, Hunt was working for the White House, but this is another interesting detail. While he was in the White House, Hunt went to took outlandish efforts to broadcast to like anyone who was paying attention that he was continued to be involved with the CIA. He ordered government limousines to drive him from the White House to Langley, signaling to everyone that the Nixon White House was closely tied to the CIA at the exact moment that they were actually feuding with it. And Nixon was feuding with the CIA over the declassification of everything that they had related to the Bay of Pigs invasion. Nixon, as soon as he got in the White House, he wanted to know what was going on with the Bay of Pigs thing because he correctly understood it as a direct threat to his power as president and like a demonstration of just what this secret government can do to you if you step out of line. He was being blackballed by the CIA about their documents at the very same time that this burglary is carried out by the very same people who did the Bay of Pigs. Interesting to say the least.
Yeah, and the thing is that people resist that because if you say that Nixon was kind of framed in this thing, it kind of implies that Nixon was was innocent in some broad sense. But when you're dealing with people at this level of power, innocent is not a thing. Like he did create the plumbers. He did authorize all kinds of wild anti-democratic shit, wiretapping and breaking and entering, like Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office, things like that. But that really just provides the perfect context to fuck with him. You don't have to necessarily execute a guy who's that reckless and that willing to expose himself if you know what he's doing.
And now you bring up the Ellsberg office thing, but like these same people before the Watergate burglary that got discovered, like weeks prior to that wasn't even the first time they broke into the Watergate. The first time they did it to plant listening devices in the DNC offices, and they were strangely not discovered during that break-in. And the second Watergate break-in was ostensibly to remove those same listening devices. And they had done a similar thing in 1971. You mentioned the break-in at Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office, which is another strange job for these people, as there were no actual medical records or like patient notes in the office. And they made no attempt to even find them or hide that a break-in had occurred. But a criminal report was nonetheless generated. And even though the break-in was not ordered by Nixon, it was already connected to him before he was even aware of it. And when it was revealed was, of course, deeply damaging to his public standing and establishes a kind of pattern of these fucked up, botched break-ins done by fucking contract killers for the CIA who seemingly make every effort to be discovered and announce to everyone that they had done a break-in on behalf of journalists. And Woodward's life and connection to all of this raises some very interesting questions that cut against that narrative. I'm just going to read here from Baker. Woodward did not fit the profile of the typical daily print reporter. young Midwestern Republican. He attended Yale on an ROTC scholarship and then spent 5 years in the Navy. He had begun with a top secret security clearance on board the USS Wright, specializing in communications, including with the White House. His commanding officer was Rear Admiral Robert O. Wellender, who would later be implicated in the military spy ring in the Nixon White House. I can't get into all this before, but the military was already attempting to fucking spy on the Nixon White House precisely because they were being cut out. These are the back channels I was talking about. But anyway, so Woodward had arrived in Washington, where he worked on the staff of Admiral Thomas Moorer, Chief of Naval Operations, and again as a communications officer, this one who provided briefings and documents to top brass in the White House on national security matters. And according to this account, in 1969 through 1970, Woodward frequently walked through the basement offices of the White House West Wing with documents from Admiral Moorer to General Alexander Haig, who served under Henry Kissinger. So once again, it's weird that like the most crusading journalist in American history started out his career as a military communications officer who worked with the White House on like sensitive intelligence briefings. In September 1971, after 1 year of training at the Maryland-based Sentinel, Woodward was hired at the Washington Post. And then this is according to Harry Rosenfeld, who was a retired Post editor, who said this to a newspaper in 2004. Bob had come to us on very high recommendations from someone in the White House. He had been an intelligence officer in the Navy and had served in the Pentagon. He had not been exposed to any newspaper. We gave him a tryout because he was so highly recommended. We customarily didn't do that. Is that a strange CV for like a crusading journalist to be hired by a newspaper with 1 year under his belt at like a fucking like a coupon cutout in Maryland to get hired by the Washington Post?
His leads, they were flawless. He had all the W's and the H in there every single time. Yeah, I would have hired him for sure.
He broke the Piggly Wiggly price fixing regime.
I should note about the Washington Post, of course, is long been have steeped in these same intelligence connections through the Graham family, who were an absolute collection of monsters. And also Ben Bradley, the other heroic figure from this Watergate story, was himself a former naval intelligence operator who had many close friends in the CIA, including the former director Richard Helms, who was director of the CIA at the time that this was going on. So, I mean, again,
the Washington Post is basically like the internal bulletin board for the CIA. It's, I mean, to this day, like Fred Hyatt's opinion page, they've run the most op-eds by Mohammed bin Salman out of anyone. Like, it is just the most open justifications for the Saudi war in Yemen were in the Washington Post op-ed section. It is just an intelligence community rag. I mean, that's really why Jeff Bezos bought it.
Yeah, well, that's also why they moved to D.C. after all that bullshit. Like, of course they were going to go to D.C. They're just continuing the fucking merger with the fucking government.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Woodward, one of his first big scoops came as it relates to the assassination attempt on George Wallace. And he broke a lot of news in that story because for a guy who just came into journalism a year ago, guess what? He had a lot of connections and sources in the intelligence community who fed him a lot of stuff on that story, which gave him sort of like headline breaking ability. And I want to mention too, like Woodward's career after Watergate, these same connections, right? He used to generate a series of these like access-based books that were like all became bestsellers. And like you remember those during the Bush administration, the W. Bush administration. He wrote a trilogy of books, the first two of which were used to absolutely bolster George Bush's credibility during the War on Terror and the war in Iraq. And then he used the last one to turn it back and, you know, say like, oh, like it's a portrait of the White House who was losing a war and dishonest to the American public. But like people forget that the first two books in that Woodward trilogy about George W. Bush, George H.W.'s fucking son, were hugely not just soft on the Bush administration, but directly fed to the public under his name as someone synonymous with good journalism, their line about the war on terror and the lead up to the Iraq war. And then another book, there is a book called The Veil that Bob Woodward wrote, The Secret Wars of the CIA, 1981 to 87. This is a book that Woodward claimed was based on a deathbed interview, which he didn't record, with CIA Director William Casey. It's 534 pages, and it came out exactly when Poppy Bush was running for the White House, but contained no substantive mentions of any role on the part of Bush in the secret wars that he was talking about, even though Bush was vice president and the former CIA director while these fucking the dirty wars in South America and Central America were going on. So he puts out this book based on a perhaps phony deathbed conversion of William Casey admitting to all of this shit, but somehow exonerates George H.W. Bush for his role in all of it, despite the fact that he was there at every crucial juncture of these dirty wars that were going on. And then, like I said, then he goes on and does the same thing with George W. Bush. And like you begin to have to wonder, but what Bob Woodward's role as like a journalist in American culture and like society, and the extent to which his work is praised and held up as a standard for journalistic truth. Like what's really going on with that?
I mean, that's what, at the highest level, that's what journalists really do. I mean, the fantasy of Watergate, of this guy getting this source, even in the narrative that made it to the silver screen in All the President's Men, what is the thing that breaks the story? It is a fucking spook coming forward, and then the assumption that we all have to make is that they're doing this on behalf of truth, not on behalf of either stitching someone up in the case of Nixon, perhaps, or limiting a hangout, and that if you are, as all journalists are at that level, sort of beholden to your sources, then you will never learn what they don't want you to know. And then your real job is convincing the public that what they tell you is actually the truth and not a edited version of the truth that is to their advantage for you to know.
So returning to Poppy, where was he at during all of this? And like I said, all you need to know is that like Woodward was right there at the Washington Post night desk the night of the break-in and was crucial in tying the burglary to Richard Nixon personally. So at the same time, you'll remember that Poppy was turned down for Undersecretary of the Treasury, but he was given the position of ambassador to the UN. And then from there, he had moved on after Nixon's reelection to chairman of the Republican Party. He was made head of the RNC. So this is a man with close ties to the CIA, who was now in charge of the Republican National Committee, and which had been sitting in on cabinet meetings in the White House. Like, for an intelligence agency cutout, you could not be more perfectly positioned to have a front row seat to the Nixon White House and to potentially undermine it on behalf of your true agenda. So when the Watergate hearings opened and like all this has been coming out, George H.W. Bush met with Nixon, who regarded Bush, I mean, like when he was reelected, he cleaned house in his White House and purged like all the people he thought was disloyal to him. The one guy he kept on, strangely enough, was George H.W. Bush, who he regarded as a loyal soldier, because he was like, well, yeah, I've pissed on him like numerous times before. I've snubbed him, and he's played the good soldier. So like, what's not credible about that? No way he's harboring any kind of weird grudge or harboring some kind of hatred of me or attempting to undermine me. He's stuck with me throughout all of this. So Bush sticks around. And then in his second term, when like Watergate was steadily becoming a bigger and bigger thing, and it was clear that it would be basically define all of his second term if they were ever able to. Like, they thought they could get out from under it, but it was clear that they were basically hemmed in on all sides here. So it was a meeting between George H.W. Bush and Nixon, where Bush encouraged him to send John Dean to testify to Congress. And immediately after Bush asked Nixon to send Dean to testify, Dean calls Nixon for an urgent meeting in which he tells Nixon that, guess what? There's all this shit about the Watergate break-in that you weren't aware of that I knew about and didn't tell you. And he was like, including the break-in at Ellsberg's office. So it was sort of like, okay, like just filling you in on like, basically he was saying that like Nixon wanted Dean to go, and he wanted him to come clean from Nixon's perspective. He wanted to like say, look, we have nothing to hide. Just let's open the books, even though that goes against my normal inclination to share information or cooperate with Congress and anything, and like his sense of indignation about having to be dragged through all this. He wanted Dean to basically make it clear, come clean, testify that there was no White House involvement. Like Alderman, Coulson, Ehrlichman, none of those guys were involved or ordered this shit to happen. And what did Dean do? The exact opposite. He essentially jumped ship and became the star witness for the prosecution. And before he did so, Dean warned him against this, saying that basically not too fast on this come clean about everything. There's a lot of loose ends and things that you don't know about. So, I mean, like, there's a lot of stuff that I don't have time to get into here about, like, a lot of these peripheral figures to Watergate, like Butterfield, Lowell Weicker, and the prosecutor Leon Jaworski, that, like, if you're interested in sussing out all of their connections to H.W. Bush and the CIA, just read Family of Secrets. But there's too much to get into here. But basically, one of the big issues was something called the Townhouse Fund, which was like a proto-Watergate that like happened before these events that also tied Nixon to like shady financial dealings, and that the lead prosecutor that was appointed by Congress, Leon Jaworski, George H.W. Bush called him at a crucial moment and told him that it had been determined that both H.W. Bush and Jaworski himself were recipients of funds that came out of this townhouse scandal, so that they were both implicated in it, and no one followed that money. Like, the follow the money is like the catchphrase about Watergate. And there was all of these like sources of money relating that went into Watergate as it related to George W. Bush, and a lot of like Texas oil money that was never followed up on. And in 1974, as efforts to remove him from office gained steam, Nixon's Justice Department was, in fact, also looking into antitrust violations among these exact same oil men as it related to their monopolistic practices. And this is happening at the exact same time. So basically, everyone around Nixon, like John Dean's lawyers, Jaworski, all these people worked in various ways, and to depending on how you read this, with varying degrees of collusion to undermine Nixon in the public eye, and to basically sell him out, to just point to him. It was him. He was the guy who did it. He ordered all the Watergate thing. Just basically, like, as the Nixon White House came crashing down, George H.W. Bush was like the only guy who managed to maintain complete disconnection from all of the dirty shit that had now become synonymous with the Nixon administration. He got away scot-free in the media and in Congress, in every way. He emerged from it totally unscathed, which is odd.
In fact, he got a reputation. I remember reading What It Takes, which is this gigantic book about the 1988 presidential campaign that has sections on all the people who ran. And the takeaway, the narrative around Poppy was that he had been selfless during this period, that he had been chairman of the RNC at a time when people were very suspicious of it, and then later he became head of the CIA at a time when people were very suspicious of it, and that his choice to do that was essentially self-sacrificing.
So after Nixon leaves office, once again, Poppy is pushed hard to be Gerald Ford's VP. And Ford ultimately does pass on H.W., but he did make him envoy to China. Now, again, he had no experience in China, but keep in mind that this is happening exactly like at the exact same time that Nixon and Kissinger had just opened up China. And like I said, had begun a process of, as the saying goes, only Nixon can go to China. What that really means is only Nixon could have, the ardent anti-communist that he was, only he would have been allowed to basically begin to wrap up and end the Cold War and reach like a diplomatic, treat the Soviet Union and communist China as nations that should be negotiated with just like any other. And then all of a sudden, H.W. Bush becomes the special envoy to China under the Ford administration. And, of course, then immediately Ford pardons Richard Nixon. But the important thing about that is that the pardon of Nixon for the crimes related to Watergate, the fact that he was pardoned for it forever tied him to those crimes, and crucially ended all investigations into who exactly was involved. And then George H.W. Bush was, of course, sent away to China, as far away from the scene of the crime as you could get. And like I said, like, this all paints a portrait of Watergate and Nixon's resolution as a covert operation to set up Nixon, make sure that he was framed for it, guilty of it, and to remove any of their fingerprints from what happened. again, like it's you can like this is a narrative. I mean, like I'm sure there are ways you could argue against it, but I do think it's an interesting one, and one like that basically Nixon was the victim of Watergate rather than its perpetrator. And what was really going on here was not Nixon is like a evil conniving guy, though he was. It was him being removed from power for bucking his backers, his sponsors, the people who owned him. And if you consider how Kennedy's presidency ended up and the things that he did to anger these very same people, I mean, it was another basically, and a lot of like Nixon's right-wing toadies have gone on to describe it as a coup, and like they have very self-interested reasons for doing so, but they may not be entirely wrong.
Yeah, but yes, wrong for the right reasons. That's pretty much the only way anybody in any of these like partisan boxes can ever be correct.
So now it's 1974, and in 1974, thanks to the efforts of Seymour Hersh, the American public had finally become aware of what was known as the CIA family jewels. This included all of the information and documentation about their assassinations, spying on American journalists, experiments on human guinea pigs, run down the fucking list. So there was like an increased interest, not just in the CIA and their role in assassinations, but an interest in the Kennedy assassination as well. And there was a great deal of public outcry about this at the time. And in response to it, Gerald Ford created something called the Rockefeller Commission, which released one report in 1975, which was a pure limited hangout that talked to basically like cop to the CIA's mail opening and their spying on domestic political groups. But it also concluded that there was, quote, no credible evidence of CIA's involvement in the JFK assassination. However, before the Rockefeller Commission could release its report, they were immediately undercut by the Church Committee, which is a dueling, competing congressional hearing or investigation that was launched by Senate Democrats, which absolutely blew away the Rockefeller Commission's whitewash of these things. Quoting here, it says, the Church Committee documented a mind-boggling array of domestic dirty tricks. The CIA and FBI would send anonymous letters designed to induce employers to fire politically suspect workers. Similar letters were sent to spouses in an effort to destroy marriages. The committee also documented criminal break-ins and disinformation campaigns aimed at provoking violent attacks against selected individuals, including Martin Luther King Jr. The FBI also mailed King a tape recording taken from microphones hidden in his hotel rooms, accompanied by a note warning that the recording, with its evidence of marital indiscretions, would be released to the public unless King committed suicide. So because of the Church Committee, Ford had to issue an executive order banning U.S. sanctioned assassinations of foreign leaders. And, if you were aware of any of this at the time, the echo to the Kennedy assassination could not be unmistaken in this effort to finally say that, okay, according to, by executive fiat, the U.S. intelligence community can no longer assassinate the leaders of foreign countries. But, unspoken in there is what about leaders of our own country, right? So Frank Church, who was the Idaho Democratic senator, beginning in January of 1975, just unearthed one scandal after another about the CIA, the FBI, and the National Security Agency. Run down the list here. And it was shocking for the public. And there was a huge amount of pressure being placed on politicians to rein in the intelligence community and, crucially, to reopen an investigation into the Kennedy assassination. In March 1975, the American public saw the Zapruder film for the first time ever, and this was, of course, after Henry Luce bought the film for the express purpose of making sure no one ever saw it. On November 1st of that year, George H.W. Bush is in Beijing with Barbara, and he gets a telegram from Kissinger that Ford is about to name him CIA director. Now, the timing of this is crucial. It's really hard to overstate just how damaging the Church Committee's efforts were to the intelligence community, and just how scared, for probably the first time ever, they were of any kind of public revelation or accountability for basically running a secret government and that committed heinous crimes. Like I said, even in the Church Committee, what they were able to pry out of them was, I guarantee you, only a fraction of the atrocities that they got up to but prior to that era. So all of a sudden, they're bringing back H.W. Bush from China and making him director of the CIA. And of course, when he was nominated, he was praised as being an outsider. He was praised because, he's never worked in the intelligence community. So like, we're going to bring in a guy to clean house, some guy outside of that sphere and social world. But, as we've outlined on both of these episodes frequently, that is complete horseshit. They could not have picked a guy who was more of an insider at this very crucial moment when the CIA, for like the first time in its existence, was under unprecedented pressure to be reformed or to be shut down. Even that was a real, like, people forget, like, that was a real political issue at the time. Like they got very close to, like, through Congress, of like openly asking the question, should we have a CIA given what we know about them and like the revelations as it pertains to their behavior in undermining not just foreign governments and democracy, but their actions right here at home, which explicitly go against their charter, which says that they can only operate outside the United States. So at that exact moment, George H.W. Bush is made or nominated to be director of the CIA to replace William Colby, who was the guy who released these family jewels in an effort, a limited hangout effort, which even for them was still too forthcoming for the people in power. And there was followed by what was called the Halloween Massacre, which in the Ford administration, which sort of battened down the hatches on everyone in intelligence who was considered disloyal. The two guys in charge of the Halloween Massacre, Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld.
Whop.
To get confirmed by the Senate, George H.W. Bush had to run a gauntlet. And there's an interesting piece by James Risen in The Intercept not too long ago that talks about how basically there was an assassination of a CIA officer in Greece at the time. And then they used that assassination and like that dead guy as like a way to get him confirmed. And they were sort of waving the bloody flag to be like, our patriotic overseas CIA officers are being murdered. And like at the same time that the church committee is attacking them and the work they do, and that he may have even been killed because of the church committee. And they began blaming the death of this guy. His name was Richard Welch. He was the CIA station chief in Greece, and he was assassinated in Athens in 1975. And the CIA, of course, immediately began blaming his death on the church committee in a sensational and hysterical way. That these investigations led to this death. And it was that climate that basically helped Bush get confirmed by the Senate. On January 27th, 1976, Senator Strom Thurmond argued for his confirmation by claiming that the public was more concerned by disclosures that are tearing down the CIA than by the selection of this highly competent man to repair the damage of this overexposure. But people forget George H.W. Bush only lasted 1 year as CIA director. He was only there for 1 year before Ford lost to Carter, and he tried to get Carter to keep him on as CIA director, but I guess even Jimmy Carter was smart enough to know that they need to get this guy the fuck out of there.
One of the only smart moves Carter made.
Yeah, 100%.
But in that year that he was, I mean, like I said, like it's the timing of it that's so important, because he was made director at a very, very vulnerable time for the CIA. And what did he do during the 1 year he was director of the CIA? Well, he announced a major reorganization that increased both the agency's authority to conduct controversial operations and the director's authority over the larger intelligence community. So, like, he was there, and then, like, along with, guess what, Rumsfeld, Cheney, and Wolfowitz, and others who did the Halloween massacre, he began finding ways to get around analysts who did not sufficiently hype the threat from the Soviet Union. What was that effort? It was, of course, known as Team A and Team B in the Pentagon. And that Team A, Team B guy, look that up. It is everyone who was like the neocons who started the war in Iraq. And like their whole reason for being was to create a non-existent threat by the Soviet Union to abrogate any effort to cut military spending or to rein in the intelligence community. Because they would always come up with like, well, the CIA or the State Department says that there is absolutely no evidence we can find that the Soviet Union is currently developing a doomsday device. And Team B would look at the same evidence and create this like stovepipe of intelligence, exactly like they did in the George W. Bush administration, to say, well, the fact that there is no evidence for the Russian doomsday device is proof positive that Russia is developing a doomsday device, because we understand the Russian mind in a way that these people don't. It should be noted that not a single one of these people spoke Russian or ever lived in Russia, even once. So he was right there, and Brent Snowcroft was right there. It was this very like brief period in the Ford administration, a guy who was like not even elected president in which the intelligence community and George H.W. Bush managed to completely reassert control over like the CIA and all of their covert operations at a time when it was most vulnerable. And then right before Reagan got in there and gave them free reign to do whatever the fuck they wanted. But also we saw here, like, this is the beginning of the careers of guys like Cheney, Rumsfeld, Snowcroft, and everyone who would be in George H.W. Bush's presidential administration, and then eventually his sons.
And there's one other big notable thing from his brief tenure there at CIA. While he was the CIA chief, Orlando Lettier and Ronnie Moffat were blown up in DuPont Circle by the Chilean security services as part of Operation Condor, and he publicly helped cover it up. So the involvement that he had there, who knows how deep that went.
And then finally, most importantly, the one thing he also did in his brief tenure as CIA director was put an end to any and all investigations into the JFK assassination and the numerous agency connections to literally everyone involved in it, especially old family friend George de Mohrenschildt, who we talked about in episode 1. This exact moment, journalists began digging around this guy, and what do you know it? In 1977, he blew his head off with a shotgun.
Wow, Bill O'Reilly was at his front door.
So there we go. That takes us from the Watergate burglary and like HW's involvement in the Nixon administration right up to his tenure as CIA director. And I think the important thing here is that, like, narrating this story, like I said, it would seem to suggest that Watergate and everything surrounding it was some sort of operation of which Nixon was basically a victim of rather than a perpetrator of, done on behalf of the CIA. And like I said, the various elements that comprise what could fairly be termed as like a shadow government in America, who were angry at Nixon for stepping out of line in a couple crucial ways as it regards China, slowing out the Cold War, and undermining their authority. And that, like, after that, at a time when, for the first time ever, the American public was being made aware of, like, just how blood-curdling the shit these people have been gotten up to over the last couple decades were. And I'm talking about the assassinations of, like, political figures like Diem, Trujillo, Patrice Lumumba. And then it's just like, how easy is it to just throw Kennedy, like the fact that Kennedy was swallowed by this exact same beast? Like, that these political assassinations and coups that were going on overseas being run by these people in secret, is it really so, like, how big a leap do you have to make to think that, like, oh, they wouldn't do that in America, the country that's most important to them? And it was George H.W. Bush who was at, like I said, just found himself at the nexus of all of these things, the removal of Nixon and then, like, the reconsolidation of power by the intelligence community at a time at which they were probably never more vulnerable. So, I mean, like that to me is just like, you know, that's the important thing about this part of H.W. Bush's life. So that, I think, fairly summarizes it. I mean, that's part 2 of the life and times of the man known as Poppy. And there's a lot of stuff going on there. And if you'd like to delve deeper into it, like I said, I borrowed heavily from the work of Russ Baker and his book, Family of Secrets, which is a very interesting read. And it's a book that I mentioned in the first episode is, you know, was slammed as being conspiratorial and defamatory when it came out. But when you read it, it's like Russ Baker's a very dry journalist. I mean, like, it really is just kind of, he makes certain speculations, which is sort of like, how could you not when you look at all this information? But it is a fairly dry resuscitation of, like, the historical record that is largely gone unnoticed for obvious reasons. So in part 3, I think when we get around to doing that, we will have to talk about his role as Reagan's vice president, his role in the secret dirty wars in Central America, crucially his role in the Iran-Contra affair, but also I would like to talk about the insane Bush family connections to the Hinckley family and the guy who shot Ronald Reagan early in his first term. Because, I mean, it very well may be that, like, that was fucking sending a message to another president as well. And like I said, the Hinckley family, John Hinckley Jr. himself was close friends with Neil Bush, and the Hinckley father was very close to George H.W. Bush. And, like, the Hinckley and Bush family is another very, very weird, like, personal connection that as it relates to a presidential attempted assassination. And then like, we may maybe we'll have to do a part 4 on him actually being president and the ghoulish shit he did in the first Gulf War and elsewhere during the Noriega. I mean, there's just so much stuff here There's so much fucking dirt. His connections to the Saudis and what that meant. I mean, it goes
Carlyle
on and on.
Group.
It goes on and
Pretty
on
nuts.
and on with this guy. It's fucking incredible.
Yeah, he's the Zelig of evil.
I mean, that is a way to think about it. Like, he really is. Yeah, he's just sort of in the background at like all of these very key moments in American history, and somehow it emerges from them despite being very closely tied to all of the shit that's going on. Emerges unscathed, and then is promoted after each successive like disaster. And he's just right there at the right place in the right time at all of these nexuses of like I said, money, intelligence, politics, oil, all of it. I mean, like I said, he's a stand-in for so much about 20th century America, and that's, I think, the benefit of doing this series. So once again, Poppy Part 2, Poppy Parts 3 and 4 still to come. But like I said, we cannot even approach one episode on any of this shit because it's just, there's too much stuff there. And I'm going to have to start compiling all the stuff on Iran-Contra now. And we may have to just do an episode just on Iran-Contra, like a Poppy extended cinematic universe, because there's, I mean, the shit there is jaw-dropping as well in terms of who's involved in it.
Daniel Ortega as Thanos.
So what do you say, fellas? Till next time?
Till next time.
Bye.
Hello.
Ambassador Bush, President, sir.
Hello. George?
Mr. President.
Just called to wish you a Happy New Year.
What a thoughtful thing.
And tell you what a great job you've done in 71.
Well, my gosh, nothing could make me happier, but I just feel I let you down a couple of ways.
Oh, not at all, no.
We had some tough ones.
Well, you fought the good fight, and that's the main thing, and you made a fine mark for yourself, and
well, thank you,
we're
sir.
glad to have you on our team.
Well, I'll tell you, it's been a great challenge.
Have you liked it?
I've loved every minute of it.
That's the stuff. How do you like fighting that New York society
I don't
crowd?
like that. I don't like that part of it, and I don't like, with the family living here in New York
Yeah.
and stuff, although we're ensconced in royal splendor. But that part
Yeah.
isn't so great. But the job has been fascinating, and the
Right.
year was marvelous. Well, aren't you thoughtful to call, sir? I really appreciate it.
Who are you going to root for tomorrow?
Oh, gosh, we got a lot of mixed emotions, but I'm for the, well, let's see, Sunday, I think I'm focusing in more on
You're on the Dallas side.
the Dallas deal. Where are you now?
I'm in Washington at the White House. Yeah, I'm working in my office a little late.
Well, please give our best to Ms. Nixon.
We'll see you on the 20th. We're going to have a little party for the
I know
cabinet.
it, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Among friends.
I know it.
Okay.
Great year, and congratulations on all your...
Give our best to the family, and particularly to your dad, will you?
I will. I'll
Okay.
call him right now and tell him.
Call him and tell him I thought about him, will you? And
will, sir.
tell him I bet he can still give me 10 strokes and win.
I don't know about that.
Oh, God, I can't even shoot 100 anymore.
Well, congratulations to you on I think things are shaping up for the whole Nixon administration. I think you've ended on a great note.
Well.
I've just come back from Texas, and I think the feeling there is on the upsurge. And,
You think it is?
yes, sir, I do.
Good.
I really do.
Well, we hope so.
Yep. Going good. Well, thank you very much, Mr. President.
Okay, George.
Appreciate
Bye.
it. Bye.
In 1992. That's right, Dallas. We're talking the Kennedy assassination. So for you guys here tonight, we are premiering Part 3 of Poppy.
The greatest Texan of all time, George H.W. Bush. I think we'd all agree. The Texan's Texan, they called him. The most Texan.
So just a little to refresh your memory here. When we left off with our intrepid hero, he was sequestered in China to avoid the fallout of the Watergate scandal that he helped engineer.
Yes.
He had just been involved in pulling off what was essentially a kind of intelligence state coup against Richard Nixon.
He was trying to do foreign policy. No, you can't do that. That's not your job.
And then had just been appointed head of the CIA by Gerald Ford, despite seemingly having no experience whatsoever working for the CIA.
I don't know nothing about this business. I'm just happy to be helping.
Many people said that he was like a Ted Lasso figure of the CIA. You know, he just kind of ended up there, and it's like, well, I mean, I guess this is a mix-up, but I'm going to do the best I can do.
He came into the CIA after the Church Committee. It was sort of a losing team, and they needed to be revived by some good old-fashioned positive thinking.
Yeah, no.
Fuck, that is actually what happened.
Yeah, no, he got that team on track. To this day, they've had very few bad seasons.
This is fucking with me because I cannot think of a contemporary political figure who is more like Ted Lasso than George H.W. Bush. It is uncanny.
Yeah.
Fuck, he just needed the goddamn mustache.
He also eats pussy too. Is that a Ted Lasso
He does
thing?
do that, yes.
So yes, he was brought into sort of clean house after Richard Helms and the rather damaging revelations of the Church Committee, which revealed, among other things, experiments on human guinea pigs, mind control programs, political assassinations and coups, domestic surveillance, run down the list. I think this was the shit that they were just willing to disclose.
The family jewels.
The family
as Richard
jewels.
Helms called it, yeah.
So so check this out. This is, once again, thank you to Russ Baker and his book Family of Secrets for providing much of the information here tonight. But I did want to talk about there was a New York Times editorial page. There was the editorial section. There was a New York Times editorial to commemorate the fact, hey, ladies and gentlemen, our new CIA director. And you could tell that they were really struggling for things to talk about because they ignored the fact that he had been a CIA agent pretty much his entire adult life. So let's put up the New York Times article. A breezy head of the CIA, George Herbert Walker
Easy
Bush.
breezy, baby. Look at him.
Read here. This will be sort of a refresher on the career of Poppy. Shortly after arriving in Peking last fall as chair of the American Liaison Office, George Herbert Walker Bush astonished fellow diplomats by arriving at official receptions on a bicycle instead of a limousine.
Just like the Chinese do it.
Or Ted Lasso. He also has a bike.
He would do that. Oh my God. If Ted Lasso showed up in Beijing to like ingratiate himself, you know that motherfucker would fucking just ride around on a goddamn bicycle, which is exactly what George and Barr did when they were in Beijing.
His mode of travel was typical of the heavy casualness of this one-time Texas oil millionaire, whom President Ford named tonight as head of the Central Intelligence Agency. The lean and handsome Mr. Bush, who is a noted host and a versatile athlete. This is the guy who just got appointed head of the CIA, and they're like, well, let's look at the CIA. His wife throws good parties. He could play baseball. He played baseball.
He's cool.
Yeah. Is the product of an aristocratic Connecticut family. His father, Prescott Bush, served in the United States Senate. Yet, as chief American representative to China, George Bush has succeeded at least to a limited degree.
Honestly, that's the best kind of degree. Like, realistically. I mean, like, look in your heart. Are you going to succeed to a degree or to a limited degree? We all know.
Instead of formal dinners and receptions, the Bush is entertained by serving soft drinks and popcorn while showing old movies. Last July 4th, they had an American picnic, hot dogs, hamburgers, and beer on the grounds of the American compound. There were door prizes, including an exercise cycle for a corpulent Middle Eastern ambassador. Wait, that's so fucked up. They just have some fat Saudi oil son come through, and George Bush is just like, I got you a gift.
Here's Joan Fonda.
Continuing, it says, one observer of the Peking scene said recently, it's Dime Square or something. One observer of the Peking scene said recently, George Bush has become a center of attention and affection in the diplomatic community. His friends range from a clerk in the Italian embassy, a tennis partner, to the highest-ranking ambassadors. So he has two friends. He made two friends in China. George Bush has often amazed friends and critics with his talent for smiling in the face of keen political disappointments. He was twice elected to the House in 1966 and 1968, but was defeated for the United States Senate in 1964 and 1970, and 3 times mentioned in vain as a vice presidential candidate. Funny you bring that up. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. If confirmed by the Senate as director of the Central Intelligence, Mr. Bush may face the most difficult challenge of his career, since it is a post requiring a low political profile, and he is openly ambitious politically. Mr. Bush, who was born on June 12, 1924 in Milton, Massachusetts, looks far younger than he is.
He's a goddamn dime. He's a snack, and he's a pog.
They're really in the tank for him in this article. This is like, they're writing about LeBron. They're writing about LaBush here. They're talking about how good he is at smiling, his two friends, how he gave soda to everyone at his party.
So just at the end here, it says here, after the war, he went to Yale, where he captained the baseball team and won a Phi Beta Kappa key before graduating in 1948. After that, he built up an oil drilling business in Texas that made him a millionaire. He is married to the former Barbara Pierce. They have 5 children. Politics, he said a few years ago, is always going to be a part of me. So, politics is always going to be a part of him.
Can't stop.
Can't stop. Won't stop. So, yeah, Gerald Ford, he nominates him to be director of the CIA. And it's funny to think about, he's been mentioned a bit for vice president. He did not sail through the confirmation because, as the Times article mentions, he had already run for political office a number of times as a Republican and was very much planning to do that again when he was nominated for the position. So to allay people's fears, Gerald Ford issued an official statement on behalf of George Bush that stated that he had, at Poppy's urging, that stated that he would never, ever seek or hold the vice presidential position.
Never! He would never even think to do such a thing. And honestly, it's disgusting for you to even ask.
So he was eventually confirmed. I think 23 people voted against him, but he was confirmed fairly easily. And after he was confirmed, obviously the first order of business is help manage the agency's response to the Church Committee and its rather troubling revelations, and continue the mission of scrubbing everything like Richard Helms had been doing before he was shown the door. And just, basically just backing up dump trucks of papers to an incinerator. He took over in 1976 and was given a clear mandate by Gerald Ford. A sweeping reorganization that placed more power in the hands of the director than had ever existed before. Interesting. Strange for a guy with no experience whatsoever in intelligence to suddenly find himself...
He's just happy to be there.
To suddenly find himself in an executive bureaucratic position that all of a sudden more power has been placed...
Oh, shucks. You want me to do it? Well, I guess I will.
And it also increased the CIA's authority over other departments, like intelligence, like the Pentagon's DNI and like several other intelligence agencies. It really made clear that the CIA, they were all subordinate to the CIA, and everyone is subordinate to this Ted Lasso figure who's just been given the keys to the kingdom.
He's just like, oh, heck, y'all, come on in here, get around,
Usually, when something's been the subject of tremendous malfeasance, you want to concentrate power within it. And I was just thinking, just on the Ted Lasso thing, it is such a funny moment here because if anybody's listened to Hell of Presidents, Gerald Ford really is President Football.
It's true.
Just this moment where it's like President Football and that Times report that's like, you would write the exact same profile of somebody you were hiring to coach your local rec league.
Yeah, that's
you know? It's like, meanwhile, they're just creating a charnel house in Central America the entire time, and they're like, but he sure throws a good hot dog picnic.
President Football and President Baseball. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
As CI director, Bush exercised another Bush family specialty, which is systematically favoring an intelligence that played into hardline conservatives' fears of Russia and the Soviet Union. And I'm talking about, of course, a direct reversal of the Nixon and Kissinger policy of détente in favor of 3 gentlemen named Paul Wolfowitz, Donald Rumsfeld, and Dick Cheney. Yes, that's correct. He oversaw the creation of what was known as the Pentagon's Team B. Team B, they're basically the Team B, they were made up of hardline neoconservatives who had long pilloried the Central Intelligence Agency because their intelligence was too soft on Russia. And in their mind, the problem with the CIA's intelligence is that it was based only on data and not vibes. It was only hard data, no vibes. And you got guys like Wolfowitz in there, and he's saying, have I ever been to Russia? No. Do I speak Russian? Definitely not. Do I understand the Russian mindset? Absolutely. And it's only through vibes can something like that be accomplished. No, but the Team B specialty was, the CIA, they would ask for a report from the CIA on Russia's doomsday weapon. And the CIA would come back and they said, we've put all our intelligence analysts on this and we have found no evidence whatsoever of a Russian doomsday device, i.e. we think it's highly unlikely that one exists. Team B would go, you see, you fools. The fact that you found no evidence for it is what it assures us that it does exist.
Yeah, Team B, anytime in the TCOT years that you would see a conservative fret about a, Iranian submarine that is just miles away from the U.S. coast, they're really playing off the legacy of Team B. Team B is in the hearts of every amateur Kremlinologist and Russia expert, whether they're in Ukraine, like Terrell Starr, or just stateside, typing it up.
So yeah, like he had, he oversaw the guys, like the planted the seeds of what would become like, the Iraq War and like that whole intelligence debacle. But like, I think this underscores here that like, it's kind of the mistake people make when they talk about intelligence. Cause like, you read accounts of this and they're like, oh, like they didn't like the CIA intelligence analysts because their intelligence was not biased enough. And it's just like, that's just because the analysts weren't reading the room good enough. I mean, there is data out there that you can control, you can attempt to draw like what are more or less rational conclusions from. But there is simply no way that an organization like an intelligence gathering bureaucracy exists in a government such as ours or any in the world where intelligence is not going to be subordinate to the politics of the people who surround it. Yeah. It's always going to be political and there's always going to have an agenda to it. Mm-hmm. Team B was just like they had to change the agenda. Yeah. They had to change the agenda to make it seem like to justify restarting the Cold War, essentially.
Yeah.
And keep in mind that Nixon he just oversaw Nixon being removed from office more or less because, as Matt said, him and Kissinger attempted to exercise pretty much total control over U.S. foreign policy.
Yeah, that's no good.
Which is not allowed.
You're not in charge.
They were cutting
you're the president? Who do you think you are? The president? Oh no. That's adorable.
So in addition to cooking the book, scrubbing the record to cover up everything the Church Committee was looking into, and cooking intelligence about Soviet doomsday devices, Poppy oversaw another thing the Bush family specializes in, privatizing things. And he oversaw like a near total privatization of U.S. intelligence in the form of getting the Saudis to fund covert actions unapproved by Congress.
It's so easy. Oh no, how are we going to get this approved by Congress? Who gives a shit? Get a suitcase full of diamonds from a Saudi prince.
Yeah, the late 70s were the time when Prince Turki Al Faisal, who is Bush's equivalent in Saudi intelligence, General Intelligence Directorate, started the policy of Wahhabization, but under the aegis of Saudi intelligence, which was going to places that were near Russian or Russian sympathetic governments and just giving already Muslim populations more money than they'd ever seen to be like, okay, you're Wahhabi now. And then you just put it in the oven, let it sit for about 20 years, and there's new money for the Black Eagle Trust Fund.
And by the way, the Saudi funding for CIA covert operatives, that made a shitload. It was a very lucrative racket for many of his cronies here in Texas. In fact, I think many of the buildings here in Dallas are probably built with money that was siphoned off of those operations.
No question.
So, but here's the problem, though. When it comes to farming out CIA operations, there's always going to be a little bit of blowback, as Felix alluded to, but there's one very specific thing that Poppy oversaw in September of 1976. He was only confirmed that February, but in September of that year, there was a bombing on DC's Embassy Row. There was a terrorist assassination of the former Chilean ambassador to President Allende, a man named Orlando Letelier. Him and an American associate, a woman named Ronnie Moffett, were assassinated with a car bomb in the middle of Washington, D.C.
DuPont motherfucking circle.
On Embassy Row, the highest security place in D.C. outside of the White House. This is where every country in the world has their embassy. We've driven past it. Some of them are very impressive, some of them not so much.
Can you believe we went from this to Lev Parnas?
Yeah, if you're not strapping a bomb to a fucking chassis of a car, what are you even doing? I don't care.
Subsequent investigations by Chileans revealed that the assassination had been carried out by a former CIA contractor by the name of Michael Towney at the direction of Chile under Pinochet's DINA security director. It was their terrifying internal security forces, and they carried out this assassination on American soil, including killing an American citizen as part of what was known as Operation Condor, which was this like international program of assassinations that was kind of like Operation Phoenix, but for the Western Hemisphere. And the idea was it was like this fascist spider web that would like any sympathizer of any socialist government, they would touch you in any country that you were in. It didn't matter if they didn't have to disappear you just because you were in Argentina or Chile or whatever.
Yeah.
They would kill you in DuPont Circle in Washington, D.C. Yeah. Why did they do that? Well, it's because when you kill someone with a car bomb in D.C., the CIA tends to take notice of something like that. Except George H.W. Bush was director of the CIA at the time, and I was reading here. It says under CIA Director George H.W. Bush leaked for public consumption through Newsweek magazine. He leaked an intelligence assessment to Newsweek magazine, clearing the Chilean government's feared intelligence service, DINA, which was then run by Contreras, who was like another very scary guy. Relying on the word of Bush's CIA, Newsweek reported that the Chilean secret police were not involved in the Letelier assassination. The Central Intelligence Agency reached its decision because the bomb was too crude to be the work of experts, and because the murder was coming while Chile's rulers were wooing U.S. support. It could only damage the Santiago regime.
Operation Condor, just a side note, had the benefit for sickos on the American side in that it was like the greatest direct mail child theft ring probably of all time.
Was it like John Negroponte when he was ambassador to Honduras was running a child adoption racket?
Yeah.
Of like orphans who were made by the dirty war that he was running, he was selling to American families through the U.S. Embassy in Honduras.
Yeah. There's been a lot of media made about the theft of babies, specifically in Argentina, but they were doing it everywhere that Condor was.
One last thing about CIA contractor Michael Towney, who planted the car bomb. And this is another thing that rhymes with the career of George H.W. Bush and his entire family. Would it surprise you to learn that Michael Towney was on the State Department's watch list for international terrorism, but was allowed to enter the country more or less completely unmolested? Does that sound familiar to anyone?
And so when the CIA said that, the Chileans, they didn't do this, we know, trust us. Who did it? Their argument was it was communists who were trying to make Letelier a martyr. It's like they were imagining an international communist movement where they're like, hey, Orlando, would you be willing to die like for clout? And he was like, absolutely.
But unfortunately, Orlando Letelier wasn't the only assassination causing a headache for Papi. There was still the matter of Dallas in 1963 for him to nail shut. I'm gonna read a quote now from Russ Baker's book. Although Papi couldn't remember where he had been on November 22nd, 1963,
who could?
and couldn't be bothered to recall his old friend George de Mohrenschildt's precise role in the matter or in the life of Lee Harvey Oswald. As CIA director, he began paying keen attention to the resurgent assassination investigations. So, Papi composed an internal memo asking after a report regarding a visit by Jack Ruby to Santo Trafficante. It says, Trafficante, 2 years after Bush left the CIA as director, would admit to congressional investigators of being part of a CIA operation to assassinate Castro in the 1960s. In 1960. As a side note, I didn't know this until I was researching it for the show today. Sam Giancana was killed in 1975 by an unknown gunman shortly before he was set to testify to the Church Committee about his role in the many plots against Castro.
He was cooking sausage and peppers. Somebody came up and bing, right in the head.
Just a little bit like a little bit of like the mafia flavor to the Kennedy assassination here. Just another quote. It says here, later the committee decided, this is speaking of Trafficante said he was brought into the Castro thing by Johnny Roselli. And he testifies. Later, the committee decided to recall Roselli for additional testimony when he was called up. But by the time he was called, he had already been missing for several days. His decomposing body was later found inside a 55-gallon steel fuel drum.
Floating in Tampa Bay.
Floating in Dumbfounding Bay near Miami.
Yeah.
He had been strangled and shot, and his legs had been sawed off.
It is really sad when someone wants to kill themselves that badly. Just really unfortunate. Call your friends, call your therapist, call any girl that you see. Just don't end up like him.
In his testimony to the House Select Committee on Assassinations, Trafficante would say he had been recruited for the Castro Project by fellow mobster John Roselli, who had testified in 1975 before the Church Committee about efforts to kill Castro. In April 1976, while Poppy was CIA director, Roselli was again called before the Church Committee, this time to testify about the conspiracy to kill President Kennedy. Then the oil drum thing happened. So we got a renewed interest in the Kennedy assassination. But that's bad for Poppy. But as we just explained, most of the mob guys who were going to testify were already dead. But there was just one loose thread that dangled out in front of Poppy this entire time, and that is his old family friend George de Mohrenschildt from right here in Dallas, Texas. In case you don't remember, George de Mohrenschildt was a Russian-born petroleum engineer who's like a Zelig figure to the whole Kennedy assassination. He was basically. He was the uncle of President Poppy's prep school roommate at Andover. He was a friend of First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy's parents, an associate of Oswald, a notorious womanizer and bon vivant who was rejected by the Wartime Office of Strategic Service for his alleged Nazi sympathies. George de Mohrenschildt was the guy who, longtime family friends with the Bush family. He has known Poppy since he was in high school, pretty much. And he keeps showing up in the life of Poppy H.W. Bush. And he shows up here in Dallas because he basically shepherds Lee Harvey Oswald and his Russian wife, Marina. He shepherds them into this community of Dallas white Russians and became their sort of social confidant, a very close friend of theirs. De Mohrenschildt's wife, Jeanne, she was the one who claimed to have taken the photo of Oswald in the backyard, if you believe that photo was actually taken. While this is going on, in September of 1976, there's basically a growing, after the Church Committee, a growing drumbeat of public interest, not just in the assassination of John F. Kennedy, but also in Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and Robert Kennedy. So after months of debate, the House agreed to open a new investigation into all of them, hence the House Select Committee on Assassinations. January of that year, so at the beginning of the year, September is when the House Select Committee on Assassinations is finally formed. In January of that year, George de Mohrenschildt had written to a Dutch TV reporter named Willem Altmans, who had struck up a friendship with George years earlier in Dallas when he was speaking to these women's auxiliary groups that were these fanatically arch-conservative Bircher types. And also, sidebar here about Willem Altmans, he did attend Yale and graduated in the same class as William F. Buckley. So all these people know each other. It's really amazing. So he's talking to this guy Altmans, who is this weird. In the writing about him, he's described sort of similar to George de Mohrenschildt himself as sort of an intelligence-connected cipher. So he knows that George de Mohrenschildt is working on a memoir that he's seeking this Dutch TV reporter's help with. So Mohrenschildt is beginning to lose it. And later that year, he wrote this letter to George H.W. Bush, who was serving as the director of the CIA. This is an incredible letter that he wrote his old friend George. It's dated Dallas, September 5th. Dear George, you will excuse this handwritten letter. Maybe you will be able to bring a solution to the hopeless situation I find myself in. My wife and I find ourselves surrounded by some vigilantes. Our phone bugged and we are being followed everywhere. Either FBI is involved in this or they do not want to accept my complaints. We are driven to insanity by the situation. I have been behaving like a damn fool ever since my daughter Nadia died from cystic fibrosis over 3 years ago. I tried to write stupidly and unsuccessfully about Lee H. Oswald, and it must have angered a lot of people. I do not know, but to punish an elderly man like myself and my highly nervous and sick wife is really too much. Could you do something to remove the net around us? This will be my last request for help, and I will not annoy you anymore. Good luck in your important job. Thank you so much. Sincerely, George de Morenschild, 2737 Kings Road, apartment 142, if anyone wants to check that out.
First floor apartment, pretty tough for a JFK co-conspirator. You have to fuck up so bad to have like known Bush your entire life, to have helped kill Kennedy, and you end up being this guy. It's like Joe Biden's dad missing out on the great wave of post-war prosperity. Two of the biggest bag fumbles of all time.
So obviously this letter hits like the CIA's like mail department.
I just want to say
where Ari Gold was working.
I just want to say, if I ever get the chance to write a letter to a secretary-level individual, I'm absolutely going to sign it off. Good luck with your important job.
He's like a pestering Jewish mom.
So like imagine like you're in the CIA mail department and you get a handwritten letter from a guy speaking on very friendly terms with the director of the CIA, and the guy happens to be a guy who is like more associated with the Kennedy assassination than anyone other than Lee Harvey Oswald. So it's like routed around the agency, and like all these notes are appended to it, and then it finally gets across Director Bush's desk with this memo: Mr. Bush, do you know this individual? This is a side note to the director. And then in an internal CIA note, George H.W. Bush responded, I do know this man, de Morenschild. I first met him in the early 40s. He was an uncle to my Andover roommate. Later, he surfaced in Dallas in the 50s, maybe? He got involved in some controversial dealings in Haiti. Then he surfaced when Oswald shot to prominence. He knew Oswald before the assassination of President Kennedy. So that's like, I love that response because this is the head of the CIA who doesn't really recall much of anything about a close family friend who was that close to the guy who supposedly killed the president. But he refers to his controversial dealings in Haiti. I love that that's like such intelligence OPSEC, because he's talking about like, well, I recall he did some controversial things in Haiti and not the vastly more controversial dealings with Lee Harvey Oswald. So George Bush, director of the CIA, actually penned a personal response to George. It reads as such. Dear George, please forgive the delay in my reply to your September 5th letter. It took time to thoroughly explore the matters you raised. Let me first say that I know it must have been difficult for you to seek my help in the situation outlined in your letter. I believe I can appreciate your state of mind in view of your daughter's tragic death a few years ago and the current poor state of your wife's health. I was extremely sorry to hear of these circumstances. In your situation, I can well imagine how the attentions you described in your letter affect both you and your wife. However, my staff has been unable to find any indication of interest in your activities on the part of federal authorities in recent years. The flurry of interest that has attended your testimony before the Warren Commission has long since subsided. I can only suspect that you have become newsworthy, in quotation marks again, and in view of the renewed interest in the Kennedy assassination, and thus may be attracting the attention of people in the media. I hope this letter has been of some comfort to you, George, although I realize I am unable to answer your question completely. Thank you for your good wishes on my new job. As you can imagine, I'm finding it interesting and challenging. Very truly yours, George Bush, Director. Okay, so Dallas, Texas, would it surprise you to learn that George de Morenschild's life took a turn for the worse after sending the director of the CIA?
What? No, but he asked his old friend for help.
In November of that year, just 1 month after writing the letter, George's wife had him committed to a mental institution for 3 months at where? Dallas Parkland Hospital. That's right. You might remember Parkland as the hospital Kennedy was rushed to after getting his head blown off. She claimed, okay, so his wife, upon admitting him, claimed that he had attempted suicide 3 times. Just important to get that on the record. He had been attempting suicide 3 times already. So if he ever pulls it off, just know there's a precedent there. He claimed he attempted suicide, was hearing voices, and believed that the FBI and Jewish mafia was out to get him. Literally everyone but the CIA. And so his wife had him committed, in which he was treated with electroshock therapy.
Oh.
A year after, spoiler alert, George de Mohrenschildt kills himself. A year after his death, though, his wife would go on to tell a journalist a very different story about what precipitated George's hospitalization. I'm reading Family of Secrets here. She claimed that a doctor had appeared in Dallas for a brief period and administered injections to him. Following those injections, she said, George suffered a nervous breakdown, at which point she decided to have him hospitalized. The doctor, she claimed, vanished into thin air. I'll also note here, Jeanne de Mohrenschildt, George's wife, was also longtime friends with former CIA director Richard Helms. So I just want to close it out here with just a little bit about the circumstances surrounding George de Mohrenschildt's death. So in 1977, Bush leaves the CIA because, he had a very, very short tenure as CIA director. He begged, because, the Republicans lost the election, and he begged Carter to allow him to extend his tenure and really get done the reforms that he really was trying to implement. That didn't work. Carter canned him and appointed this guy, Admiral Stansfield Turner, to reform the CIA. And he was a longtime Navy guy who actually did want to reform the CIA. And in Houston, we'll get into what happened into the Carter administration for going up against the Bushes. But so remember the Dutch TV producer, TV reporter Willem Altman. So he returned to Dallas in 1977, and Mohrenschildt contacted him, and he began to hint that he was writing something and wanted to tell Altman something troubling. When he first sees Mohrenschildt for the first time in years, he is shocked at how bad it's gotten. This guy's he looks haggard. He's paranoid. He used to be a man of some vigor, and it was an active tennis partner, and now he was a fucking complete wreck. And then he starts telling Altman all this shit about how he knew Jack Ruby and was a very compartmentalized part of a plot of Texas oilmen and intelligence operatives to kill John F. Kennedy in Dallas. He begs Altman to take him out of the country, and then Altman takes him to his home in Amsterdam. He puts him up at his house and helps him edit the memoir he's working on called I Am a Patsy, I Am a Patsy, both in exclamation points. This goes fine.
What does that mean?
This goes fine for a couple of days until Altman, keep in mind, himself also somewhat intelligence adjacent, says an old friend who is a Soviet diplomat will be joining them for lunch. The man arrives, and Mohrenschildt said he'd like to take a brief walk, a brief constitutional before lunch. Who doesn't like to do that? So he leaves the house and never returns. He goes to Belgium and then gets a flight back to Florida. And one of the things that was found on him at the scene of his body, on his body, was an affidavit that he had prepared accusing Altman of betraying him. And when you think about this in the context of how George de Mohrenschildt knew Lee Harvey Oswald and the role he played here in Dallas with Mr. Oswald, sort of shepherding him around ex-Russians, and then the whole thing of white Russians, but also the whole thing about Oswald being introduced to arch-conservative anti-communist Russians after being an American who
it's very weird.
Went to the Soviet Union to renounce his American citizenship and join a communist country.
Yeah, and then married the daughter of a KGB general, and then he comes home, and it's hey, here are arch reactionaries, hang out with them. And it was cool for some reason.
But just in the context of why he says so this Dutch TV guy is he's losing his mind, he's starting to tell him all this shit about the Kennedy assassination. And then his friend says, oh, I have a friend of mine coming by. He's an ex-Soviet diplomat. You think in George de Mohrenschildt's mind he began to feel like Oswald? In that, all of a sudden, you're being placed around Soviet intelligence operatives, you're being placed around Soviets, so that when you end up killing someone or kill yourself, the narrative is credibly presented about your associations and contacts. So he returns to Florida, and the House Select Committee on Assassination learns of this and sends one of their investigators to interview him. A man named, this is not made up, one of the coolest names ever, Gaten Fonzie. Gaten Fonzie. He learns that Gaten Fonzie is on the way to interview him while he is being interviewed by Edward J. Epstein, no relation, of Reader's Digest magazine. He kills himself later that afternoon. And then he blows his head off with a shotgun. And then the other part about that story I really love is that in Bill O'Reilly's book, Killing Kennedy, he invents a story about how when he was a TV producer here in Dallas, he found out that Mohrenschildt had returned to the United States and he claims he found at the house he was staying at, and he says that he was knocking on the door going, "Come out, Pinhead!" as the guy put a shotgun in his mouth and blew his head off. I just think he killed himself because he didn't want to talk to Bill O'Reilly.
Well, that's the funny thing. It's like, that's the story you're telling. It's like, yeah, this guy blew his head off instead of talk to me.
There's just one last detail about the circumstances of his suicide. The shotgun that he used to kill himself was placed in the guest room that he was staying in by the proprietor of the house. A loaded shotgun was placed in his bedroom because she said she heard strange noises the other night. I mean, whatever, it's Texas, I buy it. There's basically there's this whole constellation of people that the FBI investigated after the George de Mohrenschildt suicide, including a guy named Jim Savage, who was an executive at Transcontinental Drilling Company who knew both Poppy and George de Mohrenschildt. Jim Savage was someone who Mohrenschildt gave his car to drive from the airport back home. He'd worked with the Mohrenschildt, and he'd also been a friend and colleague. He worked for a company called Kerr-McGee, who was for the Senator Robert Kerr, who was a colleague of Prescott Bush. In 1952, Savage gave Poppy Bush a tour of Kerr-McGee before he started Zapata Petroleum. And what do you know it, the Kerr-McGee Oil Company was very instrumental in setting up George Bush very nicely in the oil business. Jim Savage's supervisor at Kerr-McGee was a guy named George Kitchell, who was also good friends with Poppy and helped him launch his political career in Houston in the early 1960s. Years after the assassination, Kitchell confirmed that he was friends with both Poppy and de Mohrenschildt, but he didn't know that the other two knew each other. Don't you hate it when, friends are friends? But check this out. Here's the last thing I'm going to drop for tonight. This is just the last weird connection here. George Kitchell's brother was the FBI agent that Poppy George H.W. Bush called on November 22nd, 1963, to warn him about threats made on Kennedy's life here in Dallas. So this is part of all just creating his backstory. This cover here, he just it was about right-wing groups that were making death threats to Kennedy in Dallas. So he was day of, he was oh shit, let me just contact my good friend's brother who works for the FBI and just get this story on the record real quick. So that is part 1 of part 3 of Poppy. Dallas, Texas. We are going to take a quick break. We're going to have a quick intermission. Please get a drink. Please tip your bartenders. We'll be back in the second half with Texas Boys Pendejo time. We got Jake and Thomas with us tonight. So chill out. We'll be back in a little bit. So that's enough about Dallas. Fuck Dallas, right? Let's get it going. Let's talk about let's talk about Poppy Bush's connections to the city of Houston. So Poppy leaves the CIA in 1977. After a very brief tenure, and of course he begged Jimmy Carter to let him stay on to continue the important work he was doing. So he leaves government and goes back to the old family business, banking. But he does it here in Texas. He is hired as a special consultant to the First International Bank Shares of Dallas, which was at the time Texas's largest bank holding company. Under his reign, FIB acquired 50 banks and was only turned down by the Federal Reserve one time. Quick side note, First International Bank Shares of Dallas is owned by close family friends of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover. 14 months after being hired as a special consultant, FIB went bankrupt and was bailed out by the government for $3.5 billion. But let's talk about another Texas bank, Maine Bank of Houston. It's a small, charming community bank with only about $58 million in deposits, which was, between October 1978 and December 1979, buying $10.4 million a month in new $100 bills. Maine Bank of Houston is notable here for two reasons. One, because the principal investors was one of the principal investors was a Bush family crony by the name of Jim Bath. He was a guy who met and befriended George W. Bush during their service together in Vietnam in the Air National Guard. But two, and probably most importantly, it was the first time a joint Texan-Saudi banking partnership was done publicly. Just 2 months after Poppy became CIA director, Jim Bath started an aircraft brokerage firm. And he became acquainted with, because they wanted to buy planes from him, two scions of two very wealthy Saudi families, the Bin Mahfouzes and, of course, the Bin Ladens. The principal investors in Main Bank of Houston were Jim Bath, Khalid bin Mahfouz, another Saudi named Gaith Farron, and one more guy, former Texas Governor John Connally. So I just like to think about this like, sorry about getting you shot, John, but here's a really sweet banking job I've got lined up for you after that magic bullet went through your wrist. Reading here from Family of Secrets, what most distinguished the tiny Maine bank was the highly unusual amount of cash the bank dispersed, more than $10 million a month in $100 bills. The authorities often consider such untraceable money flows to be signs of criminal activity, particularly money laundering, often connected with drugs. Cash, however, is also the principal tool of covert operations.
Students of history will note that this bank is operating in the same time frame as Saudi intelligence is ramping up its Wahhabization policy of dumping maybe some of those fresh $100 bills in hotspots around the world where U.S. and Saudi enemies exist.
Main Bank of Houston, however, was merely a minnow compared to the Leviathan known as the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, or the world's sleaziest bank. Khalid bin Mahfouz owned 20% of BCCI, and Gaith Farron, one of the principal investors in Main Bank of Houston, was understood to be their front man in the United States. BCCI was founded in the early 70s and shuttered in 1991. But, forgotten now, for a time was probably the biggest financial fraud and criminal conspiracy in human history. Reading more from Russ Baker, he describes it as a vast entity connected to the Pakistani military regime and key Gulf states, with banks and branches in 73 countries, including 50 developing ones. Although its founder, Aga Hassan Abedi, along with his top brass, emphasized their Muslim religiosity, the institution would apparently do anything for anyone willing to pay for their services needed to be kept quiet. These ranged from helping Pakistan obtain a nuclear bomb to financing secret arms deals on behalf of the West, while simultaneously serving as a money distribution network for many terrorist organizations. Some of their most famous clients include Saddam Hussein, terrorist mastermind Abu Nidal, Panamanian dictator Manuel Noriega, and the elusive heroin kingpin of Asia's Golden Triangle, Kun Sa.
Some real Noriega.
I didn't know he had
heads in the audience.
I didn't know he had so many Noriega heads in the audience tonight.
Abu Nidal, probably the biggest loser in that list. He pops up again in another Poppy-related thing when Oliver North is testifying before Congress on Iran-Contra, and they ask him why he has all this cash, why he took all this money, and he starts fake crying and says that Abu Nidal threatened to kill him, so he needed to buy a home security system.
Despite having, and this is how evil this bank truly is, despite having a murderer's row of star banking clients, which also included Mossad, the MI6, and CIA, most of the deposits, most of the funding was actually from ordinary people in developing countries, particularly in the form of remissions from guest workers from the Philippines working in Gulf countries. And when BCCI collapsed, millions of their patrons, many of whom were guest workers, lost what little they had of their life savings. Now, by 1988, in the last year of Poppy's reign as vice president, the Manhattan DA, Robert Morgenthau, informed the City of London, where BCCI was chartered, that he was seeking to indict it as a Ponzi scheme. In order to avoid a run on the bank and MI6, the Bank of England closed BCCI. Now, almost every attempt by multiple countries to unravel the extent of this criminal empire ran into a wall called national security. Investigating it would simply compromise the secrets of their clients, aka the Pakistani military, the Mossad, CIA, and MI6. The man in charge of investigating BCCI in America? That's right, Robert Mueller. Would it surprise you to learn that his investigation turned up no evidence of the US government enabling this vast criminal conspiracy? If he had looked a little harder, though, he might have found records of meetings between the BCCI's founder, Abedi, and at the time, Reagan CIA Director William Casey. Journalists alleged dozens of meetings between the two and alleged that they struck a deal to make BCCI the major conduit for covert operations. It was the way to launder millions of dollars in funds that had not been authorized by Congress. Another way around the old church committee. And here's another little thing. The guy in charge of regulating BCCI, when people believed it was just a bank and not a criminal conspiracy, the assistant secretary for enforcement under the Reagan-Bush administration was a man named John Walker, Poppy's cousin, George H.W. Bush's cousin. So here's where it gets good. So we talked about like how he had a hand in stitching up Kennedy and Nixon. But like, keep in mind, he was out of office at this point and was very sore at the fact that Jimmy Carter and the Democrats had taken the White House, which is always the real prize. And not only that, Jimmy Carter had appointed a guy named Stansfield Turner to be the director of the CIA, who genuinely was an outsider to the intelligence community. So here's what he does. He basically ensnares the people connected to him ensnare the director of Carter's Office of Budget Management and Budget in a banking scandal, and they would use it in their effort to retake the White House in 1980. The guy named Burt Lance was Carter's OMB director. And around early in the Carter administration, the Senate began looking into a dodgy bank loan he got to ensure compliance with the terms of a stock purchase in the Bank of Georgia. I'm sorry, this is very dry. We're talking about banking here, but this is Houston. This is Houston. This is all of these are Dallas and Houston. Okay, there's banks everywhere in this country. So, because of that scandal, Burt Lance resigns in 1977, and that's where Poppy and his friends step in. Lance is out of work and broke as shit. So imagine his surprise when Aga Hassan Abedi and Gaith Farron are interested in buying Lance's bank stock, which was okay because Lance had already been approved by American regulators. Lance, of course, enthusiastically agreed and essentially became the unwitting middleman for the introduction of the BCCI into the American banking system. So if anyone investigated this, Lance's name would be front and center and not far off from his friend and former business partner, Jimmy Carter. So you begin to see why Carter's attempts to open up the books on the CIA went absolutely nowhere. Also, little known fact, Jimmy Carter's idiot brother was also involved in an arms deal with Gaddafi and was given classified intelligence by Brzezinski, Mika's dad, Zbigniew. So this is really what takes us from the end of Nixon to the beginning of the Reagan administration. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Poppy Part 3. And that takes us to our Act 2. We'll have a brief intermission, get some drinks. We'll be back with the Pendejo time, boys, in Act 2. Houston, Texas, sit tight. We'll be back.
Michael Kramer of New York Magazine has called it the wimp factor.
You know Michael Kramer?
Yeah.
He'll never play linebacker for the Chicago Bears. Have you ever seen him?
George Will.
He'll never play linebacker for the Chicago Bears either. Have you ever seen him?
George Will has said, the silly, unpleasant sound Bush is emitting as he traipses from one conservative gathering to another is a thin, tinny arf, the sound of a lapdog.
Mm-hmm.
Anything you want to say to George Will?
Just that he'll never play linebacker for the Chicago Bears. Have you ever seen him? I'll put my record out there with anybody. You know that I was shot down 2 months after my 20th birthday fighting for my country? I didn't detect any wimp factor there. Do you know that we had to sit, my wife and I, and watch a child wrenched from our hearts in 6 months of cancer, knowing she was going to die? Little strength comes from that. Do you know that I've run agencies like the CIA and restored the morale out there by making tough decisions, moving people around, not jumping?
Hello, everybody. It's Wednesday, March 27th, and Felix and I are joined today by our good friend Michael Judge of the Death is Just Around the Corner podcast. And Michael is going to be helping us sort of extend the Poppy series into George H.W. Bush's tenure as director of the CIA, his involvement in what's known as the Iran-Contra affair, and even some connections with the octopus murders that we discussed with Noah Colwin and the filmmakers behind the new Netflix documentary. So basically, we didn't get to live in this spectacular Fourth Reich just by accident. It took the hard work of a lot of dedicated people like Poppy. And to understand the evil that we live in today, we have to go back and believe what Israel's been up to.
Ooh, wow, that looks rough.
Yeah, more bad news, though. It's not just, people aren't just suffering in Gaza. They're suffering in Connecticut right now. And I'm sorry if I get a little emotional during this, but right before we started recording today, of course, news broke that former U.S. Senator and vice presidential candidate Joe Lieberman has died.
People, check your Molly before you do it. That's all we can say.
Well, Felix, I was wondering, I didn't even know he was sick. He was just in the news last week scolding Chuck Schumer for being mean to Netanyahu. Then it turns out he died because of, quote, complications relating to a fall, which I think is a really supremely ironic way for someone who is against video game violence in the Senate to die from taking fall damage.
Yeah. No, he didn't get the cat ring from Dark Souls 2. You have to be a really shitty old person to die from a fall. Old people fall all the fucking time. My grandmother's 104, and the only way she gets from one place to another is basically through a series of falls. And she just keeps getting stronger. If you die, as an old person from falling, either, you got murdered for your Wurlitzer that your grandkids are going to sell, or you're just you weren't cut out for being old.
Yeah.
Not everybody is,
Yeah.
I will note that Joe Biden is only 1 year older than Joe Lieberman, a guy who just got obliterated by losing his balance for half a second.
Yeah, but look how much Joe Biden, another guy who gets from point A to point B by falling.
It's true.
And he just gets right back up.
He's a lot hardier. Or at least he has the cat ring. That's one of the amulets of protection that they give him every time he leaves the White House.
Yeah, Delaware is Dark Souls 2. Just a horrifying blend of environs that don't make sense. Time is convoluted. I will always remember Joe Lieberman. Anyone who was on the liberal internet in the early to mid 2000s, of course, remembers the dawn of democracy. The era of Ned Lamont. But I will always remember him for, when he he made his wife be more Jewish. When he was okay, your name's Hadassah now. And she was okay.
It's one of the bravest things you can do. That's the David Brooks move.
Yeah, getting your wife to change her first name. That's real pimping. That's not perpetrator pimping. That's real pimping.
Hadassah is crazy. He wasn't just it's crazy enough to tell a 50-year-old woman, okay, your name has to be Rachel or Sarah or something, but Hadassah, that's a girl that King David fucked.
Getting with their wives' handmaidens, getting into the Hebrew vino.
I got a bitch called Bathsheba.
I was trying to think back to some of Joe Lieberman's highlights over his career, and outside of being a huge supporter of the war in Iraq and Israel, of course, the things that came to mind was the violence in video games hearings, and then I remembered, despite being on remembered mostly for being a hawk and for many of America's worst wars and Israel's worst crimes. He is also one of the main reasons we don't have a public option for Medicare. Any even slight expansion of Medicare or the lowering of the age limit for Medicare, he was been basically solely responsible for killing. So, I mean, he's done so much good for the world. I hope he meets he's in a more appropriate place now, is what I'm saying.
I will never forget that fucking Howard Dean Twitter thread from 2017. Where he basically said, oh, yeah, we had all the votes for universal health care, but in order to get it through, we would have had to strip Joe Lieberman of his committee privileges. And obviously, you don't do that to a guy.
You don't. You do not do that. You do not do that to a man like Joe Lieberman. I guess I'd like to know more about the fall. Was it a staircase situation? That's usually what happens here. Someone left a roller skate outside his bedroom. Was it a hilarious sort of Looney Tunes style accident? I don't know. But speaking of accidents, the other big news from this week was the rather spectacular collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. fellas, psyop or not psyop?
God, I was so mad that I was so fucking mad that this stupid bullshit happened. Like it used to be on 2014 and basically 2014 to 2018, let's say, whenever there was a mass shooting, that's when you would see the worst fucking posts ever. You know, it was just like a bunch of late night writers being like, if you want to kill 38 people in a classroom, how about try being fucking nice to people? And it's like, all right, yeah, whatever future mass killer is following Andy Richter, please, pay attention to that. Just bullshit. But now, because of the cultural shift on Twitter, now it's just when anything happens.
Yeah.
Like it's just anything
good or bad. Any good or bad event that happens. Yeah.
It's all a psyop. Don't ask me what that means. Don't ask me, who benefits. They're just throwing shit out there in the wind. I love the people who are like, this is, infrastructure is so bad because we either gave too much money to black guys or Ukraine. And it's like
that bridge has probably been collapsing for 50 years now.
That bridge was built in 1972. What fucking bridge can withstand the heaviest civilian vessel known to man? Like, the only thing that's like heavier and can move is probably like a Nimitz class aircraft carrier. And those have to be powered by nuclear reactors.
I just
Nothing
want all the
can withstand that.
They were like, bridges don't just collapse when like the world's largest ship plows into one of their supports. Like, I was like, no, it's pretty obvious what happened. And like, the idea that like this was some sort of like cyber attack or whatever, I don't know, maybe, but like to me, the more believable explanation is that like this shit probably comes about 1 centimeter away from happening probably every day in this country.
Yeah. And I mean, this being the place it happened to, I don't have a lot of evidence for this so far, but my theory at this point is this was a Ravens Ronnie op. This was
to sever Dundalk from the rest of Maryland,
exactly.
like the Gaza Strip.
This was Ronnie saying, "Yeah, if we can't have the fucking Super Bowl, we can't have nothing. Get the fuck out of here. We don't want you."
Yeah, and I guess it's not just new frontiers in conspiracy theories. The bridge collapse also opened up some new frontiers in racism, which I've also been enjoying, because I just love the phrase "the DEI mayor of Baltimore," because Baltimore has a black guy who's mayor. It's like the DEI mayor of Baltimore would be a white guy. Like, this is Baltimore. What do you like? Tommy Carcetti was the diversity, equity, and Martin O'Malley was the inclusion mayor of Baltimore.
Yeah, it would be Ronnie.
Yeah.
Like, I saw the video of the mayor of Baltimore talking about this after, and it was just like the most like normal mayor shit that you say after a bridge explodes. He was like, yeah, we're working with like federal and state, and we're praying for everybody. And then all the right wing like posts I've seen after are like, oh, did you hear him? He was like, oh, we be repairing that bridge. It's like, that's like you can see video. That's like not what he sounds like.
We're going to rebuild that bridge, but only people who are not white can use it. I think that's fair.
Yeah. So yeah, I think things in I hope they rebuild the bridge. Love to Baltimore. Let's not sever Dundalk from the rest of Maryland. Let's it should be open. There should be free travel. You should not have to show a passport or anything to leave Dundalk. But who knows? Cui bono? We ask in these situations. And I guess the last thing I want to mention before we get into George Poppy Bush's tenure at the CIA is I just gotta say, I did read that hilarious Atlantic cover story about campus culture war at Stanford. And I'm just going to say I'm saving it for Monday because it does require a full reading series. But like, I just want to say that like Stanford mother boy, whose parents are like Peter Baker of the New York Times and what's her name, Susan Glasser, like two of the biggest journalists in the world. The fulsome, if my father ever talked about work I did with the same level of fulsome praise that Peter Baker did, I would die from humiliation. I would crawl under the universe to die.
Yeah, especially when it's like the article is basically like, I'm friends with some kids at school, but not the others. Like it's not even like campaign trail or anything. It's just bullshit. If I wrote an article like that, my family would sell me.
You know, some of the kids at my school know who Peter Baker is, and so they pretend to like me. And others don't, and so they don't. And that's a real problem.
And his dad was just like, this story is what Bren Bradley of the Washington Post calls a holy shit moment. Whip smart, and then like a stunning conclusion that leaves you speechless. And like the conclusion of the piece is like, at college, an environment that's supposed to educate you is now not educating you. That's basically the tone of the article.
You can hear the whip crack. Just
All right, that's just get that out of the way. That's just you'll have to wait on the Stanford article till Monday. But let's get into it with Michael Judge and Poppy here.
How can anyone with such impressive credentials who served his country for so long have achieved such widespread anonymity?
By not playing to the cameras in the last days of the Nixon presidency, by not taking a cheap shot, by saying, look, he should be treated fairly, and then saying the party should not be dragged into the ugliness, by not going when I was at CIA and calling you up and telling you of all the fantastic changes I made, by making I know you did, and I'd been better known, but I made changes. I did it quietly. I reported openly to Congress, and then I elevated the morale of the CIA by making them understand that I knew that an intelligence service cannot be effective if you're not going to protect sources and methods of intelligence. So I haven't played for the crowd. I haven't been up against the left field fence, jumping up there and catching that, extravagant one. But I hadn't needed that. That's not what I've been trying to do.
But what you do
I'm trying to do a job and do it well, and I've done it.
This series has been on the back burner for a while. Last time we did it was when we were in we were in Houston and Dallas as part of our Texas tour. And you'll remember last time on Poppy, we examined sort of like his the post-Watergate era of Poppy. And because we were in Houston with a special emphasis on the nexus of Texas banks, the Saudis, and the BCCI. And again, sort of it is so hard to keep all of this together in one's head because like the tendrils of like multiple global international criminal conspiracies intertwining in this one guy's life is really hard to fit all together. But I want to talk about like when he was appointed director of the CIA. Now, Michael, to set the stage for this, and this is something we talked about a little bit in the series, by like the mid 1970s, the CIA found itself in a bit of hot water, or probably for the first and only time in its existence, it faced some level of democratic scrutiny and oversight. So because you could like just sort of set the stage for like what they were facing in the mid 70s and why George H.W. Bush was like the perfect candidate to at least appear like a reformer or like a civil servant who's outside of the agency.
Sure. So, if you take the official word on Bush's term as CIA director, what you're basically going to be told, for the reasons I'm about to explain, is that he was a placeholder. He maybe even cleaned house a little bit. He was just kind of there to shepherd the agency through to the next real presidency, because Ford wasn't kind of a real president. And I think a lot of people just accept that on face value. And yet the CIA headquarters that was built in 1961, it didn't officially have a name for decades. That's where Langley comes from, just as a metonym for the place it is. And in 1999, they renamed it the George Bush Center for Intelligence. So the idea that they would name it after
a director who only served for like basically a year and a half, 2 years. How long was his tenure?
I think it was actually less than a year. I think it was like 350 days or something. And Bush, he manages to find himself in this position. Well, I say manages to find himself. He worked like a fucking demon to find himself in this position because, as you say, in the mid-1970s, the CIA was in as close as the CIA can get to being in trouble in a public sense. And I personally would say that the CIA was probably most in trouble when they decided to kill the president. That was kind of like
that was a yikes moment for them. Yeah,
they were feeling the heat on that one. But the mid-70s were a big period for revelation of what the fuck it is that the CIA actually does. Because it's kind of hard to imagine now, but in the first 25-ish years of its operation, I think people generally thought it is what it says it is. It collects intelligence on stuff and then gives it to people who do something about it. And there is a growing awareness that this is not the case. So in 1974, they attempt what you would call a limited hangout called the Rockefeller Commission, which is basically a way for them to mention some bad stuff the CIA has done and then go, but of course we never do any of that anymore. We would never do that. And I believe the heart attack gun, which is real, actually comes from the Rockefeller Commission.
Does it work though?
I mean, look, Stanley Kubrick. I just I don't know what the range on it is, but it might. And the Rockefeller Commission is considered, I mean, as it was designed to be, basically this kind of self-exculpating, like, oh no, we're fine now though, affair. And so there is further inquiry demanded. And the two most important ones were called the Church Committee and the House Select Committee on Assassinations. Church Committee run by Senator Frank Church, who probably should have been the Democratic nominee in '76, and House Select Committee on Assassinations directly afterward. And you can see that we're going from committees that are named after guys to committees that just say assassination in the name.
Because what's this committee about? What are we here to talk about again? Church?
Yeah.
No, all the assassinations the CIA did.
Yeah, so people from even just 74 to 76 or so have suddenly been hit with this deluge of information about what the CIA actually is, which is to say, and I want to put this uncontroversially, the American SS of the Fourth Reich, I think would be fair.
This is an independent podcast, Michael. You don't need to shade or dumb down what you really think.
This was a really interesting time culturally too, because if you look at a lot of very popular movies and even TV around this time, there was a lot of stuff where the villain is explicitly or Romana Clef of the CIA.
Yeah.
And it was, believe it or not, it actually used to kind of be a bad career ending thing when a journalist was caught openly working with American intelligence around this time. Again, you very aptly call it the closest the CIA has ever gotten to being in trouble. And it's such a low bar, all of this stuff, but it's unimaginable now, kind of.
And speaking of the cultural turn, it just makes me think of the 1975 movie 3 Days of the Condor, which was and guess what? Richard Helms was the technical advisor on that film. Him and Robert Redford became very pally on the set of that movie.
That's a really interesting.
What do you make of Richard Helms being the official advisor to a movie about how the CIA does assassinations on American soil?
That I think is a particularly interesting example because we know the CIA and the culture industry go way back, Operation Mockingbird, all that kind of thing. And as Felix says, there starts to be this spate of books, movies, whatever, where the CIA is openly depicted as basically a monstrosity. And so I think the CIA realized very quickly, we got to fight back. We have to make some cultural products about how there are a few bad apples in the CIA. And you remember in 3 Days of the Condor, Robert Redford is in the CIA too.
Yeah.
He's just one of the good ones. So we have to give people the impression that, yes, we were this absolute fucking atrocity factory for 25 years. But now we're just guys who read books. And the appointment of Poppy Bush as director under Gerald Ford goes perfectly right along with that.
And this is something we talked about in the part 1 and 2 of Poppy, is this idea that he was serving as ambassador to China at the time, and conspicuously was out of the country when all of these committees were happening. Yeah. And then as to sort of get the heat off going into the Carter election, they bring in George H.W. Bush. They call him back from Shanghai to clean house as an outsider to the agency and a civil servant who has zero ties to the intelligence community. And, listen to our first couple episodes, but yeah, like, Zapata oil, all of that stuff. Like, I mean, yeah. So George Bush comes back from China and is appointed CIA director with a mandate to kind of like clean house of all of the shady stuff that's been going on. But really, this was about closing ranks and making sure something like this, like the church committee, never happened again.
Absolutely. They say, yeah, career civil servant, nonpartisan. You played on one of your episodes that amazing clip of him saying, "There's no political mileage in a job like this." Good heavens. And of course, Poppy is not only directly connected to the CIA back to at least 1953 and the Zapata oil stuff, but there is a deeper connection here in that I think to some extent he did his kind of cleaning house, which was not at all the popular image of it, because he wasn't just working with the CIA. He was the scion of the exact CIA milieu. The people he grew up around, the adults, Prescott Bush, Alan and John Foster Dulles, Averill Harriman. These are basically the Nazi sympathizing Wall Street lawyers who started the CIA. And so there is an odd sort of house cleaning in that he is trying to take this back for the white collar macro managers rather than the freaks like David Ferry and Guy Bannister who, inevitably end up like they're in the drunk tank for a night, and then to try to get out, they yell that they killed John Kennedy. We're not going to have people like that anymore.
Yeah, you can't have these. You can't have these Southern dandies and weirdos, causing problems when you kill the president. And then, like, I think the interesting thing that comes out in a lot of your work is how integral in terms of like reforming the CIA away from these weirdos and into a professional corporate, white shoe law firm Nazis is the use of computer networks and data organization and analysis, which does dovetail with the Promise software that we talked about in
Absolutely.
the Octopus Murders episode. But before we get into that, I just want to like just go back to like this idea of like when he's appointed to the CIA. Gerald Ford is the one who appointed him. Now, you also mentioned that Gerald Ford. I mean, you mentioned to me that Gerald Ford was on the Warren Commission, so it's unlikely that Gerald Ford, despite being something of a dunce, would be unaware of Poppy's intelligence connections.
Yeah, there's an interesting double game these guys may be playing in which it's all supposed to be about cleaning up. But Gerald Ford, as you say, on the Warren Commission. In fact, there is an incredible piece of footage from, I believe it's Gerald Ford's funeral, where Poppy Bush is giving the eulogy. And right as he says, when President Kennedy was tragically slain by a lone gunman.
After a deluded gunman assassinated President Kennedy, our nation turned to Gerald Ford and a select handful of others.
He fucking grins right at people in the front row. So I think he and Ford had something of an understanding. And the other note about this is that when Poppy comes in, his I don't remember what his particular specific rank was at this point, but the guy he brings in to be his number 2 is Ted Shackley, who is...
Could you explain a little bit about who Ted Shackley is?
Yeah, Ted Shackley, the CIA...
Number one money getter.
Absolutely. Because the CIA started with like Yale poetry students, they love giving each other moronic nicknames. So Ted Shackley was called the Blonde Ghost. And
if you remember back, Poppy's nickname from Yale was Mammon.
Yeah, yes. Oh, we got another great Poppy nickname coming later for Gladio shit. Shackley was like the archetypal spook. He was the guy who was running the JM Wave anti-Castro shit in Miami after Kennedy had specifically told them to stop, and they didn't. He was arguably, there's some contention over this, but he may have been the man single most in charge of the Phoenix program in Vietnam, in which we tortured, imprisoned, and slaughtered about 200,000 innocent people. And Shackley, I think, was quite clearly meant to be Poppy's successor. But then Jimmy Carter comes in, and Jimmy Carter, whatever his manifold other problems, at least sees something here and goes, yeah, I don't think I want Ted Shackley to be the next guy, and replaces him with a a semi-outsider, Stansfield Turner.
He was an admiral in the Navy, right? He wasn't
Right,
an
yeah.
intelligence guy, yeah.
So then we've got this gap, Carter to 1980, right? And Shackley was one of the main campaign advisors on Poppy's presidential campaign until it was obvious that Reagan was going to win. And I think it's very likely that if Poppy had won, Shackley would have been made CIA director. So the idea that this is cleaning house, no, it's not cleaning house at all. It's just restoring continuity to a certain vision of the CIA and then expanding it beyond anything anyone could imagine.
And like, what was that vision? If you had to describe, like, what was the vision that these men had and were trying to like recreate or assert in their role at like the center of the U.S. national security state?
This is a part where technology comes into it hard. And just to sort of give a little background on what kind of technology we're talking about, we look back at the Vietnam War, right? And it's considered a failure in military terms. It was also a huge deep state laboratory for them to test and get away with shit. They had no other place to test. And the Phoenix program, and then part of the Phoenix program, which was called Operation Igloo White, were essentially the first live in the field proof that massive computer networks could be used in real time in a war. And Phoenix in particular ends up becoming the basis for most subsequent American police departments.
Daryl Gates has a connection to all of this. The guy who created the SWAT team and was like most associated with like the violent racism of the LAPD in the late 80s and 90s.
Yeah, he was the image of the violent police chief in a major American city, and for good reason. He once said about chokeholds that black people's arteries don't open as fast as they do in normal people, so you have to choke them differently. Well, Daryl Gates was also very likely a CIA asset, and the entire time he was the head of the LAPD, he had at least a weekly meeting with the CIA advisor. So given both the techniques and the technological structures we see being imported back to the U.S., it seems almost certain that the CIA was at least in part suggesting the direction of the LAPD during this period, and who knows how many other major police departments, certainly the Chicago PD.
And also, like during this same time period, what is domestic law enforcement? What's their new remit? It's to fight the war on drugs. Because holy shit, all of a sudden, Southern California is flooded with cocaine.
Yeah, they are now an occupying army, thanks in huge part to the heroin that the CIA is now bringing back from Southeast Asia because they've gotten rid of the French Connection or just doing it themselves. And then, of course, that evolves into cocaine and all the Iran-Contra stuff. So basically, you have this sudden massive scale adoption of computer network systems in the mid-'70s, which means the birth of an enormous new amount of complexity. Because something that at one point, say, a CIA operation, and when I say operation, I don't mean like a big thing, just, one note. Someone did this. This guy met that guy and he said that. That would have been on a handwritten memo not very long before this. Now it is producing enormous amounts of data as it goes through all these network systems. Every step produces more and more data, more and more documentation, more and more specialized documentation, which of course is a big part of it, that most people don't know how to read or interpret any of this shit. So all of a sudden, everywhere we've got records, databases, files, hard drives, just fucking stuff. And this is pre-promise as well. So though the idea of searchable information to us is like the most obvious thing in the world, that of course you have to have a search engine, that shit didn't exist yet. The massive searchable database didn't exist. So unless you knew exactly what you were looking for, it was really hard to find anything. And I think Poppy's part of his vision in reorganizing the CIA along its original lines was to incorporate this massive technical complexity, because it was almost impossible with all that data to pinpoint who exactly did what exactly anywhere exactly. And he realized, and this is something Felix has talked a lot about on the show, and something I think is we are still deeply living with the consequences of, that instead of trying to run these siloed off little operations where inevitably someone talks or gets killed, whatever, hide in plain sight, hide in the sudden fucking wilderness of information that is now being produced about everything. There's that famous Angleton phrase, the wilderness of mirrors, about basically losing the distinction between paranoid ideas you have and the actual world. And this is a kind of inverse wilderness of mirrors where now anyone looking to try to figure these things out,
they create that same hall of mirrors. They create that infinite regression of mirrors for anyone who attempts to like understand this or like, you know, or gather the information that could render an objective judgment on the historical record.
Right, you're just drowned.
It's interesting what you said about Vietnam being a testing ground for all these things they couldn't test anywhere else, because in a lot of cases, like through trial and error, they did end up developing like highly effective things. Like the modern efficacy of like American style special forces was pretty much born out of like long range patrols from the American side in Vietnam. Like things like American air superiority that was born out of like smaller and more agile MiGs like tearing up F-4s before they had beyond visual range missiles. But it was also like Vietnam was like the last instance of a lot of things. It was sort of the death of a World War II national security state. And one of those things was sort of restricting information via suffocation and censorship as opposed to deluge. The next war, the next like big war, the Gulf War, the one overseen by Poppy, was a perfect example of that maturation. Instead of
it was on CNN,
incredibly restrictive, right? Instead of like an incredibly restrictive information environment, you were just flooded with it.
Yeah, and we are. I mean, it's a sort of a pet theory of mine that World War III already happened, and it's everything that happened from the moment World War II ended until the moment the Soviet Union ended. All of that supposedly saving the third world from communism was World War III. So after Vietnam,
I think that's a very good way of thinking about it. I mean,
So after Vietnam and then up to the Gulf War, we're at war that entire time too. It's just being done by more secretive means, by more vastly illegal means, by more vastly complex means. And there is a connection to this later involving Bush and what has become the foregrounding of special operations in the American military too, because he wasn't interested in most cases in boots on the ground. He wanted as few people as possible, all running discrete little networks, and ideally they wouldn't know anything more about each other than they had to. And I think this is kind of Bush's vision of himself, not just as CIA director, because of course that's only a year, but as the fucking dark archon of the deep state for the next 50 years, is I control the network of networks. I control the structure of structures. It's not me giving orders and people doing it. It's that I have a hand in every conceivable, meaningful, important network, from drugs to guns to human trafficking, and I make these networks interact in such a way that they're following their own ostensible self-interest, right? But their self-interest is also my self-interest, and they don't necessarily know that they're working for me. And so much the better if they have no idea that they're working for me.
Yeah, if you look at what special forces specifically became, what's incredible is their open mission statement. A lot of what they do, the bulk of what they do when they're actually deployed to combat zones, is just micro gladios.
Exactly.
They call it force multipliers, but it's exactly what you said. It's creating a system of systems of counterinsurgency or insurgencies that all answer to, a group of a few dozen guys that answer to one guy.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Gladio was in a larger sense. That I'm sure some listeners will know this, but most CIA NATO Gladio operations in Italy were run out of what was ostensibly a Masonic lodge called P2, Propaganda Due. And the head of Propaganda Due was a guy named Licio Gelli, who had been an Italian SS officer. And along with all the million other things they did, most famously the Roberto Calvi murder, which sort of blew the whole thing open, Licio Gelli has said that he considered Poppy Bush to be a member of the P2 Lodge. And in order to avoid putting his name on anything, Gelli named him La Rosa Bianca, the White Rose.
I mean, the guy's got the CIA building named after him and getting fruity Italian nicknames. Like, this is not just a guy who served in the CIA for like half a year and then went off to become president after, doing his job. There's a guy, who's been in the agency since the 50s, as you said. But Michael, I want to go back to this idea about Vietnam as a proving ground and the Phoenix program and its use of like a development of like real-time data collection in war zones and how that can be used to create basically hit lists. I mean, after October 7th, I remember reading a story about how Israel basically has turned over their drone assassinations to like an algorithm that just like algorithmically and then exponentially selects targets for termination. So it's like now there's not even a human being who's like saying, kill this person, kill that person. It's just a human being who's looking at a computer screen that's telling them who needs to be hit.
Right.
So how does that grow out of something like the Phoenix assassination program and these computer networks as they began to be developed in the late 70s and 80s?
So the computer networks that we see in things like Igloo White during the Phoenix program, they were used to, and it's hard to get people to describe these things in great detail because the people who were there seeing it didn't know a lot about computers. And the people who know a lot about computers are not going to talk to you. But essentially, it would seem that the major goal of that operation was to provide a real-time map of the Ho Chi Minh Trail to see what was going on, who was moving through, not just people, vehicles, material, whatever else. And of course, like you say about the modern drone program, they were essentially seeing dots on a screen and going like, well, that fucking could be Viet Cong. You don't know that it's not Viet Cong. And so in terms of like actually providing for the Phoenix program intelligence targets who would be useful assets or whatever, it was pretty much completely fucking useless. But the fact that they could map something real world in real time electronically, see where people were going, see to a certain extent what people were doing. And then as that era of, sort of deep state technology moves on into the promise era, we get this massive expansion because suddenly, instead of all this raw data where it's just, some code word for a fucking bogey on the map and, sets of coordinates and, time, PM, AM, whatever, you now have all that stuff in a searchable database. And H.W. Bush is deeply plugged into the entire promise thing. And so we moved from just sort of blanket data collection to the ability to find patterns in data collection. That's why the promise thing was so fucking huge that it's almost hard to understand because it seems so primitive now. But the idea that you throw in anything you want and then search and it'll find a pattern of, this guy has been at this place this many times in the last year. There's an example somebody who was selling promise, Ari Ben Menashe or somebody like that, saying, so example, you take a look at this guy and he's not paying power or water bills all of a sudden. For 2 weeks, no power or water. And then you see another guy that you think he knows, and that guy's power and water bills suddenly go way up. And so you can perhaps infer from this, first guy is at the second guy's place. Now, the perhaps infer is the big part, because they don't act like these are tendentious inferences. They act like they're the truth. And the story of something as now totally taken for granted as Barack Obama's decision to follow in W. Bush's footsteps and just decree that the president of the United States can kill anyone on earth at any time for no reason. You look at the data collection on that shit, and it is astonishingly shoddy and half-assed. And there have been more than a few cases where we were outsourcing data collection to people like Saudi Arabia, for instance. And the Saudis would give us a target and tell, oh yeah, it's that guy. It's number 5 on the terror list, whatever. And we would blast him off the face of the earth. And then it would have turned out to be a completely different person. It was just someone the Saudis didn't like. And they were like, oh man, sorry.
That's like 98% of what we did in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Just going up to some guy and being like, okay, who's Taliban? And he just tells you it's his neighbor who he hasn't liked for 20 years.
Absolutely.
And also pedophilia is incorporated somewhere along in those steps.
I mean, it often is. There's more than a little bit of that around promise too.
Yeah, it goes like peanut butter and chocolate. And like I guess like I what's ringing in my ear as we go through this is the New York Times op-ed video that I made fun of a couple days ago about how the deep state, they're just like us. They listen to Taylor Swift. They're just basically career civil servants who work in things like healthcare and NASA. But they're like that's not the people we're talking about are like a different breed than like a guy who works at the Department of Labor.
Yeah, the deep state is these unelected motherfuckers who somehow every change we supposedly go through, every political shift that supposedly happens in this country, you look far enough and somehow they're not only in every administration, but they're getting more and more powerful despite the fact that, we're swinging left or whatever.
Didn't Biden just appoint Elliot Abrams to some fucking post?
Yeah, Elliot Abrams is back in the federal
fucking
government.
Abrams, Mr. Chainsaw himself.
Dog.
I know we talked about that video, but it's just so fucking insulting. Yeah, that's who I'm talking. I'm not talking about like a group of people who have more bodies than Big Tobacco. What I actually mean is like the guy who put stickers on pork chops.
Yeah,
those are the same thing.
Yeah.
This is Radhika Fox.
I am the Assistant Administrator for Water at the Environmental Protection Agency.
She loves Pilates, making salads, and watching the Taylor Swift Eras Tour on TV with her family.
I think we're all pretty 1989.
Yeah, and it's this question about technology and the technological complication of mass data too highlights another very important element of Bush's tenure as head of the CIA, which was privatization. He was the prophet of privatization of what, at first we would call intelligence functions, and now has gotten up to, essentially everything. I don't know if there's any part of the U.S. Armed Forces that isn't partly privatized. And it was Bush getting rid of the guys in the CIA. There was a certain kind of guy that he was known to call a knuckle dragger. And these were guys like William King Harvey, the drunk who famously accidentally threw his gun across a bathroom because he had to take a shit so bad.
Wait, he was just like, he was dying for one. And he was trying to get his pants off and he was like, get it out of here.
He ripped his pants down so hard that his gun went under the door and just flew across the bathroom.
These are the cavemen who George Bush famously made fun of these are the guys who wanted to, quote, unleash Shanghai Shek. They wanted to unleash Shang.
No, that was him making fun of Birchers. That was like a Bircher thing, which of course Jeb Bush interpreted as no, he actually really wanted to unleash Shanghai Shek.
And a lot of crossover.
He would say, I'm going to unleash Chang before he did his tennis serves, which I always thought was very funny.
It's interesting that you bring up the Birchers, Felix, because this is guys like William King Harvey, guys like, Frank Sturgis, that type of scumbag, had a lot of crossover with the Birchers, with that general political world. And Bush considered them all basically fucking idiots who, even if they could be useful, they're rubes.
Yeah.
Even if they could be useful to do something, they're so goddamn bad at hiding what they do, and
they can't stop talking about it. Like you said, like he's creating a world in which the CIA can exert its influence through like finance, drug cartels, just like an endless network of intermediaries. And if like these John Birch guys just had their way, their global war on communism, they just would have been telling you everything they're doing.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of alcoholic Mormons who like got arrested for pandering constantly, and like guys who like think they're like the comedian from Watchmen, but somehow shittier.
Yeah, there's a great line in Libra, the DeLillo novel, where Guy Bannister is reading a John Birch pamphlet, and it says he reads that there are 500,000 Red Chinese army massing in Baja California. he knows it is not true. He believes it. that same kind of, and I know it's not, but it's how the world feels to me. And getting rid of these guys, because so many of them were, career agency types, goes right along with the privatization of as much of the agency's work as possible. Because first of all, there is no civilian way to subpoena any of that shit. If it's the CIA going through a front, and then you have BCCI as a perfect example, the American federal government doesn't have any legal right to get all the records of BCCI. So all of this shit is hidden echelon after echelon of secrecy. And of course, if you privatize things, you can make money off of them apart from, your job at the agency. And probably the kind of emblematic instance of this in this period would be the Safari Club, of which Bush was, of course, a member, at which he gave speeches. And this was a relic of the, Church Committee, House Select Committee period, where essentially a bunch of the sort of Bushite CIA people were complaining, we can't do fucking anything. These regulators are all up our ass. So Adnan Khashoggi, who is possibly the biggest arms dealer of all time, and who did most of it on behalf of the CIA, and who also employed Jeffrey Epstein in one of his first major jobs, Adnan Khashoggi bought a literal safari club in Kenya for all these guys to go meet at, to do the intelligence shit that they were under too much scrutiny to do in their own countries. There was the French head of intelligence, Alexandre de Maranche, was there. Khashoggi, of course, was there. Saddam Hussein was there when we were friends with him.
That must have been such a cool club to hang out at, like the heyday,
hanging out with like Saddam, Khashoggi, and the Shah of Iran.
You're putting out Cuban cigars on like a rhino's head or something like that. Yeah.
That was probably
a live rhino. You're putting out in its eye.
It was probably like Diddy's all-white parties, but without getting molested by Diddy.
Yeah, it was given the interest involved, it was Diddy's white enough parties.
But Michael, so like George Bush, he is not allowed to continue his tenure as director of the CIA when Carter becomes, and he feels sort of like betrayed by that. He's like, "What? I thought this was just a continuance of like a nonpartisan government agency that simply collects the best intelligence and gives it to the policymakers." But then, like, he almost immediately is. Then he's vice president for 8 years when Reagan is president, and like during that, okay, so like leaving in his wake a kind of like, as you said, like a sort of modernized CIA in which there is no longer any kind of smoke-filled room where any discrete individuals are directing conspiracies or making plans and like sort of like wielding power in some sort of secret. I mean, they are doing that, but as you said, it is just now diffused through this like network of like a million double blinds in which like power is exerted in a way that seems like they're like an organic expression of people's natural instincts and abilities, right? So like, but then like you talk about becoming the manager of like the system of systems and these interactions of all these different networks of like drugs, money laundering, guns, which brings us to what's known as the Iran-Contra affair, which is really like, it's just like, it's a catch-all term that describes like almost a decade of rampant criminality. Like how would you describe the Iran-Contra affair and George H.W. Bush's role in it?
Man, it is so fucking hard to encapsulate, but partly because he was at one point a director of the CIA, and then at one point a presidential candidate, and at one point the vice president. But the people he had around him, his disciples, they never abandoned him. It's not like he was suddenly working with all new people. You know, the same way that after JFK fired Allen Dulles, CIA people would go to Dulles' house to ask for directions, basically. They didn't want to talk to John McCone. Who the fuck is that? You know, this is our chief. In the same way, Bush keeps himself surrounded by his guys from the CIA. So Shackley is one of his closest advisors. So when he was vice president, his chief of staff, almost all of his advisors were CIA people before that. So he is, I would argue, the prime orchestrator of Iran-Contra, and trying to understand everything that happened in Iran-Contra is basically impossible. It should be one of the biggest scandals in American history, and it's not, because almost no one understands what it was. And the name, I think, is very intentionally reductive. Iran-Contra, that, oh yeah, we sold arms for hostages, and also we were arming the Contras in Nicaragua, and people think that's it.
Which on its face is pretty bad.
Yeah, it is very bad, but those were just the two most explicit sort of emergences of this network that had been at work now for 15, 20 years, that had its hand in fucking everything. That Peter Dale Scott uses a term I like a lot called metagroup, where it's sort of the same idea as the system of systems, or in relation to Danny Casolaro and the octopus, I've been kind of thinking of it as the headless octopus. It's all just tentacles. It's a billion tentacles all wrapped together.
Yeah, they never link up in any coherent way. Or
And so this meta group of people involved in Iran-Contra, of murderers, bagmen, money launderers, above board financial operators, real estate developers, politicians, private pilots, military officers. It's interlinked with like every state level crime of that entire period. And the narrow frame, even within the narrow frame of just Iran and Contra, it would be a life's work to understand just the part of Iran-Contra that happened in Arkansas. Because Arkansas was the cocaine capital of the United States. There's some very interesting stuff about why maybe Poppy and Clinton got along so well after Clinton was elected, that actually been working together secretly for a while. I once played a gig at a bar in Arkansas in like 2008, and a guy came up to me after the gig and put his hand out like for a high five, and then slapped my hand and walk away. And I realized there's something in my hand. I thought he like put a sticker on my hand or something, and I looked at it. It was just a bag of Coke. He just gave me a bag of Coke.
You're just giving it away like that?
Yeah, dude. There is so much fucking cocaine in Little Rock.
Yeah.
And the stories about these
Little Rocks.
Yeah, absolutely. These pseudo-independent, but also CIA-backed paramilitary groups in Arkansas and Kentucky. I mean, that is beyond one person's understanding. It would be beyond any one person's understanding just to understand BCCI. And we mentioned that
I've tried to explain it during a live show in Houston, and I don't know how successful I was, but yeah, it's quite a mouthful.
Yeah, since we mentioned it a few times, BCCI is short for the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, and it was formed in 1972 by this guy named Aga Hassan Abedi, and he formed it.
Oh, do his stream.
Hell yeah. He was Pakistani, and he formed it such that it really operated out of Pakistan most of the time, but it was incorporated in such a way that no nation had jurisdiction over it, because like every division of it was incorporated in a different country.
That's smart.
Yeah, and BCCI was basically the U.S. and especially CIA bank to do evil shit from the mid-'70s to 1992 when it fell apart. It's everything involving Iran-Contra. There's BCCI money in there. Everything with arms deals. Everything with fucking cocaine, heroin. Everything with people who are kind of stringers. Adnan Khashoggi and Manucher Ghorbanifar and Ari bin Menashe, Robert Maxwell. All that shit is going through BCCI, and it is hugely involved in the entire PROMIS thing. And I know you guys just talked about this to some extent, but basically PROMIS being a sort of early searchable database software that we sold with a backdoor in it to as many other countries as we could to spy on them. PROMIS, the people doing the PROMIS sales are the same people doing the Iran-Contra gun sales, are the same people trafficking the fucking coke. Jeffrey Epstein laundered Iran-Contra money working for Robert Maxwell and Ari Ben Menashe years and years before supposedly anyone knew who he was. The entire Rex 84 continuity of government program that goes to 9/11, that's in there too. It's all in there.
I mean, it's like if you're like blind men trying to describe an elephant. One guy has the trunk, the other guy has the leg, the other guy's pulling on the big ear, and they all have like a different description of what they're holding on to. But like it seems like what we're left with here is like basically like a massive form of like international secret government and crime that that like funds itself through selling drugs and weapons and then launders the money, and then like it's just basically like the maintenance of these invisible networks that form like the real structure of power of like the capitalist imperial empire, basically. I mean, that's what I'm feeling trying to describe this elephant.
Yeah, that I would say is pretty much exactly right. And you guys probably know all the stuff from Sybil Edmonds, the former FBI interpreter, who she's a weird person, right? But referring to our dealings with the Mujahideen right up until September 11th as Gladio B. Right? I mean, if that's true, they're not even really trying, just calling it Gladio B. And I, ever since this shit has really kicked off in Ukraine, I have been thinking of it as Gladio C. This is the next great guns and money vortex. Whenever we need lawyers, guns, and money anywhere else on earth, but we don't want
the fan.
Exactly. And we don't want people to know that that's us doing it. Ukraine, man, that's going to be the way to go through. And I think the octopus stuff and Danny Casolaro is a really sad example of what this does to people. Because here's this guy who he spent, the latter part of his life discovering all this heinous shit, just literally thousands of crimes. And any number of them could have been a giant story unto itself. Wackenhut and the CIA making biological weapons on an Indian reservation in California. You'd think that would be a story.
Yeah.
But Danny is looking for the head. That he's the guy who comes up with octopus. Danny is looking for that smoke-filled room where it's like, 8 people control all of this. He was continuously subbing in and out who those 8 people were in his drafts for the book he was going to write. And Poppy Bush got rid of the smoky room. The coherent principle here is not 8 people manipulating history. It's global capitalism. And Danny Casolaro was a sort of weird American quasi-libertarian who had some links to like Lyndon LaRouche people and shit. So he was not prepared to recognize, it's not that, Edwin P. Wilson has been at every meeting that's ever happened. It's that it's all these evil motherfuckers working in their own interest, which happens to serve the interest of the greater fucking monster.
Let me read you something that John Connolly's been saying about you. In reference to those jobs you held, many of them appointed jobs, he points out.
Clean it up now when you say it.
Connolly's quoted as saying, quote, cleaning it up.
Yeah.
George Bush sat on his butt in those jobs. He had those jobs, but he didn't do very much in those jobs.
I will adhere, albeit difficult, to the 11th commandment. Speak ill of no Republican.
But one of the major questions on George Bush is he tough enough to be president?
But is tough being nasty? Or is tough being a leader that people respect? Is toughness shouting and being ugly and trying to stick a knife in somebody? Or is it principle and leadership where you look over your shoulder and people are following? Let somebody else go out. It's not toughness. Toughness, go out there and say something ugly about somebody? I don't think that.
To bring this into like 2024 in the modern context, we started this out talking about sort of like the popular conception that people have in their mind when they hear about the intelligence agencies or the Central Intelligence Agency. And this idea, I remember this going back to the war in Iraq, because like the word intelligence became very much a part of the news. But it was all done in the idea, like whether it was MSNBC or Fox News, intelligence is always talked about like it is just like an objective collation of data. That like this is just like to make the best decisions, you have to be the best informed. And the CIA is just like a group of, thousands and thousands of experts in discrete subjects who can, like, when called upon, marshal this evidence to get to best inform the democratic elected officials who make policy. Right. But like intelligence it's never been something that's not political. Like intelligence is a political agenda. Like, I mean,
exactly.
how do you conceive of like intelligence, and how do you think people's perceptions of the roles of these intelligence agencies has changed or changed back into what they were, after World War II?
Well, I think with Danny Castellaro kind of as a reference point, because he believes some goofy shit. He thought that, this octopus that he was hunting down, that these guys were all essentially rogue actors, right? The problem's not the CIA. The problem's not our government. It's not capitalism. No, it's 8 bad guys. And he was not able to sort of accept that this is what a system incentivizes well-placed people to do. And I think it's interesting and also horrifying to me that the same period we're getting all of this networked computer technology integrated into the worlds of intelligence and the military and so forth, we are also going through the first huge wave of the financialization of the American economy, of deindustrialization. And it is becoming, at this point, and now it has become, basically the number one American industry. We do 2 things. We sell Boeing planes that don't work, and we make up convoluted financial instruments that are just barely legal.
But yeah, there's a connection between like the fact that there is no more smoke-filled room with 8 individuals deciding, world affairs, because there's no more rooms, there's no more stuff, physical objects produced in our economy. It's all speculation. It's all this endless hallway of mirrors that never ends.
Yeah, right. And along with all of that comes the kind of 80s, and I would argue continuing sort of masters of the universe mythos that, if you want to make it big and be important in America, what you got to do is be really, really good at noticing some loophole in some law that allows you to borrow $100 billion and never pay it back. Not make anything, not do anything for anyone, just change the abstract numbers on a balance sheet somewhere that may not even refer to actual money that any country has ever printed, And there is this decorporealization, I guess you could say, of economics in general that goes along with and helps create this sort of cult of the specialist, cult of the genius, cult of the whiz kid. And I think it has been very easy for people like the CIA to incorporate that into sort of their branding. The idea that, oh no, the CIA are just like, hey, a guy who's really, really smart at a really, really obscure recondite thing, he comes to work for us. Those are our, God, do I even have to mention that I am a cisgendered millennial Latina woman who has been diagnosed with generalized
mental
anxiety disorder, mental health issues.
Mental health issues.
I thought that ad was a joke at first. And what made me horribly know that it wasn't a joke was the part of the ad that starts, I've suffered from imposter syndrome before. and I remember thinking,
that's a good asset for a spook to have.
Yeah.
I thinking you're real.
Yeah. And when we have an economy that rewards and lauds and, highlights extreme specialization in extreme recondite fields, basically to make value out of nothing.
Sam Bankman-Fried would be a good example of the whiz kid who made billions and now is in jail for doing nothing, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, exactly. The motherfucker never made anything. He wasn't even good at financial crime.
No, he was terrible. He was terrible at financial crimes.
Yeah, and I think it is this same cult of specialization that emerges around the time of mass technologization through computer networks and financialization of the economy that I think is able to, or is part of why the CIA is able to reconstitute itself as basically a white collar, almost a member of the creative class, you might say. We're actually creatives here because James Jesus Angleton is the greatest creative of all. He would drink an entire bottle of gin, and then he would ride Kim Philby around a solarium, and then he'd stare at a wall in the dark for 16 hours and make up how the Soviets could be breaking into the CIA, except not via Kim Philby, of course. And then the rest of his life was acting as though the things he made up were true. That's sort of an artist.
I know it's not true, but I believe it.
Exactly.
I think that that was the point of the show Homeland. To be like, look, you can have BPD and do this is a BPD type of job.
Yeah, I mean, and when everything is so decorporealized, decarnalized, when the conditions of all your actions are so fucking detached from anything you'll see in the real world, it becomes pretty easy to get a hold of people who might have gone into, say, marketing or PR or sales or whatever, and convince them, hey, the CIA is marketing, it's PR, it's sales. You don't ever have to touch a gun, although we know you want to and you will, but you don't have to. This is a white collar job like any other. And I think if I just wanted to read this little excerpt from something here, talking about that, the massive Bush years change in the CIA and the extent to which, though he was only the director for a year, I mean, he never really left. He joined in 1953 and left when he died. And there was this incredible piece by Seymour Hersh about 5 years ago. And because it was in the London Review of Books, nobody fucking read it. And it was about how H.W. becoming the vice president, he does not like or trust Ronald Reagan or William Casey for pretty obvious reasons. Reagan's a fucking moron. And Casey was a fucking loudmouth drunk who would tell anyone anything for press. But even more importantly than that, he wasn't of the old school. He wasn't a Bainsman. He didn't have the credentials that somebody like Poppy would require. So what Poppy did was get a bunch of his aides together who were all CIA people or ex-CIA people, and essentially create proto-JSOC by himself, without asking anyone, with no permission of any kind. And this part from the Hersh story is the background on it. And it's comparing Casey to Bush and says, as the intelligence professionals working with the executives saw it, Casey was reckless, uninformed, and said far too much to the press. Bush was different, and he got it. At his direction, a team of military operatives was set up that bypassed the national security establishment, including Casey's CIA, and wasn't answerable to congressional oversight. It was led by Vice Admiral Arthur Moreau, a brilliant Navy officer who would be known to those on the inside as M. He had most recently been involved as Deputy Chief of Naval Operations in developing the U.S.'s new maritime strategy aimed at restricting Soviet freedom of movement. In May 1983, he was promoted to assistant to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General John Vesey, and over the next couple of years, he oversaw a secret team operating in part out of the office of Daniel Murphy, Poppy Bush's chief of staff, which quietly conducted at least 35 covert operations against drug trafficking, terrorism, and, most importantly, perceived Soviet expansionism in more than 20 countries, including, got to get the Spanish accent going here, Peru, Honduras, Guatemala, Brazil, Argentina, Libya, Senegal, Chad, Algeria, Tunisia, the Congo, Kenya, Egypt, Yemen, Syria, Hungary, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Georgia, and Vietnam. He was just doing that because he was so well ensconced at this point. The transformation of the CIA had gone so well, and he was so essentially untouchable that there was nobody to tell him no. And he had so many layers of sycophants and disciples that if anything ever did hit the fan over Iran-Contra, he'd be insulated from it. The Iran-Contra hearings were so much about fucking Oliver North and whether Ronald Reagan knew it was happening. And I don't think it's coincidental that there was never a trial to ask, hey, how about the guy who was the head of the CIA? Did he maybe know something was happening?
Yeah. Well, Michael, I think that's a good place to leave things here for today's episode. But there you have it. George Poppy Bush, the boss of all bosses, el capo de tutti capo. But yeah, like Michael, like your podcast, Death is Just Around the Corner. You've done a lot of research and investigation into like a lot of the, you've picked up, just like you've gotten a little wet on the tentacles of some of these things. But I think like, you've got your grip on a tentacle. But like, just I think it is good to sort of conceptualize this as your conception that like there is no head to this octopus. Yeah. It's just tentacles. And if you try to find the head, that way lies, madness, or just like you won't get anywhere, because like this is all designed so that there's never ever going to be something that like it will feel satisfying or like a concrete resolution to any of this.
Yeah, you got to study where the tentacles wrap around each other, and in that vein, I did want to give a shout out of acknowledgement to a show called Ghost Stories for the End of the World. That's really great. That did a 13-part octopus series. That is one of the goddamnedest things I've ever heard, including an episode on Poppy Bush. And I also wanted to shout out too. I am a recurring, semi-frequent guest on my little brother's show, Judge Movies, which is, I would say, movie mindset is usually pretty upbeat. Like, even if the films are, depressing or whatever, the enjoyment of the movie is upbeat. And I would say Judge Movies is like the tortured Gothic Catholic counterpart to movie mindset.
I will definitely have to check out Judge Movies now. It'd be a good contrast, because like 99% of movies I watch, even if they're bad movies, I have a great experience. I like watching movies.
Yeah, this is where me and him get into like we're doing an episode some point soon about a couple Lars von Trier movies, and particularly The House That Jack Built. Have you seen that? Oh,
excellent. Yeah, it was that was not such a good experience watching that movie.
Yeah, I don't really like Lars von Trier, but that movie is fucking incredible, and I fear to imagine where we will go over 90 minutes with that one.
Or if you dip back into the Death is Just Around the Corner archives, you will hear my appearance where we discuss Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut.
You got to be what you are. Generationally, kids, you have to be what you are in life. You don't have to style it so you're into the latest fad or the latest thing. And I'm not going to change.